profitable commercial banks. As a result, the adjusted general government debt ratio, which has been rising since 2015, has now reached 84.8% in September 21 and is projected at 87.2% in 2022. At this juncture, Madam Speaker, I wish to remind the population that this government has, among several other benefits, reduced the rate of value-added tax from 15% to 12.5%, and also twice increased the personal allowance, first from 5,000 per month to 6,000 per month in 2016, and then from 6,000 per month to 7,000 per month in 2021, thus relieving hundreds of thousands of employed persons from the requirement to pay income tax. This government did that, Madam Speaker. As we focus on efforts on continued fiscal adjustment and efficiency outturns from the operational and financial restructuring of state-owned enterprises, we expect the adjusted general government debt relative to GDP to begin a downward trend and remain at sustainable levels. Madam Speaker, the credit rating agencies, Moody's Investor Services, S&P Global Ratings, and the Caribbean Information and Credit Rating Services Limited have all endorsed broadly a stable outlook for our credit profile in terms of economic strength, institutions and governance, fiscal strength, and susceptibility to event risks. Recently, Moody's affirmed its BA1 rating to Trinidad and Tobago, which is better than most other countries in the Latin American and Caribbean area rated by Moody's. In fact, of 25 countries rated in Latin America and the Caribbean, Moody's has downgraded 10 countries, but affirmed us. Indeed, Trinidad and Tobago has a better rating than many countries in the LATAM region, including in the Caribbean, the Bahamas, Dominican Republic, Jamaica, Belize, and Suriname. Our credit rating, according to Moody's, is also better than Brazil, Bolivia, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Ecuador, and Argentina. And, Madam Speaker, S&P has affirmed its BBB rating for Trinidad and Tobago. It is interesting to note that of the 29 countries rated in Latin America and the Caribbean, S&P downgraded 12 countries, but they affirmed Trinidad and Tobago. In the Caribbean region, Trinidad and Tobago, among the countries rated by S&P, not all are rated, has a better rating than the Bahamas, Dominican Republic, Jamaica, Barbados, Belize, and Grenada. In Latin America, according to S&P, we have a better rating than Brazil, Paraguay, Guatemala, Honduras, Bolivia, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, El Salvador, Argentina, Ecuador, and Venezuela, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a comparison with several of our peer countries in Latin America and the Caribbean Thank you, Madam Speaker. They can't help it. They don't like good news. A comparison with several of our peer countries in Latin America and the Caribbean of several economic indicators demonstrates again our above average performance. The gross domestic product in several economies, such as Panama and Peru, have registered heavier downturns than Trinidad and Tobago. For Panama, a negative 17.9% in 2020. For Peru, a negative 11.1% in 2020. Many of our Caribbean neighbors also suffered worst economic contractions. For instance, in 2020, St. Lucia's economy shrank by negative 18.9%. St. Kitts and Nevis a negative 18.7%. Barbados shrank by a negative 18%. Madam Speaker? What's wrong with it?
Honourable members, I'm sure everyone will get an opportunity to join the debate. Let's hear the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. They just don't want to hear this. So I'm going to repeat it. In 2020, Panama and Peru registered heavier downturns than Trinidad and Tobago. Panama's economy shrunk by 17.9%. Peru's economy shrunk by negative 11.1%. And many of our Caribbean neighbors suffered worse economic contractions. St. Lucia's economy shrank by negative 18.9%. St. Kitts and Nevis, negative 18.7%. Barbados are negative 18.0%. Antigua and Barbuda are negative 17.3%. And Jamaica, negative 10.2%. Inflation, Madam Speaker. In 2020, Brazil, Mexico, and Peru experienced high inflation rates. 10.4% in Brazil, 5.8% in Mexico, 5% in Peru. Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker, on the other hand, has been enjoying a stable and low inflation environment of less than 2% for almost a decade, and we expect it to remain so for the medium term. Madam Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago has no shortage of uninformed commentators, misleading publicists. Madam Speaker, what's wrong with them?
Member for Cuba South and all members, I assure you we have a long way to go. And as I said, we'll all get an opportunity to have our say in the next couple of days. Please, let's try and have this finished as soon as we could possibly have it done.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Trinidad and Tobago has no shortage of uninformed commentators, misleading publicists, and serial mischief makers. These misguided commentators have for the last 5 years insisted that Trinidad and Tobago should enter into an IMF market-based program or access concessional financing from the IMF. The latest gratuitous advice is that we should ask the IMF to restructure our public debt portfolio. Allow me, Madam Speaker, to explain to the national community exactly what the IMF is and what it does. The International Monetary Fund was established in 1944 in the aftermath of the Great Depression of the 1930s. 44 founding member countries agreed to build a framework for international economic cooperation. Today, its membership comprises 190 countries with staff drawn from 150 nations. Membership is voluntary, as is access to IMF loan financing. The IMF's primary mission is to ensure the stability of the international monetary system, the system of exchange rates and international payments that enables countries and their citizens to transact with each other. The IMF provides 3 major services, namely lending by providing last resort loans to member countries that are experiencing actual or potential balance of payments problems. Secondly, surveillance through a formal system of collaborative analysis, including FSAP, financial sector surveillance, or Article 4 consultation. The IMF provides advice to member countries and promotes policies designed to foster economic stability and reduce vulnerability to economic and financial crises. And 3, the third service from the IMF is capacity development through technical assistance and training to help member countries build better economic institutions and strengthen related human capacities. This includes, for example, designing and implementing more effective policies for taxation and administration, expenditure management, monetary and exchange rate policies, banking and financial sector supervision and regulation, legislative frameworks, and economic statistics. Trinidad and Tobago last entered an IMF lending program in 1988, which had a severe adverse effect on the social fabric of Trinidad and Tobago. The reduction in government expenditure and in real wages that flowed from that IMF program in 1988 created considerable social and economic pressure and discontent, especially among the lower income groups in the society. That period of economic austerity also had a profound impact on the fortunes of some non-bank financial institutions, and the central bank subsequently suspended the operations of 3 non-bank institutions which ran into financial difficulty. Many people lost their jobs at that time and their homes during the period. In other words, it was not a nice experience when we were before the IMF in 1988. So why then do these commentators demand that we return to the IMF? We have no real or potential balance of payment difficulties, nor does the government have any difficulty accessing financing locally or internationally, nor have we run out of foreign exchange, nor is our currency under threat. Further, Madam Speaker, in the classic IMF model of structural adjustment, the outcome that is forced upon countries is the immediate elimination of what is perceived to be disequilibrium between aggregate supply and demand. In other words, once you enter an IMF program, you must reduce government spending to match government revenue. This model was developed by an IMF staffer by the name of Jacques Polak in 1957, who believed that any imbalance between revenue and expenditure, coupled with an increase in domestic credit, will inevitably lead to a decline in international reserves. Polak recommended to the IMF that to maintain foreign reserves, government should avoid budget deficits, restrain spending, as well as making it difficult for citizens and corporations to borrow money to finance their livelihoods and operations. Unfortunately, this inflexible one-size-fits-all policy has led to serious civil unrest in many countries that have had no choice but to access IMF programs, and reinforced the belief that IMF structural adjustment policies keep the poor in poverty. We in Trinidad and Tobago, as members of the IMF, have agreed, like all other countries, to subject ourselves to surveillance, including Article 4 consultations, and whenever appropriate, we access technical assistance and capacity building advice from the IMF. We believe that these 2 areas, surveillance and technical assistance, to be more than sufficient. We see no need to seek any other form of assistance from the IMF at this time or in the near future. The very idea of entering into an IMF lending program with the associated structural adjustment, especially when it is not necessary, is simply not on the cards. We have no intention of punishing our population unnecessarily and whimsically with a drastic reduction in their standard of living. Indeed, one of the first things we would be required to do in an IMF program would be to cut $15 billion out of annual government expenditure, causing the removal of free healthcare, free education, and subsidized transport, among many other public services that are now free or heavily subsidized. A reduction in social grants, massive job losses, loss of real income, closure of the thousands of businesses that depend on government spending, and general hardship. That is why, and we've said this for 6 years, Madam Speaker, that is why we in the People's National Movement will continue to exercise prudence, design our own adjustment programs, and fashion our own fiscal consolidation policies with the ultimate objective of living within our means without damaging the social fabric of the country and without pauperizing ordinary citizens. As for those disingenuous critics who have repeatedly attempted for 6 years to predict a financial crisis in Trinidad and Tobago which has never materialized, who told us in October 2015 that if we didn't immediately devalue the Trinidad and Tobago dollar, we would run out of foreign exchange in 6 months, who now claim that we will default on our sovereign debt by the end of this year, 2021. I wish to reiterate we do not take advice from uninformed mischief makers. Rather, we are reassured by the affirmation of our international investment-grade credit ratings in 2020 and 2021. And we are bolstered by the fact that this government was able to easily raise $500 million on the international market at a very competitive interest rate of 4.5% in a matter of hours during the aggressive first wave of the COVID-19 pandemic in mid-2020. Madam Speaker, when we achieved independent nation status in 1962, we established a range of policy and planning documentation for a shared vision for the future as it relates to the types of institutions needed to foster our road to development. We cannot underestimate the importance of stability in the legal foundation of the institutional pyramid which we have built, and which represents the cornerstone for the progress which we have made in our socio-economic conditions. The Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, the Trinidad and Tobago Securities and Exchange Commission, and the Trinidad and Tobago Unit Trust Corporation were all designed to overcome the particular economic and social difficulties of the time, and they have played key developmental roles. This process is continuing, and institutional building remains important now for promoting a stronger and more sustainable economy. Later in the year, after the budget exercise is complete, we will turn our attention to the legislative amendments to give the unit trust the flexibility it requires to maximize the returns on its investment portfolio. Turn now to the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority. Madam Speaker, the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority has been a long-sought institutional goal since the early 2000s. We have since come a long way. The passage of the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority legislation had been hindered over the years by the requirement for a 3/5 special majority vote of Parliament. However, we have now taken steps to establish the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority by adopting the legislation with appropriate amendments to allow for passage by a simple majority vote. This legislation was first laid in Parliament more than 11 years ago, in early 2010. Its objective then, as it is now, was to improve the efficiency of tax collection. An assessment undertaken by the International Monetary Fund in 2017, technical assistance, indicated that out of 28 high-level indicators, the Board of Inland Revenue received 2 A ratings, 1 B rating, 7 C ratings, and 18 D ratings, the lowest level. A level of inefficiency which is clearly unacceptable and explains the significant tax gap now prevailing. Moreover, another study by the International Monetary Fund revealed in 2019 a VAT gap of about 5% of GDP, or $8 billion, half of which is estimated to be due to non-compliance and weak enforcement, with the other half due to exemptions. Allow me to digress, Madam Speaker, and I wish to announce that the Chairman of the Board of Inland Revenue reported to me, because despite all of that, they're still working. They have raised $1 billion in the tax amnesty 2021. Accordingly, the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority will now become the cornerstone of our tax collection capabilities. The amendment we have achieved is a simple solution. To avoid further wastage of precious time and further leakage of precious revenue, we have created through the amendment an enforcement division of the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority, whose purpose is to exercise enforcement powers except in the enforcement of revenue laws by way of civil proceedings based on existing laws. The Enforcement Division will be staffed by public officers appointed by the Public Service Commission. The head of this division, enforcement, the Deputy Director General, would be a public officer appointed by the Public Service Commission. He will hold office once appointed until retirement and will be subject at all times to the control of the Public Service Commission, not any politician. The Director General, the administrative head, will not be appointed by the Public Service Commission, but approved by Parliament. The Director General will enforce revenue laws only by way of civil proceedings. Madam Speaker, The Enforcement Division will create no departure from what currently obtains, and we are of the firm view that this provides a necessary balance which maintains the rule of law. In the transition to the new authority, we are providing the public officers at the Board of Inland Revenue and the Custom and Excise Division with a range of options adequate to their circumstances. They can retire voluntarily, they can transfer to the authority, including the Enforcement Division, or they can remain in the public service. Appropriate consultations will be held with all concerned with a view to ensuring an orderly transition process. And move now to the Gambling Control Commission. Madam Speaker, for many years, the Gambling, Gaming and Betting Control Act was unable to secure the special majority vote of Parliament, leaving our large gambling sector unregulated with great potential for criminality and wrongdoing. We are now indeed pleased that the Parliament has seen it fit to pass the Gambling, Gaming and Betting Control Act 2021. With the August 21 proclamation of certain sections of the Act, the procedural framework for making operational the Gambling Control Commission is now in place. I envisage that all owners and operators of gaming establishments and gaming machines will fall soon under the licensing regime. It has been estimated that the gambling industry, with good sustainable jobs, is a $16 billion industry, and under regulation and the tax regime, tax collection could be as high as $500 million per annum, thereby making a vital contribution to the process for achieving our medium-term fiscal sustainability. We expect to generate our first streams of proper gaming revenue in financial year 2022, with full revenue generation in the years following. Turn now to property tax. Madam Speaker, concerning the development of the property tax regime, I wish to point out that contrary to the narrative introduced by the members opposite, property tax is not a new tax. It simply replaces the old land and building tax system, which was in place in Trinidad and Tobago for 100 years before the repeal of that law in 2010. Property tax is simply land and building tax in a modern format. And under this government, property tax is intended to put local government bodies on a solid footing by providing a steady and secure stream of funding for their development program. Contrary to speculation, no property tax is being collected at this time. Emphasis is now being placed on the development of valuation rolls, which are essential prerequisites to the collection of property tax. The valuation rolls must be populated by a minimum of 50% of properties in any class before collection can commence. Initially, the submission of returns by property owners, occupiers, or agents, and the conduct of site inspections were implemented voluntarily to access property data for the valuation roll. To date, 127,969 valuation return forms were submitted for the valuation roll by property owners and occupiers, which, although substantial, is insufficient to commence tax collection. Site visits to conduct site inspections commenced in 2018. The processing of data analysis commenced in 2019 with the development of the valuation information system. Initially, the division placed an immediate focus on residential properties. The Valuation Division has since adopted a revised strategy to access property records. Under Section 29 of the Valuation of Land Act, it developed a public notice and a new return with detailed instructions. The new return has been designed to allow for 1, increased participation of property owners and occupiers in the process. They put in their information. And 2, a reduction in time taken to process a return after it is received. A Valuation Division website was also developed for the sole purpose of assisting persons in possession of residential land, commercial land, agricultural land, or any other combination of mixed use to access, complete, and submit returns required by the Commission of Valuations pursuant to Section 29 of the Act. In early 2021, Preparation for mandatory submission of returns by property owners, occupiers, and agents commenced. On September 6, 2021, the public notice was issued for submission of returns, and the website was officially launched. Accordingly, access to the new return is being facilitated via the website and via Valuation Division offices and TT Posts, direct mail delivery to property owners and occupiers. Submission of returns is facilitated online or via drop boxes at Valuation Division offices and municipal corporations in regions where valuation divisions are not present. The public notice was published in the local newspapers, informing property owners of the need to submit valuation return forms and all other accompanying documents. This request, issued by the Commissioner of Valuations, as I indicated, commenced on September 6th, and the deadline for submission of returns by property owners, occupiers, or the agents is November the 30th, 2021. Following the submission of completed returns and the completion of the requisite activities by the Valuation Division, it is expected that the Commissioner of Valuations will have the property data required to complete the valuation roles. Madam Speaker, we believe that the resumption of the collection of taxes on property is long overdue. And we envisage, very importantly, we envisage property tax collection as a significant revenue item for local government in the years ahead. The mortgage bank. In the absence of an adequate private sector response to the demand from low and middle income earners, public action through the National Housing Authority and its successor institution, the Housing Development Corporation, responded to the increasing demand. This integrated public-private sector approach has been delivering housing units but cannot meet the existing huge demand for low and middle income housing. With a limited resource envelope, the Housing Development Corporation is unable to construct and sell houses at the pace required. This is so despite its substantial public financial support, supplemented by the Home Mortgage Bank, a fundraising institution which is wholly owned by the National Insurance Board and the Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Finance Company Limited, a loan origination institution, the majority of whose shares are owned by the National Insurance Board of Trinidad and Tobago. We are of the view that the improvement in fundraising and expansion of loan origination would drive expansion in the public sector mortgage market. A higher mortgage turnover rate and expanded financing for the Housing Development Corporation would lead to sales and construction of a higher number of housing units, a policy objective of this administration. In this regard, I wish to announce that in 2022, the government will move to restructure the HDC to make a clear distinction between its landlord function as an owner and manager of rental accommodation and its developmental function as a builder of affordable houses for sale to the general public. Madam Speaker, we believe that a merger of the Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Finance Company Limited and the Home Mortgage Bank will create adequate synergies to ensure approved alignment with the delivery of the government's national housing program, a stronger customer value proposition, and increased shareholder value. Greater mortgage loan availability would lead to a larger financing turnover in the mortgage sector and a gradual reduction in the demand for houses. As a result, we have agreed to the merger of the Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Finance Company and the Home Mortgage Bank, creating in the process the Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Bank. We intend to make an initial public offer of the government shares in a new entity to further encourage public participation in the capital market. Barring unforeseen circumstances, the alignment of the operations of both entities is expected to be completed in the first half of fiscal 2022. Statistical Institute. Madam Speaker, we are hopeful that this Parliament would debate and adopt the current legislation establishing the National Statistical Institute in the near future. It is long overdue. The current situation where national statistics are months and sometimes years out of date is completely unsatisfactory. We can no longer avoid in this integrated world of finance and economics the real-time publication of economic and financial data. Up-to-date and quality information driven by digital technology is essential for timely decision-making, especially in this world of volatile activities. In the interim, we intend to move proactively to ensure that the Central Statistical Office proactively utilizes its wide powers of information gathering and powers of entry under the existing Statistics Act, and to approve data consistency and reliability and timely publication of data under the 26 types of statistics identified in the first schedule to the Act. This is particularly important because the government has recently agreed to subscribe fully to the IMF Enhanced General Data Dissemination System. In fact, there's an article in the newspaper today where the IMF has announced that Trinidad and Tobago is making its data available internationally, which supports improved data transparency, encourages statistical development, and very importantly, helps create synergies between data dissemination and policy making. Procurement. Madam Speaker, in 2020, the Act to amend the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act was amended. The amended replaced the previous impractical definition of bid rigging, removed the conflict of interest placed upon the regulator by the Parent Act, which had curiously made the office responsible for both the disposal of real property and the regulation of same, provided some flexibility around procurement under government-to-government agreements and other arrangements with international bodies, and excluded procurement of specialist services from tendering procedures. We have since been finalizing the infrastructure for the administration of the procurement legislation. In July 21, a package of regulations required to operationalize the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act was laid in this Parliament for public comment. The legislative package consists of a total of 10 individual regulations, and it is envisaged that with parliamentary adoption of the legislation and the completion of the procurement training programs, the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act will become operational in 2022. Comments are being received, and the other sets of regulations required to fully operationalize the Act are being drafted. It is expected that after the budget exercise is completed, all comments made will be examined and the regulations debated and passed in this House. Fuel liberalization. Madam Speaker, we have created a credible and reliable pricing system for fuels, within which the fuel market could be finally liberalized. We made this commitment 1 year ago, with the broad framework being removal of fixed retail margins for premium gasoline, super gasoline, and diesel, with petroleum retailers and dealers being allowed to fix their margins for these petroleum products. Keeping wholesale margins fixed by the government for all liquid petroleum products. Applying an appropriate but reasonable tax to compensate for the fuel surplus which is generated on the sale of gasoline when oil prices are depressed. The Ministry of Energy and Industries posting the market-based wholesale price of premium gasoline, super gasoline, and diesel on the first day of each month, except for the price of kerosene and LPG, which will remain under the subsidy mechanism. Let me repeat that. Kerosene and LPG will remain under the subsidy mechanism. And the government setting a retail margin ceiling for each petroleum product to minimize price fluctuations and protect the end consumers of premium gasoline, super gasoline, and diesel. Since that time, the legislative amendments to the Petroleum Act and the Petroleum Production Levy and Subsidy Act required to implement the liberalization of the fuels market were finalized in the Finance Act 2021. The legislation was assented to in July 2021. We are now completing the design of the infrastructure within which the commencement of the liberalization of fuel prices could be initiated, with due regard to the impact of fuel prices on the most vulnerable in society. I will address the government's plans to assist lower income groups to offset any increases in fuel prices, among other things, such as utility rates, later on in my speech. Special economic zones. Madam Speaker, to be compliant with the requirements of the Global Forum and the EU, we are repealing the Free Zones Act and in its place establishing a Special Economic Zones Authority. designed to regulate designated special economic zones. The authority's function will include reviewing and assessing the performance of all special economic zones, formulating standards and prescribing codes of practice to be observed by operators in the special economic zone, facilitating an enabling environment in areas designated as special economic zones, developing the modern infrastructure required to attract foreign direct investment and stimulating domestic investment, promoting economic development in local communities and advancing further diversification of the economy. The Minister of Trade will expand on the Special Economic Zones Authority during the budget debate. I move now to the Trade and Investment Promotion Agency. We are enhancing trade and foreign direct investment through the merger of Invest TT and Export TT in the first instance. There are currently 13 entities which perform trade and investment promotion functions, suggesting that there is a need for increased efficiency and coordination in the execution of both types of promotion activities. Prudent and transformative action is now needed to diversify the economy and reduce expenditure. The current economic climate provides a good opportunity for restructuring the country's trade and investment institutional arrangements. A newly established Trade and Investment Promotion Agency will achieve these objectives by reducing the need for multiple overlapping agencies duplicating the same work. The creation of this new agency will also bring our trade and investment promotion institutional arrangements closer to international best practice, allowing for more targeted and focused efforts and bringing the country closer to obtaining its economic diversification goals. This approach builds on the success and lessons learned from the establishment of the single electronic window, which has reduced the need for multiple visits to multiple agencies for those conducting business, resulting in greater efficiency and customer satisfaction. The Trinidad and Tobago International Financial Center. It is well established that a country's level of financial technology, fintech, development is highly related to improvements in financial inclusion, in particular in emerging economies. As fintech solutions develop in a country, progressively more people will have access to essential financial services like bank accounts and the ability to save and access credit. The government has made significant policy inroads related to the development and enablement of that sector. We have introduced the e-money issuer EMI order, which came into effect in August of 2020. This allows for the participation of e-money issuers and fintechs to provide services alongside the banking sector as long as regulatory and operational requirements are met. In September 21, we also implemented guidance for the banking sector to allow for relaxed and simplified know your customer rules to make opening bank accounts easier for individuals whom traditional requirements might otherwise exclude. Let me repeat that. In September, just last month, we implemented guidance for the banking sector to allow for relaxed and simplified know your customer rules to make opening bank accounts easier for individuals whom traditional requirements might otherwise exclude. A risk-based approach has been promulgated. As part of the amended mandate of the International Financial Center, the agency will directly support the Ministry of Finance and other stakeholders in executing the initiatives in progressing the fintech agenda through the development of a national financial inclusion strategy and action plan to pursue a single approach to financial inclusion aimed at increasing participation within the formal economy by 1, accelerating digitalization of payments across the government through the enablement of multiple electronic funds transfer methods across receivers of revenue within the public sector, fully digital. Facilitating investment opportunities from international fintechs, focus on developing local capabilities for export potential through the development of a fintech hub. This hub is envisaged as the major means through which Trinidad and Tobago will provide greater opportunities for fintech startups and established players to develop and scale up their operations. This hub will significantly increase the number of entrepreneurs who successfully transition from startup to export-ready fintech and fintech-enabled services and products, thereby improving business sustainability, overall economic growth contribution from the export of these services. In my last budget statement, Madam Speaker, I laid out a broad agenda for resetting the economy for growth and transformation based on the roadmap to recovery. And I propose in this statement to continue that process as we scale up our vaccination rollout program. Within our resource envelope, we are completing many of our ongoing infrastructure projects, many. In terms of digital transformation, we had to adapt, as many others did in the global economy, to new ways of working and doing business in the global response to the COVID-19 pandemic. This process of change heralded an accelerated adoption of digital technology to remain relevant. Business models began to make greater use of electronic transactions. In fact, Madam Speaker, many people now prefer electronic transactions. It became very clear that digital transformation is synonymous with convenience, speed, and the ease of doing business. We acknowledge, nevertheless, that the pandemic and the closure of physical schools have impacted our children's physical interactions, social development, and mental and emotional well-being. And we wish to commend our teachers who have embraced the challenge to transition to new classroom methodologies, in particular online teaching. Many of our teachers serve the dual role of parent and educator, and online education is here to stay. Madam Speaker, digital transformation drives a twofold process. It stimulates more competitive business and facilitates the emergence of the digital sector. We must now become a supplier of digital goods and services, with such goods and services made in Trinidad and Tobago for Trinidad and Tobago. We must transition from being a consumer of digital products manufactured in other countries. Simultaneously, our businesses must digitize. They must have online presence. That is, they must have a digital footprint, online marketplace, and digitally-enabled value chains. They will need to improve their efficiencies and effectiveness as a condition for competing in the current global marketplace. This is an opportunity to have a global market rather than a domestic market. Leaders in digital economies are countries that have made investments in digital infrastructure and talent and have a thriving e-commerce environment. We have the raw yet untapped talent and therefore the potential to transform ourselves into a prominent digital economy. A small nation can become a leader. It only takes one digital product or service to create the momentum for the shift. We have been implementing a range of initiatives aimed at improving the efficiency and effectiveness of the government. We are witnessing a positive impact on the population and economy. The deepening and widening of the digital transformation process will continue to generate economies of scale. The e-state apparatus is demonstrating value for money. It represents reduced overall expenditure, while at the same time facilitates improved productivity and competitiveness nationally, as citizens and business take advantage of the wide range of our e-services. Madam Speaker, we believe that information and communications technology is a public good, as it serves to reduce aggressively the digital divide. We are ensuring that our citizens enjoy robust, high-quality, affordable internet access and have devices for connecting to the internet for work or play. We are providing our citizens with the skills and with access to the required support to use the technology online competently, safely, responsibly, and productively. We will continue to expand our suite of technological products in creating a digital economy. TT Wi-Fi, our Wi-Fi, will continue to provide free broadband access in highly populated and frequented areas such as transport hubs, hospital waiting rooms, libraries, and schools. At present, the rollout of TT Wi-Fi is live at 10 transport hubs and 16 libraries. The initiative will continue in 2022, driven by TSTT, Telecommunication Services. This company, in collaboration with internet service providers, will roll out additional TT Wi-Fi sites at all transport hubs, all libraries, all schools, and all health facilities. And free Wi-Fi is facilitating our education into a smart society, and in particular, our requirements for personal security. We will partner with local developers to create apps to be provided free of charge to our citizens. This facility, in tandem with the free Wi-Fi service, will strengthen the security environment, allowing our citizens to go about their business safely and securely. ICT access centers are already benefiting our citizens in digitally underserved communities. These centers are providing our citizens with computers, internet access, training, printing, and scanning services, and we plan to expand this facility. In 2022, the number of ICT access centers is being increased from 6 to 50. We are introducing value-added services, in particular increased training. We will provide business incubation support services, and we will ensure that community participation in the digital trust is fostered and promoted. Digital skills training will be added to the in-person information technology training provided at the ICT access centers. 10,000 persons will be provided with digital skills training, followed by another 2,000 under an arrangement with the Microsoft Philanthropic Group. Broadband service will be provided in underserved communities. We plan to collect at least 25 underserved communities in 2022 and will continue the program until Trinidad and Tobago is fully connected digitally. We are transforming the telecommunications sector to enhance its contribution to GDP from the present level of 4% to 8%. That's our target. We are putting in place the foundation on which this country will become a producer and supplier of digital goods and services. We are harnessing our local talent to produce, innovate, deliver, and eventually export digital goods and services. An enabling legislative framework represents an important driving force to achieve meaningful and universal connectivity. The enabling legislative framework will be anchored on a raft of existing legislation. The e-legislative agenda will be comprehensive, including amending existing legislation and introducing new legislation where needed. In 2021, we updated the Data Protection and Electronic Transactions Act. In 2022, we will finalize the Cybercrime Bill and amend the Telecommunications Act. We will introduce legislation to enable, most importantly, Madam Speaker, a national digital identity with all of the necessary assurances and coverage to ensure the security and privacy of information exchange. Another measure, the Digital Developer Hub, is a second measure for collaborating with the private sector, academia, and small local developers, including individuals, to establish a platform for the development of software and applications which meet global standards. Software and apps will be developed by our local talent for use in Trinidad and Tobago, and this will allow developers to create digital solutions which would include an online local marketplace. Over the last 18 months of the COVID-19 pandemic, local artisans and cottage industries were adversely affected, losing several potential avenues to showcase, display, and sell their craft and talent. We are proposing to develop an online store to generate income for local craft persons who would advertise and sell their work. We will also provide this group of artists with the knowledge to be effective entrepreneurs and business people. We will support them through training. Digital wallets will be introduced to speed up transactions, improve security, and identify fintech opportunities. And technical skills training represents the third measure in building the backbone of our digital economy. We will focus on technical skills development. We cannot afford to use valuable foreign exchange to pay for cybersecurity, blockchain, 5G, and other proprietary software. We are acquiring the appropriate knowledge from Estonia, and this is being done through a memorandum of understanding with that country, the acknowledged world leader in digital transformation and technical skills training opportunities. We're ensuring that training and development are tied into projects which are delivering solutions for the government or the business community. Madam Speaker, we set up in record time the TT Travel Pass solution and the TT Vaccine Appointment System. We are aiming to have an e-government service where citizens or business entities can have their interactions with the state fully automated and where their privacy will be assured. We will establish for each citizen a digital ID account which any individual will be able to use subsequently without having to repeat the provision of biodata, the once only principle. Portals will allow the current TT Connect to become a more modern platform and interface. Citizens can expect an improved experience. E-government services will be provided through this one portal. The National Digital ID and Interoperability ecosystem will be facilitated by a unique digital ID which identifies the user as we move ahead in our digital nation trust. In 2022, we will introduce a pilot project. The National Digital ID will improve the management and issuance of social service grants and access to and provision of health services. This will kickstart the Collect Once principle, which aims to shorten the time taken to deliver services online and in person by reducing time spent verifying identity. It will also herald the start of the process of having a consolidated repository of information that is clean and up to date and used to improve the citizen experience with government services. However, Madam Speaker, we cannot pursue digital transformation on its own. We must secure the participation and cooperation of our citizens. We will create an enrollment process that will allow the state to verify the identity of all its citizens. While it might be perceived as being behind, as we might be perceived as being behind in the digital ID race, we wish to get right this digital transformation process. Our objective is for Trinidad and Tobago to become a model for the region in the building of digital infrastructure and capacity. Now to construction. We are focusing on the construction sector as a critical pillar to anchor our drive for sustaining growth and accelerated national development. The sector has already achieved a degree of importance in the national economy, contributing 5.5% to gross domestic product and employing 15 to 18% of our labor force. Our portfolio of infrastructure projects has entered the shovel-worthy status as they have adhered to the desired planning and design principles. They cover significant areas in our public developmental agenda. New and refurbished hospitals, a network of roads and highways, as well as bridges and walkovers, the building, repair and maintenance of houses, industrial parks, and commercial and industrial buildings, schools, airports, and sewer systems. These projects are catalyzing and stimulating the economy. And notwithstanding the challenging environment created by COVID-19, including restrictive health measures, we have been able to complete several major construction projects. For example, the Curup interchange was opened in April 2020. The Moruga Agro-Processing and Light Industrial Park was commissioned in July 2020. The Arima Hospital was commissioned in June 2020, and the Point 14 Hospital in July 2020. Other projects are at various stages of completion. The highway network is improving land transportation, and its framework is based on the requirements advanced in the National Transportation Framework 2017 to 2020. The road network reflects key features of a developed country, which include the quality of infrastructure and transportation services. We recognize that high-quality infrastructure will unlock economic potential and will ensure that growth and opportunities are distributed throughout the country with employment-creating businesses in a cycle of investment attention. We have adopted a systematic and comprehensive approach to building strong infrastructure and transportation systems that are resilient and high quality. The Development Bank of Latin America is providing US $175 million for a sector-wide approach program for modernized transportation infrastructure, which is consistent with the objectives of the pipeline projects the bank is already financing. The Churchill Roosevelt Highway extension to Manzanilla represents 5 kilometers of highway connecting the communities of Wallerfield, Kamuto, and Guayco. To diminish traffic congestion, the roadway will also provide an alternative route for entry and exit to the town of Sangre Grande. 100,000 citizens will benefit from the ease of connectivity by this new highway, which is being built for $1.7 billion. The first phase of this highway should be completed in 2022, allowing better access to Sangre Grande. The Valencia to Toco Road will increase opportunities for business and economic investments for the eastern region, in particular the communities between Matlot and Sangre Grande. Detailed designs and statutory approvals are completed, and construction is expected to commence in 2022. The Solomon Hochoy Highway extension to Point Fortin will create greater ease of access to the Dunlop roundabout in Point Fortin out of Golconda, Debe, Pinal, Siparia, and Faizabad. The completed highway will make a crucial contribution to the development and growth of the communities connected by the highway, including Debe, Mondesir, Faizabad, Labre, and Point Fortin. In 2022, the priority link is scheduled to be completed, Dumfries to Dunlop and Faizabad to Mondesir. A vehicular and pedestrian bridge overpass is being constructed in Diego Martin, with completion scheduled for 2022. The connectivity for the commuters from the Diego Martin Valley heading into the Western Peninsula will be significantly improved as current times are reduced and road safety and network efficiency upgraded. The Macoya interchange will continue the process of eliminating traffic lights in the east-west corridor along the Churchill-Roosevelt Highway, while providing safe crossing facilities for pedestrians in the Macoya area. Construction of the Macoya interchange is expected to commence in 2022. Madam Speaker, we have been improving our air transportation capability by upgrading our airports, in particular at Piarco International, where security is being enhanced, and at the A&R Robinson International Airport, where interim works are upgrading the existing terminal for improved services, with new construction establishing a new terminal. The new terminal at the A&R Robinson International Airport is in the final stages of detailed design and land acquisition, and construction of the new terminal building is scheduled to commence in 2022. Upon completion of construction, Tobago will benefit from an international airport with sufficient capacity and level of service to expand the hotel room stock and become a key catalyst in revitalizing and expanding its tourism industry. However, in the interim, provisional facilities are being upgraded in the current terminal area, which would allow the current average daily passenger flow of 8,000 to benefit from the existing service level of domestic and cargo operations. Sea transportation is being improved with the development of port infrastructure in both Trinidad and Tobago. The Toco port will facilitate economic development in Toco and surrounding communities between Matlot and Grande, and importantly improve the connectivity between Trinidad and Tobago. Construction will commence after the satisfactory completion of the environmental impact assessment, which is in progress. 2 ultra-modern new fast ferries have been added to the existing sea transport capacity between Trinidad and Tobago. The APT James commenced service in February 2021 and the Bucko Reef in June 2021, bringing a high level of service reliability, capacity, and comfort for passengers on the sea bridge. The integrated fishing port and facilities at Grand Chemin, Moruga will bring improved facilities for the fishing communities of Moruga and surrounding communities of Grand Chemin, La Rufin, and Marac. The proposed Tobago Marina in southwest Tobago, which is to be funded in the first instance by government, is scheduled for commencement of construction in 2023, once all statutory approvals are obtained, and will add a vital component to the tourism infrastructure in Tobago. We are closely monitoring the adverse effects of climate change and rising sea levels on our shorelines. Stabilization works are progressing at the Capterville shoreline, where 950 meters of shoreline, almost a kilometer, are being protected from coastal erosion. This project is scheduled for completion in June 2022. Similar type works are taking place in Matlot, where 425 meters of coastline along the Paria Main Road are being protected. We are attaching a great deal of importance to this project, given that this roadway is the only access to Matlot. The completion date is imminent. In Mayaro, Guayagari, 550 meters of coastline are being protected with a scheduled completion date of October 2022. Madam Speaker, the upcoming demand for funding requirements for what I have just outlined will far exceed our ability to meet the required demand, especially due to the impact of COVID-19 additional expenditure. To that end, we are considering alternative sources of financing, in particular public-private partnerships. We've already agreed to introduce the private sector into the state-owned National Marine and Maintenance Services Company to establish a state-of-the-art ship repair and maintenance industry. We are also seeking experienced international shipping businesses, cargo handling and cruise shipping to enter into a public-private partnership with the Port Authority of Trinidad and Tobago to improve port handling and cruise operations. To date, a request for information has been issued, and we expect that a request for proposals will be issued shortly. And we have in train, Madam Speaker, an additional inventory of substantial projects which will accelerate momentum across the construction industry throughout the next 2-year period, including the San Fernando Waterfront Redevelopment Program, the Port of Spain Redevelopment Program, the Skinner Park Redevelopment Program, and the Urban Renewal and Revitalization Program. We envisage significant opportunities emanating from this dynamic construction program. To note agriculture. Madam Speaker, our roadmap to recovery accorded food security the highest priority to address the COVID-19 pandemic-induced challenges anticipated in respect of food security. Agriculture is the basic source of food supply, and our food security program will raise consistently the contribution of agriculture to economic development. Our proposed solutions are not only game-changing, but pragmatic. They are well aligned to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We designed this program of action from broad-based consultations with non-governmental organizations, the private sector, academia, civil society, and other stakeholders. We have made agriculture in all its facets a tax-free industry, and we are building on this base, the confidence-inducing effects of which will facilitate investment in the sector by our investors and farmers. Farmers will now be able to invest their time, energy, and finances in the development of the sector, thereby making the sector much more attractive, especially for young entrepreneurs. Madam Speaker, we had established a substantial agriculture stimulus fund in the Ministry of Finance for the use by the Ministry of Agriculture to fund the expansion, production, and marketing of selected high-demand commodities with short production cycles such as vegetables, legumes, roots and tubers, grains, fruits, small livestock. The funding is intended to support the securing of adequate quality seeds, the use of an alternative feedstock, and the regularization of land issues to accelerate land tenure and access to idle state lands. This fund is in addition to the normal budgetary allocation to the agriculture sector, and it represents a substantial increase over a normal year's allocation for agriculture. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Agriculture has advised that over the last year, it has worked assiduously to design and plan a series of agriculture projects and programs to access the stimulus package, and that several of these projects are ready to commence. As a result, I intend to allocate $300 million in the first instance to the Agriculture Stimulus Package Fund in the Ministry of Finance for fiscal 2022. Madam Speaker, food and nutrition security is progressing through several well-conceptualized initiatives. Local production of nutritious food to reduce dependence on imported food and inputs is being increasingly supported. A more technologically advanced agriculture system is being built, including digital transformation, improving productivity, expanding cold storage facilities to reduce losses, and in the process, increasing the availability of the domestic food supply. The linkages along the food value and distribution chains are being strengthened to make more locally produced food available within the country, in particular in the school feeding program, as well as the social welfare network. The national marketing infrastructure is being supported to facilitate linking farmers to markets. Food boxes are being packaged and distributed to vulnerable families, complemented with social support programs where families continue to receive food cards to meet their food and nutrition security needs. An access road repair program to commence in 2022 will cover 80 kilometers and provide relief for over 400 farmers at a cost of $75 million. The areas include Matlot, Toko, Manzanilla, Sangre Grande, Talparo, Wallerfield, Maracas, St. Joseph, Tunapuna, Orange Grove, Braco Seco, Paria, Blagices, Lupino, and Paramin. In the productive Plum Mitan area, $11 million is committed for the replacement in 2022 of the decades-old pumps as well as access road repair. These initiatives are now being fully implemented. All 41 members of parliament are deeply aware that the packaging and distribution of food boxes to vulnerable families had a significant impact in their constituencies in the period May to September 21. By the end of September 2021, we delivered food packages for 136,000 families. 136,000 families through the 41 members of parliament and 49 families through the 138 local government councillors and 12 Tobago assemblymen combined. That is 185,000 food packages in 5 months. Our initial target for the 5-month period was 125,000 at a cost of $62 million. Apart from the members of parliament, councillors and assemblymen, we also distributed extra produce packages to non-governmental organizations, including Pan Trinbago, National Carnival Bands Association, Coterie of Social Workers, Blind Welfare Association, Trinidad and Tobago Yacht Club, Police Youth Clubs, Trinbago Unified Calypsonians Organization, the Students Guild of the University of the West Indies, faith-based organizations, and many individual families who reached out for help. Madam Speaker, I can also say with some confidence that because of the enabling environment the government has built, there is at this time more than $200 million in private sector investment being made in livestock production, poultry production, including duck farming and processing, rabbit rearing and processing, hatcheries, greenhouses, processing, seafood processing, and agro-processing for export markets. In particular, Aripo Livestock Limited has already invested $22 million in the public-private partnership livestock project in Aripo, and in 2020 will invest another $20 million. The Nutrimix Group has completed the modern hatchery facility in Couva at a cost of over $60 million. Central Farms, which produces 1 million pounds of duck meat annually, is expanding and is expected to make a further $10 million investment in 2022 to expand capacity. Namdevco has settled on a partner for the incomplete packing house in Couva. That partner will make $1 million investment in the next year. Novo has just launched its $60 million agro-processing facility in Couva, and in the next 18 months will make an additional $5 to $10 million investment in the local agriculture sector. PriceSmart's investment in a modern produce distribution center in the new Phoenix Park Industrial Estate will be several $1 million of investment in the next year. The rice parboiling plant, which is a $15 million investment by Trinidad Parboil Limited in Couva, will commence construction in early 2022. Sprout Farms will begin construction of its $6 million modern greenhouse facility in St. Joseph before the end of 2021. And at least one investor is currently sourcing equipment to outfit one of the units at the Maruga Agro and Light Industrial Park, and that investment will be $3 million to $5 million over the next 18 months. Madam Speaker, there has been a lot of discussion on the recent evolution of food prices. We are well aware that food prices have increased significantly amid the global shortages and supply chain disruptions, including increased cost of transport and freight. But in most cases, we expect that food prices will subside to pre-pandemic ranges in 2022 once the transitory disturbances work their way through food prices. The Minister of Agriculture will expand on these and other initiatives during his contribution to the debate. I turn now to manufacturing. Madam Speaker, the manufacturing sector has always been important and dynamic in our domestic economy. In 2020, it has been contributing 19.3% of gross domestic product and has been employing over 52,000 people. The sector has been a catalyst for achieving economic transformation, expansion, and diversification as we chart a new and innovation-driven future in the post-pandemic. We will continue our facilitative role in the expansion of businesses, and we will collaborate with the sector for it to transition into one which is globally competitive, innovative, and productive. We are supporting the Trinidad and Tobago Manufacturers Association in its drive to double by 2025 non-energy manufacturing exports. The sector is already benefiting from the Forex facility at the Exim Bank. In 2020, 97 businesses have utilized US 100 million. And in the period January to August 2021, 107 manufacturing businesses have already utilized US 81.2 million, all geared for boosting exports. We are introducing several transformative measures which will build a strong foundation for future development and expansion. We are focusing on improving the relative ease of doing business. We were assured that we would improve our current position of 105 out of 150 in the World Bank Doing Business Report 2020. However, there's a caveat. About 3 weeks ago, the World Bank cancelled the Doing Business series on country business climates, citing internal audits, while an independent probe found that several senior World Bank staff pressured staff to alter data in favor of several countries. The analysis and conclusions in these ease of business documents have now been tainted. In keeping with our digitization program, we have strengthened the single electronic window for trade and business facilitation. And we have improved the investment framework for approval and facilitation of investment in the non-energy sector. We are implementing an electronic funds transfer framework across the public sector to allow payments to be made electronically to the government. We are expanding the voluntary compliance program under the Customs and Excise Division so that procedures associated with shipments of bona fide importers can be fast-tracked. We're improving access to finance and foreign exchange by ensuring the timely release of VAT refunds and completing the recapitalization of the Exim Bank to meet the peculiar needs of the manufacturing sector. We have put in place special windows within 4 commercial banks to offer facilities to small and medium enterprises. We are taking steps to list small and medium enterprises on the Trinidad and Tobago Stock Exchange, for which there is a junior stock exchange facility, and to provide eligible enterprises with appropriate tax incentives. We are setting up a new catalytic fund at the Exim Bank, where export-oriented companies in both the manufacturing and service sectors will be able to access financial support to generate increased exports and earn more foreign exchange. We're improving production capability and promoting new and niche products, and we are doing so by accelerating the implementation of the National Quality Policy, which will ensure adherence to international standards and technical regulations. This policy program would guarantee reliable measurements and set up a system that will allow accreditation of testing and certification facilities. We will enhance human resource capacity in the manufacturing sector through a national vocational training strategy, which would create skilled employees for the manufacturing sector. We will achieve this objective by working with relevant vocational qualification standards, as well as through a national apprenticeship program. Let me repeat that. We will achieve this objective by working with relevant vocational qualification standards, as well as through a national apprenticeship program model along the German vocational education and training system, which is highly recognized worldwide. We will expand export growth to traditional and non-traditional markets, utilizing the expertise of our leading export promotion agency. We will negotiate and expand trade agreements to improve market access, focusing on Central and Latin America, the wider Caribbean, the Asian economies, and Africa. We will also establish trade facilitation offices in selected overseas markets, including Jamaica, Guyana with responsibility for Suriname and Belize, England with responsibility for the European Union, United States, Ghana, and Beijing, China. We will continue to focus on the CARICOM single market and economy, which has been a fundamental pillar on which our national and regional sustainable development was built. To that end, through our diplomatic efforts, our Prime Minister, during his chairmanship of CARICOM between January and August 21, has been able to place the CSME on the front burner for action. We will amend the Immigration Caribbean Community Skills National Act to expand the categories eligible for free movement from 5 to 10, with 2 further categories awaiting the approval of the definitions at the CARICOM level. The new legislation will afford Trinidad and Tobago nationals the opportunity to seek employment and live in participating CARICOM member states and vice versa. This government has listened to the national and regional private sectors who support the free movement of skills, which will allow them to access the skilled and unskilled human resources needed to fill skills gaps, expand their operational capacity, and facilitate post-pandemic innovation and growth. The opportunity is not limited to nationals residing in Trinidad and Tobago, but is also available to members of our diaspora wishing to return to the region with skills and resources to contribute to its development. We will establish the Innovation Incubator Project, which entails collaboration between the University of the West Indies and business entities to provide a space where young entrepreneurs can get advice or locate their businesses and help one another develop. This project will provide an avenue for building and encouraging entrepreneurship among young people throughout the country in key sectors as agriculture. We'll provide $50 million in professional services and support to small and medium enterprises, specifically in the areas of accounting services, record keeping, training, management, inventory control, and health and safety, and to ensure that they meet the statutory obligations. This came out of our SME loan program, Madam Speaker, where we found that so many small businesses are woefully deficient in these areas. So we're going to help them. We're providing $50 million for that. This program will be managed by the Ministry of Finance. We are modernizing and repurposing e-tech as a facilitator of commercial development. We are targeting firms in specific areas of high value and light manufacturing in emerging industries and accommodating them in new modern industrial parks. For example, the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate is a modern economic zone situated at a unique location for domestic and international investors seeking to establish operations in Trinidad and Tobago, and being close to the second largest port in the country, the port of Point Lisas, a major containerized cargo port. Investors wishing to locate in this zone will have the advantage of easy access to regional and global consumer markets. The industrial estate will be completed in 2022 and is being constructed by Beijing Construction Engineering Group Company under the Belt and Road Initiative being pioneered by the People's Republic of China. This industrial estate aims to build an environmental protection, ecological, and fully functional industrial park with light industry and high additional value. It is intended to be a world-class facility that would meet our requirements for economic diversification. Chinese enterprises will now have a platform in this region to expand into the Latin American market. Tourism and cultural industries. Madam Speaker, tourism and culture contribute significantly to domestic economic activity, and we are taking the advantage of the opportunities for synergies among culture, arts, and tourism. We are building and expanding our cultural arts. We will monetize these assets through proper marketing and promotion. The tourism and cultural sectors have been hardest hit by the COVID-19 pandemic as borders to international and regional visitors were closed. Hotels and guest houses have seen occupancy rates plummet. The suspension of the cruise season has reduced visitor arrivals and visitor spending, but we are focusing on the reopening of the tourism sector, in particular business tourism, ecotourism, sports tourism, festivals and event tourism. We're ensuring that these sectors will become economically viable and will contribute more significantly to the national economy, employment and competitiveness. Our major tourist sites and attractions are being modernized and upgraded at globally accepted standards to attract both domestic and international tourism, including Las Cuevas Beach, Manzanilla Beach, Maracas Beach, Labre Pitch Lake, Galera Point Lighthouse, and the Paramin Lookout. Cultural performance and heritage spaces are being updated. Queen's Hall, Naparima Bowl, National Academy for the Performing Arts, Southern Academy for the Performing Arts, National Museum and Art Gallery, the Museum of the City of Port of Spain, and Stallmeyer's Castle. We will also utilize any or all steel orchestras, such as Desperados, All Stars, Invaders, Renegades, Supernovas, Phase 2, Skiffle, and Cats in Jammers, among others, and brand them tourism ambassadors. This will showcase local talent and create employment opportunities among our young, talented people. The long-term competitiveness of our tourism and cultural sector has been assigned to Tourism Trinidad Limited and a similar company, Tobago Tourism Agency Limited in Tobago, leaving regulation and management to the Trinidad and Tobago Tourism Regulatory and Licensing Authority. This particular governance model has been particularly successful in Trinidad by improving the tourism product offerings and enhancing visitor experiences through a compelling internationally recognized destination brand. KLM Airlines is set to begin a new service before the end of this year. This airline collaboration with Air France and SkyTeam will increase our presence in Europe, ensuring our destination remains central to the plans of potential visitors. The expansion in our hotel room stock will ensure accommodation for an expanded visitor presence. The existing tourism incentives are being utilized to catalyze new plants and refurbishments and renovations of existing plants. Superior Hotels, Trinidad and Tobago Limited, is reconfiguring the 55 apartment-style guest room hotel at the former Carlton Savannah. The new hotel, the Bricks by Marriott, will offer 163 four-star global standard guest rooms upon its opening before the end of this year. Towers Hospitality Group Limited is constructing a new hotel in Tobago, the Comfort Inn and Suites. The hotel has been designed to international mid-scale levels, and it will offer 74 guest rooms upon its opening before the end of the year. Prestige Hotels Limited is proposing to develop a 152 guest room hotel under the Sheraton brand in the vicinity of the Piarco International Airport. The Financial Complex Suites Limited, with 79 guest rooms, is scheduled for opening in 2022. A Marriott-branded $500 million luxury hotel is to be constructed by Superior Hotels Limited at Rocky Point, Tobago. The hotel, which is a joint venture between Superior Hotels and E-Tech, will be commissioned in 2025. That's a projected date. When completed, the project will comprise 200 rooms, 28 luxury duplex residences, 11 single-family villas, and 12 townhouses. 750 jobs will be created during the construction phase and 250 permanent jobs when completed. Madam Speaker, property owners have been upgrading their accommodation facilities to first-class levels through access to our incentive program, the upgrade of small approved tourism properties, with 1 to 5 guest rooms and the Trinidad and Tobago hotel and guest room stock upgrade program, with properties having 6 to 150 guest rooms. The creative and cultural industries are playing key roles in enhancing visitor experience and domestic tourism. The Desperados Pan Theatre in Port of Spain will generate a unique visitor experience in steel band music. The Naparima Bowl will continue to foster a sense of national pride by bringing into focus the contribution of the arts to social development and cohesion. We are repairing and upgrading the facility at the Queen's Park Savannah to ensure that the National Carnival Commission is in a better position to host events comfortably and safely. Carnival 2022, if it moves forward, will present a formidable visitor experience, thereby enhancing the festival as a staple event in our annual cultural calendar. Madam Speaker, the government will continue to provide grants and subventions to individuals, groups, and community-based, faith-based, cultural, and other non-governmental organizations. Funding will be in the support of projects which contribute to building the community, cultural, religious, and creative sectors of Trinidad and Tobago. I move now to social development and in particular health. The COVID-19 pandemic has exposed cracks in our health system. It has also demonstrated how much an efficient health sector means for our economies. We were hit hard by the dual health and economic shocks, and both have had a chronic impact on our economic activity with substantial lost productivity. Madam Speaker, prevention is better than cure. We have been investing in better health outcomes as a key for building resilience and creating healthier, working-age people through our healthcare delivery system. Maternal and child health have been improving. We are now at less than 30 maternal deaths per 100,000 live births, down from 55 per 100,000 live births in 2015. This is equivalent to 7 additional women's lives saved every year since 2016. Neonatal mortality is now on decline. We are now at under 7 deaths per 1,000 live births. In 2015, we were 12 deaths per 1,000 live births. This is equivalent to an additional 90 babies alive per year since 2017. The Chronic Disease Assistance Program has been actively restructured and re-engineered, with the reordering cycle being reduced from 2 months to 1 month and the fees from $13 to $8 per item. Cancer screenings have escalated from 24,495 in 2015 to 54,163 cancer screenings in 2020, an increase of 121%. The pandemic has made our investment in hospitals even more urgent. We are in the process of delivering consistent quality healthcare throughout the country as the rollout of our new hospital program and new and refurbished health facilities will reduce health risks and create the entrepreneurs and skilled workers of the future. The Arima Hospital was commissioned in June 2020 at a reduced cost from 1.8 billion to 1.6 billion. The Point Fortin Hospital was commissioned in July 2020 at a reduced cost from 1.5 billion to 1.2 billion. The 106-bed Sangre Grande Hospital is at an advanced stage and scheduled for completion in 2022. The Diego Martin Health Center was commissioned in October 2020. The Port of Spain Central Block is being advanced with the completion of Phase 1, with a new building to relocate central stores, biomedical and engineering services. And medical services have been relocated to the St. James Medical Complex. Designs are in train for Phase 2 of the Central Block. The Couva Hospital and multi-training facility has been strategically repositioned to reduce the burden on the state and its citizens. It is contributing to the transformation of the delivery of health services in the country. 6,427 patients have already received diagnostic imaging services at this facility. The activities at the hospital will drive the economic turnaround through 3 core pillars. The first pillar seeks to complement other ongoing health strategies to address the high burden of non-communicable diseases through the creation of centers of excellence. These centers are being located at the Couva Hospital, beginning with a national center for the treatment and management of renal disease. The second pillar represents repositioning and reprofiling medical education as part of our healthcare delivery diversification strategy for the economic transformation of the country. Medical tourism and offshore medical education are central to this strategy, and the strategy will be driven in a collaborative effort between the Government of Trinidad and Tobago and the Faculty of Medical Sciences at the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine. We have established a special purpose company with a 51% ownership by the University of the West Indies to oversee and manage the execution of this initiative. The third pillar positions the Couva Hospital as a full teaching university hospital aligned with the Faculty of Medical Sciences at the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine. The initiative will be managed by an international operator, which will see the establishment of a new standard of care, which we envisage will become the new and accepted standard of care for our hospitals and health facilities. A new administrative building for the Ministry of Health is being constructed under a build, operate, lease transfer, bolt arrangement at a cost of $250 million and is scheduled for commissioning in 2023. And the regional health authorities have made significant improvements in capacity building, services delivery, infrastructure development, and equipment upgrades over the last 6 years. The Minister of Health will expand on these initiatives during the budget debate. Housing. Madam Speaker, we have long anchored our housing policy in a plan of action to ensure that all our citizens, in particular our low to medium income households, have access to adequate, safe and affordable housing. Within a well-conceptualized urban planning framework, we created a network of communities throughout the country, all of which was inclusive, safe, resilient and sustainable. With a backlog of 175,000 applicants, we have designed a range of solutions adequate to our requirements. On an ongoing basis, our home improvement grants, 1,500 annually, and emergency shelter relief grants are maintaining the current housing stock, while our housing construction program, government funding, and public-private partnerships are delivering new housing units to meet the current demand. This notwithstanding, we are making much more efficient use of our limited financial resources imposed by the pandemic. In this new framework of financial resource stringency, we are creating a sustainable development path. Our urban upgrading and revitalization program, underpinned with a US $50 million Inter-American Development Bank loan, is improving land tenure security in informal settlements on state-owned lands, improving the use of urban public spaces, enhancing housing conditions for low-income households, and strengthening the capacity of supply-side stakeholders to satisfy effective housing demand. Some of the locations include Sahudin Trace and Boabande in Sandy Grande, Factory Road in Diego Martin, Wallerfield, Guapo in Point Fortin, East Port of Spain, Eastside Plaza, and Scarborough. Under our affordable housing program, 60 units are being rolled out in Carlton Lane, San Fernando, and 69 units in Riverside, East San Fernando. Small and medium contractors are developing housing units in 15 identified areas, with 155 units being completed and handed over to the HTC. Through public-private partnerships, development is progressing at 6 housing sites at Mahogany Court, Mount Hope, Mahogany Court, Mount Hope, Malabar 1, Arima, Riverside North, Riverside East, Riverside South, and Trestrail Lands in Dabadie. 22 units have already been completed and handed over to the HTC, with 645 more at various stages of completion. There are several projects in the pre-construction stage, with 4,029 units being driven by private sector partnerships or through government funding at 19 locations. We are in the process of allocating 790 units, from which we will derive revenue of $267.6 million. An additional 54 units at Victoria Keys will generate a further $119.9 million. And a mortgage-ready stock of 3,483 units, valued at $904 million, is available for conversion to ownership. The revenue from these arrangements will contribute significantly to construction activity. The Housing Development Corporation is exploring partnerships with local financial institutions to implement alternative financing structures. These arrangements will utilize more efficiently the cash flows generated from the mortgages and sales by the Housing Development Corporation, and in so doing, not only reduce the reliance on public revenue, but also seeks to finance the housing construction program on a cash revolving basis. The Land Settlement Agency continues its work towards facilitating the acquisition of leasehold titles by both squatters and tenants in designated areas. In the period October 2016 to June 2021, the Land Settlement Agency distributed certificates of comfort to 878 families. The Land Settlement Agency is infrastructurally developing 14 sites with a lot yield of close to 4,000 lots. The Land Settlement Agency is also engaged in 10 pre-construction projects with a lot yield of 2,000 lots. Our Housing and Village Improvement Program preserves our existing housing stock, while at the same time reduces demand for subsidized housing. The Land Settlement Agency has assisted in implementing 279 such projects over the period 2017 to 2021. Residential lots or agricultural plots are now being distributed to former Petrotrin employees who receive termination benefits resulting from the closure of the company. The Urban Development Corporation is in the process of initiating the construction of 138 units in the Bayshore Housing Project as part of the San Fernando Waterfront Redevelopment Project. 9 housing units have so far been completed, with ongoing construction on 4 during the first phase. The Land Settlement Agency will construct 37 additional units under Phase 1 and another 80 under Phase 2. I move now to sport. Madam Speaker, despite the onset of the pandemic and the limits placed on physical activity, which were introduced to safeguard the lives of our citizens, sport remains a key component of our national agenda, and we will continue to recognize the role sports plays in nation building. As such, we're expecting that all sporting events with fans attending will be permitted once again in 2022. However, this depends on the success of our vaccination program. Madam Speaker, let me take this opportunity to thank and congratulate all our athletes who competed at the recently concluded Tokyo Olympic Games. They made us very proud and wish them great success in Paris 2024. I'm pleased to report that despite the delays in government construction as a result of lockdown measures, we have constructed the Maruga Sport and Youth Multipurpose Facility, the Laventil Community Swimming Pool, as well as concluded the structural assessments for all of our stadia with a view to full rehabilitation. We have also upgraded numerous corporation grounds, including the Honeymoon Recreation Ground in El Dorado, the Aranguez Recreation Ground, and the Mon Diablo Recreation Ground. Upgrade works are nearing completion at the Sevilla Golf Club, Mahika Oval, the Dwight York Stadium, community swimming pools at Morva and Maloney, and other recreation grounds at Bourg Mulatres, Marac, Grand Riviere, and Springvale. Plans are also underway for this country to host several major sporting events. The government has just approved the submission of a bid to host matches in January 2022 of the ICC Men's Under-19 Cricket World Cup. And we are considering the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board's interest in hosting some games during England's tour of the West Indies in February 2022. We will also be supporting the Trinidad and Tobago Powerboat Association's International P1 Circuit event, which is scheduled for February 2022. We expect that these plans will assist in the activation of our potential to build our sports tourism product. In addition, we continue to fund our athletes through an enhanced elite athlete assistance program. The Minister of Sport and Community Development will provide further details on our sporting program during the debate. Madam Speaker, The government is committed to creating an enabling environment that promotes youth participation in all aspects of sustainable development. In this context, over the period 2022 to 2025, we will build additional fit-for-purpose youth facilities, including youth development and apprenticeship centers, and an expanded network of non-residential youth development centers, which will play a critical role in encouraging positive youth development. The government is also considering the establishment of a national service complex at available facilities in South Trinidad. This new national service complex will provide a venue to facilitate an integrated, coordinated, youth-centered delivery system to address both the current and emerging needs of young people. The facility will be used as a venue for the government's military-led programs, as well for the skills training aspect for trainees at the youth development and apprenticeship centers. In addition, this national service complex will include a transition home that will provide accommodation and social services to young persons who were wards of the state and left community residences at the age of 18. The main objective of the transition home is to equip young people with the necessary skills and tools needed to become independent, productive individuals. The Minister of Youth Development and National Service will expand on these projects during the debate. Turn now to public utilities. For many years, we have made substantial expenditure on our public utility systems, whether they relate to water supply, sewage treatment, electricity, and public lighting systems. Yet in some areas, in particular water supply, the large expenditures have not been enhancing our quality of life. We have been reviewing our public utility system, and we are committed to ensuring that we have in place an efficient, cost-effective, and reliable water and wastewater service and a sustainable and affordable electricity supply. A major driver of sustained economic development is reliable electricity services covering the length and breadth of Trinidad and Tobago. While we have made significant investments over the years in electrification programs, there are still gaps in consumer access, in particular in rural communities with unserved and underserved areas. We are targeting groups in these areas. We are assisting them in the rewiring of their homes, in particular low-income households with household income not exceeding $7,000 a month, social welfare beneficiaries, senior citizens, and victims of natural disasters. We have also made substantial investments in electricity infrastructure to meet the growing electricity demand for usage and safety. Street lighting and the illumination of public spaces are continuing. The full dispatch of the 720 megawatts from the Trinidad Generation Unlimited plant onto the national grid is strengthening supply reliability, and in Tobago, expanding supplies emanating from the 20 megawatts in the Cove Power Plant. Madam Speaker, we are looking forward to the results of the tariff review commenced by the Regulated Industries Commission for the period December 21 to December 26. We expect that the financial viability of the Trinidad and Tobago Electricity Commission will be ensured with the prices reflecting the efficient cost of production. The utility will improve its service and customers will efficiently utilize the service. We've been improving the water sourcing and transmission network to bring relief to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, the majority of whom are receiving water less than 7 days a week. We are making efforts to improve the water supply in those communities where the water supply is non-existent or less than 3 days a week. Several infrastructure projects have been completed with supply improvements in Chamfleur, Faizabad, Santa Flora, Palaseco, Diego Martin, Sangre Grande, Vistabella, and Point Fortin. These projects are bringing water to 65,964 beneficiaries. I'm pleased to advise that the task of repositioning WASA is very much on course. The Board of Commissioners is in the final stages of completing a transformation plan to establish WASA as a modern, technology-driven water management company that efficiently delivers water and wastewater services to the population. An integral element of the plan is the design of a new functional and organizational structure for WASA, with supporting operational systems which will incorporate the use of modern technology, and a new business model in which government invests in capital and infrastructure, and WASA meets its in operational expenditure by 2024. Implementation of the plan will commence in fiscal 2022 and will progress over the next 3 years. Already, the board has made good progress in cutting expenditures on discretionary cost items and re-engineering some deeply entrenched systems of operational planning, financial management, and settlement of liabilities to contractors and suppliers. Again, we are looking forward to the results of the rate review for WASA for the period December 2021 to December 2026. And we would put in place a framework at the center of which will be enhancing the quality of life of our citizens with a guaranteed daily supply of water. It is to be noted that water rates have not been adjusted in Trinidad and Tobago since 1993, 28 years ago. With respect to the public service, Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to announce that we are moving to settle outstanding wage negotiations in the public service. I have instructed the Chief Personnel Officer to commence in 2022 outstanding wage negotiations with the relative representatives, trade unions in the public service. Let me repeat that. I have instructed the Chief Personnel Officer to commence in 2022 outstanding wage negotiations with the relevant representative trade unions in the public service. I've also been advised, Madam Speaker, that several nurses in the regional health authorities are employed on temporary contracts. As a result, I've instructed the Chief Personnel Officer to investigate this situation and its implication for pension arrangements and recommend solutions to ensure that the employment contracts of these nurses are regularized. I expect that this exercise will be completed by the end of December 2021. Madam Speaker, the issue of pensionable service for daily rated workers has been long outstanding. To resolve this situation and put the service of these daily rated workers on a pensionable basis, I propose to finalize the arrangements for the daily rated pension plan in 2022. Expressions of interest for suitable consultants to implement this plan have already been received and evaluated, and a request for proposals will be issued shortly. Energy. Madam Speaker, we are an oil and gas producing country, but we only fully commercialized gas resources in the 1980s. We are committed to reducing our dependence on oil and subsequently gas in our drive to diversification. This being a central goal of successive economic plans since the release of the first one in 1969. We are well aware of the reasons being advanced for diversification. We wish to develop a non-oil sector and to lower oil financial dependency, creating in the process a viable non-oil modern economy that can sustain relatively high levels of income. But the volatile nature of oil and gas revenues has created instability in our growth, income, and employment. As prices fluctuate, there are concomitant effects for export revenues and public finance. Indeed, the rise and fall in export revenues and public finance give rise to the public policy objective of the requirement for a more diversified economy. In this framework, a more diversified export and tax base become less susceptible to the vagaries of the international commodity market. Madam Speaker, despite this objective of diversification, our oil and gas economy, like many others in the global economy, has not been successful at diversifying fully. There are public policy dilemmas for which there is no easy answer. And for this reason, I am of the view that the energy sector should not only be seen as part of the problem, but also part of the solution. I am convinced that a well-functioning energy sector can be a durable source of advantage to the producers, providing in the process some of the capital and knowledge we can support more diversified growth. The energy sector, bringing a wide range of technologies and resources into play, could contribute significantly to the development of a more productive, innovative, and sustainable economy. In pursuing this objective, We will take steps to ensure that greenhouse gases are appropriately reduced from such energy activity under our Paris commitments. Our economic reform agenda is closely tied to developments in the energy sector from which substantial export revenues and public financial resources are being derived for financing growth and development. We are ensuring adequate investment in upstream activity based on the current work program of the major oil companies. The agreement with Shell would lead to $945 million in enhanced revenues, US, over the period 2018 to 2027, and incremental revenues of US $118 million annually based on a new LNG marketing arrangement. The agreement with BP resulted in an interim agreement for Atlantic Train 1, the extension of the Southeast Galeota license, and the settlement of the gas royalty issue and NGC domestic gas shortfall. The government realized a payment of US $71 million for this. The gas sales agreement between Shell and NGC includes a tranche of gas at preferential price for the Trinidad and Tobago Electricity Commission. 9 exploration wells in 9 deepwater blocks have been drilled by BHP. The Ruby project will provide BHP with an opportunity to deliver value by producing 138 billion cubic feet of resources in the Ruby and Delaware reservoirs by increasing production by 10,000 barrels per day in 2022. Shell's exploration is expected to produce 240 million standard cubic feet per day at Barracuda in 2021 and 250 million standard cubic feet per day at Colibri in 2022. BP has produced 350 million standard cubic feet per day in 2020 at Angeline and is expected to produce in 2021, ahead of schedule, 276 million standard cubic feet per day at Savannah Matapapat. In 2023, 135 million standard cubic feet per day are expected at Ginger Field, and in 2024, 150 million standard cubic feet at Jasmine. Touchstone, Primera Oil and Gas, Ottawa, has drilled 2 exploration wells with discoveries in both Coho and Cascadura. De Novo is producing 475 barrels of condensate per day from the Iguana field and is expected to produce 30 million standard cubic feet of gas from the Zandali field in 2022. EOG is projected to expand its production by about 100 million standard cubic feet per day over the period 2022 to 2025 from several projects. As a result of all of this, Madam Speaker, we are stabilizing our oil and condensate as well as gas production. Natural gas production, which decreased in 2020, is projected to rise in 2021 to 2.77 billion standard cubic feet, and in 2022 to 3.37 billion standard cubic feet, and thereafter to stabilize at 3.6 billion standard cubic feet. Oil and condensate production decreased from 725,000 barrels a day to 56,481 barrels per day in 2020, from 2016 to 2020. But since then has been increasing and is projected to reach 64,000 barrels per day by the end of 2021, further increasing to 86,000 barrels per day in 2022, stabilizing thereafter at around that level in the medium term. That's oil and condensate production. We intend to use natural gas, Madam Speaker, to support diversification. The NGC CNG Company Limited has facilitated the conversion of vehicles to CNG use and the construction of CNG gas stations. As of June 21, we have on the road 15,300 converted and OEM CNG vehicles, and we now have 15 refueling stations with CNG capability available to the general public. Renewable energy will be incorporated into the local energy supply grid in the near future. We have approved a consortium comprising BP, Shell, and Lightsource, BP TT as the preferred bidders for the 112.2 megawatt solar photovoltaic project. We expect that construction will commence in 2022 on the 2 solar photovoltaic plants through build-own-operate schemes, which are intended to feed power onto the national grid with 92.2 megawatt solar photovoltaic at Couva and 20 megawatt solar photovoltaic at Trin City. This project is being brought in at a cost of US $100 million, and we are also developing a pipeline of projects aimed at increasing our renewable energy output. We are phasing out the subsidized consumption of fuels with appropriate safeguards for vulnerable groups. We are putting in place a pricing reform agenda that could lead to enhanced energy efficiency with significant fiscal benefits. In September 21, BP outlined its continuing interest in Trinidad and Tobago when, on the occasion of the initial production from the Matapal development, the president of the company pointed out, natural gas will play an important role in the energy transition and to the economy of Trinidad and Tobago for decades to come. We are committed to a strong energy future in Trinidad and Tobago, and this project plays a critical role in delivering that. Madam Speaker, for that reason, and following on recent exploration and successful activity on both our land and shallow marine areas, we have ramped up our expectations in respect of our deep water areas. We are accordingly deeply hopeful that the next bid rounds of 2022 will attract significant investor interest on land, in shallow water, marine areas, and deep water marine. Our first bid round will be for deep water and will comprise 11 deep water blocks. The second bid round will be for onshore activity, will comprise 12 blocks. The third bid round will be for offshore shallow water, where there are 25 open shallow water blocks for consideration. Interestingly, 13 of the blocks have been a source of recent natural gas discoveries. Madam Speaker, it is well known that Trinidad and Tobago is a mature oil province. Indeed, there is a strong argument that the first oil well ever drilled anywhere in the world which produced oil was drilled in 1857, 164 years ago, to a depth of 280 feet by the American Merrimack Company in Labre, which is Spanish for pitch, in southeast Trinidad. For some time now, we have been advised that we should review our energy taxation regime to remain competitive, especially because of recent significant oil finds in neighboring countries. It goes without saying that discovering, developing, exploiting, and decommissioning an oil or gas field can cost hundreds of millions of dollars and take decades. Oil fields are unique and expensive investments, therefore. Furthermore, the costs involved in developing an oil and gas field are largely incurred at the beginning of the project before the earning of any income, and are thus sunk costs. These facts, Madam Speaker, are central to the development of tax policy in the energy sector. Since at the beginning of an oil or gas field development project, there is significant uncertainty as to the outcome. That is, there is no guarantee that oil or gas will be found in commercially viable quantities. If investors believe that the balance between risk and reward is unfavorable, that is, that the taxation regime is skewed in favor of the government, not fair, not economically feasible, or that the government may capriciously reverse incentives and eliminate tax concessions, they will simply not participate. In that context, Madam Speaker, in collaboration with the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, the Ministry of Finance will very shortly conduct a comprehensive review of our oil and gas taxation regime to ensure that Trinidad and Tobago remains an internationally competitive hydrocarbon province. We intend to review the appropriateness in today's environment of our three main petroleum taxes, namely petroleum profits tax, also known as corporation tax in this sector, supplemental petroleum tax, and royalty, both onshore and offshore, in the deep water and shallow water, for large and for small producers. We shall also examine the relevance of the existing suite of fiscal incentives, licensing regimes, and production sharing contracts in terms of providing sufficient motivation for oil and gas companies to bid for blocks and engage in exploration and production, while at the same time ensuring that the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago get their fair share of revenues from our natural resources. Simply put, Madam Speaker, oil or gas in the ground is of little practical use to anyone. It must be produced and sold profitably, and the profits derived from its sales shared equitably to have any intrinsic value. Safety and security. The security of our country and our citizens, as well as the protection of our national interest, is at the core of our national security agenda. We have been able to establish a secure Trinidad and Tobago in which our citizens can enjoy their fundamental rights and freedoms and participate actively in nation-building activities. This notwithstanding, we have been facing several emerging threats, including human trafficking, smuggling of illicit products, drug trafficking, and a wide range of internal criminality driven by community gangs. We have been combating these threats. We have focused on a multi-agency approach aimed at improving coordination and collaboration among security agencies, all of which we have reformed and strengthened and provided with advanced technologies and online platforms. We will continue undertaking these measures to ensure the security of our citizens and the protection of our interests. We are strengthening our border control and maritime capacity and bolstering our offshore capability. In July of 2021, 2 new Cape-class patrol vessels joined our fleet of Coast Guard vessels. They would be able to travel longer distances and remain outside for longer periods. They would be able to conduct a wide range of operational activities, including border security, search and rescue, protection of critical energy infrastructure, as well as countering all forms of illegal trafficking. They will secure our borders and enhance our national security landscape. The upgrade of our coastal radar system with improved surveillance equipment will assist the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard with monitoring our borders to combat the influx of immigrants, illegal drugs, and guns, which are being transported illegally into Trinidad and Tobago. The upgrade of our heliport facility will facilitate the detention and quarantining of undocumented immigrants. That facility is now being managed by our immigration division. And re-registration for Venezuelan nationals residing in Trinidad and Tobago has been completed, with 13,800 of these persons submitting re-registration forms. The exercise has been extended to the end of October 2021 to allow for legal regularization and the protection of registered Venezuelans. We are advancing technology usage across all national security services with full digitization of our service divisions, thereby improving the efficiency of operations and tracking the movement of evidence. We are creating purpose-built spaces. The integrated logistics support facility at the heliport base Chagaramas will provide the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard with the necessary infrastructure to conduct effective repairs and maintenance of its vessels. New fire stations at Pinal, Roxborough, Tobago, Point Fortin, and Mayaro are providing an increased measure of public safety services for households, schools, and businesses, as well as existing oil and gas infrastructure. We're improving the security apparatus at the Golden Grove Prison with the installation of security perimeter fencing, alarm systems, and a CCTV system. Upgrade works at the Remand Yard Prison are continuing. We have endeavored to adopt and sustain a multi-tiered approach to the lines of security. We have made our national safe, and going forward, we will set aside continuous resources to build the capacity of all the units in our security sector and ensure that our youth is fully protected. The Minister of National Security will give further details in his presentation. Public-private partnerships. Madam Speaker, during the last few decades, governments throughout the world have been adopting increasingly the use of public-private partnerships as procurement options for the financing and delivery of infrastructure and infrastructure-related services. While the model progresses slowly from concept to winning bidder, we recognize that they allow governments to manage better its current and future debt headroom and to retain borrowing capacity for its core functions where the market risks are too high to attract private capital. We are focusing actively on deepening the employment of public-private partnerships for large-scale developmental projects, where the demand for funding, especially risk capital, far exceeds our ability to meet the required demand. We are also considering non-strategic asset sales as a mechanism for attracting investors and accessing non-traditional sources of financing. In 2021, the government announced its intention to adopt a landlord model public-private partnership project to improve the efficiency of the operations of the Port Authority's businesses. As a result, the government, through the Port Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, has recently invited expressions of interest from investors with experience in port investments, development and operations, shipping logistics, and cruise operations, thereby encouraging and creating a competitive environment for potential new agreements to be created. The expression of interest is designed to give all entities who may be interested an opportunity to possibly engage in a potential public-private partnership arrangement in the future to provide investment in marine and port infrastructure, facilities and services, and the management of operations based on the PPP model of development. Potential investors are requested to propose business ideas that will support participation in a public-private partnership landlord model project with the Port Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. The areas of participation would include cargo operations, regional cargo operations, cruise shipping operations. We are of the view that an effective public-private partnership in those identified areas of activity will not only generate stable revenues, but will also enhance positively the experience of port users, businesses, and the national community, thereby improving the ease of doing business environment in the country. We are seeking to position the Port of Spain as a major transshipment and logistics hub, inclusive of the added value cargo handling activities at CARICOM wharves and the Port of Scarborough, as well as the potential opportunity of becoming a destination port for cruise shipping in the region. The objective of the government in inviting private participation in the port is to establish a more competitive and financially sustainable port system. Specific benefits which can be derived include improved level of governance in the Port of Spain's operation, improved port activities and operational efficiency, which can be positively leveraged to improve the ease of doing business in the country, positive revenue via dividends, concessions or lease payments and taxes, stimulation of the local manufacturing sector. The deadline for the submission of expressions of interest for participation in port operations is November the 23rd, 2021, with requests for proposals being issued publicly thereafter. With respect to CL Marine, we are taking steps to build a ship repair and maintenance facility in the Western Peninsula, utilizing the asset base of CL Marine and its subsidiaries. We have recently acquired as the largest creditor of the CL Financial Group, CL Marine, with a commercial dry docking facility. CL Marine, through the recently established wholly owned state enterprise, National Marine and Maintenance Services Company, presents an opportunity for a public-private partnership. We are of the view that an experienced international shipbuilder could establish a state-of-the-art ship repair and maintenance facility for both commercial and public sailing craft in the Western Peninsula. The acquisition price of CL Marine represented a set-off against the residual balance owed by the CL Financial Group of companies resulting from the 2009 bailout. I now turn my attention to Tobago. As we are aware, at present, Tobago is faced with an unprecedented situation given the 6-6 deadlock. The ongoing political interregnum has prevented the convening of the Assembly, legislature, and as a result, some adjustments had to be made to the budgetary process of the THA, which is governed by Section 41 of the THA Act number 40 of 1996. I'm pleased to inform this House that the THA conducted broad-based consultations with several stakeholder organizations to ensure that their recommendations inform the estimates submitted by the THA. These groups included the business community, tourism and hoteliers, the agricultural sector, civil society, and youth organizations. Madam Speaker, as you'll agree, Tobago, like many tourism-dependent economies in the region and across the globe, has been severely impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. The central government is steadfast in its commitment to work with the THA to revive Tobago's economy following the impact of the pandemic and place it on a sustainable path of recovery and resilience. In addition to the budget estimates, the Assembly has submitted several recommendations to achieve this, and as Minister of Finance, I have committed to implement the requisite measures to assist the island to accelerate the pace of economic recovery. The allocation to the THA for fiscal 2022 provides for significant financial assistance through both the Enterprise Assistance Grant and Enterprise Loan programs at the Assembly to aid businesses in Tobago adversely affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, to resume operations and to stimulate business activity on the island. The ceiling on both programs was increased by the Assembly on the onset of the pandemic to provide immediate support to the SME sector. It is also envisioned that with the recent amendments to the loan guarantee program, that businesses in Tobago will increase their participation rate in the revised program, which has the potential to provide valuable funding and direct support to businesses impacted by the pandemic. The revitalization and expansion of Tobago's tourism industry remains a key priority of this administration. As such, the budgetary allocation to the Assembly provides for financial assistance to properties to upgrade their establishments under an expanded tourism accommodation upgrade program. The 2022 fiscal package also provides for upgrades to the many tourism sites, innovative strategies to boost the marketing of the island, as well as attractions and new training initiatives to enhance customer service in Tobago. Additionally, the budgetary allocation to Tobago places special focus on boosting food security and expanding the agriculture sector. We have also created a new program for Tobago, specifically designed to provide financial assistance to hoteliers and tourism businesses in Tobago to get them back on their feet after the deleterious economic effects of the pandemic. We have allocated $50 million to this new program for 2022, entitled Tobago Hotel and Tourism Support. It will be managed by the THA in collaboration with ETech, who will screen applications and assist the THA in designing and administering the program. The purpose of this support program is to provide access to much needed working capital for the hotel and tourism industry in Tobago, which has been particularly hard hit by the pandemic. There is provision for the Agricultural Access Roads program, which provides farmers with greater access to farmlands to enhance agricultural production. This year's allocation will also provide enhanced support and funding for increasing value-added production in the agricultural sector through support for the burgeoning agro-processing business enterprises in Tobago and support the infusion of modern technology and new agricultural practices. We have also included in this year's allocation the sum of $30 million for farmland development in Tobago. This funding is designed to allow the rehabilitation of abandoned or underutilized agricultural estates and to assist farmers in Tobago to upgrade existing farmland infrastructure, equipment and technology and bring new areas into production. In the next fiscal year, Madam Speaker, allocations to the Assembly will provide significant support for the ongoing fight against COVID-19. Additionally, significant support will also be provided through the Assembly's various social safety net programs to provide relief for persons adversely impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. The allocations to the THA also caters for improvements to the road and drainage infrastructure in Tobago and upgrades to the coastal infrastructure on the island to facilitate climate change adaptation and to mitigate against coastal erosion related to global warming and rising sea levels. The allocation would also provide for the enhancement of ICT and the digital infrastructure as Tobago adjusts to the new normal and as the Assembly rolls out its Intelligent Island mandate. Provision is also made in this year's budget for the Assembly's Human Capital Development Program to assist students to pursue tertiary education and post-secondary training in various fields. Relatedly, provision is also included for the construction of the Scarborough Secondary School, which is expected to commence in fiscal 2022. Madam Speaker, the pandemic has postponed but not derailed the medium-term plans developed by the Tobago House of Assembly. These plans are founded on the following pillars: tourism and hospitality, infrastructure, energy and environment. Regarding tourism, the plans are to attract resort brands that can drive international visitor arrivals, to build out new and improved exciting historical sites, and to prepare the population to support international tourism and participate in revenue generation through qualified and regulated bed and breakfast facilities serving segments of the visitor market. The Infrastructure Committee of the THA has developed a comprehensive set of projects to address water, sewage and sanitation, air and sea quality, mobility for residents and visitors, public Wi-Fi, and digitization more broadly. The expansion of the airport terminal at Crown Point, or the construction of the new terminal, is an essential aspect of the plans for improved infrastructure, which will increase productivity as well as enhance the visitor experience. The Infrastructure Committee also addressed the environment and energy efficiency and has identified projects around renewables and energy conservation, land use, planning and control. Consistent with the theme of preserving and protecting the environment and branding Tobago as clean, green and serene, I provided an allocation of $20 million for the development of green spaces in Tobago in 2022. Over the last year, Madam Speaker, the THA has attempted to keep active as many of these projects and initiatives as it could, given the constraints imposed by public health protocols. For fiscal 2022, the budgetary allocation to the Tobago House of Assembly is $2.357 billion, of which $2.075 billion would be for recurrent expenditure and $264 million for capital expenditure, $18 million for the unemployment relief program. This allocation represents 4.5% of the national budget. Since assuming office in 2015 as Minister of Finance, I gave my commitment to the people of Tobago and the Assembly to provide adequate financial support to accelerate the pace of the island's development and to provide an allocation above the barest 4.03% minimum established by the Dispute Resolution Commission. Additionally, this support was extended to provide greater financial flexibility through the Assembly's alternative financing mechanism agenda, which includes public-private partnerships and accessing grants, technical assistance, and loans from multilateral agencies. The ethos guiding this policy was to give Tobago a greater opportunity to increase its contribution to national economic activity, national diversification, primarily through tourism, with its potential as a major earner of foreign exchange. Against this backdrop, in fiscal 2021, with the approval of the Cabinet, the THA was able to mobilize $164.1 million through bond financing to fund selected development projects in Tobago. In the next fiscal year, additional resources will be made available through this medium to fund capital projects in Tobago. Additionally, the Assembly, through the intervention of the Ministry of Finance, has been able to access US $15 million or TT $108 million through the Andean Development Bank for coastal infrastructure. It is envisaged that this financial flexibility would provide the required fillip for the mobilization of financial resources to advance Tobago's developmental momentum. Beyond the direct allocation to the THA, so, Madam Speaker, I've spoken about an allocation of $2.357 billion plus $164 million from the bond raised by the THA plus $108 million from the Andean Development Bank. And beyond all of that is an additional $788 million, which will be spent in Tobago by various government ministries and statutory authorities in keeping with their obligations under the 6th schedule of Act No. 40 of 1996. The central government and the THA will continue to collaborate on several developmental projects in Tobago. These projects include the marina, hotel development, funding for coastal development, coastal infrastructure, climate change, ICT, infrastructure development for Tobago, and completion of the new terminal at the ANR Robinson International Airport. Before I conclude on Tobago, Madam Speaker, I wish to touch briefly on the issue of self-government. As you are aware, the Constitutional Amendment Tobago Self-Government Bill 2021 and the Tobago Island Government Bill 2021 are currently before the Parliament. These pieces of legislation offer significant possibilities for Tobago for greater self-determination. These bills are also important for Tobago's development, and we seek bipartisan support from the opposition to collectively work together to assist in the passage of these bills. I want to thank the THA for their collaborative approach to advance the island's development and to increase Tobago's contribution to national economic activity. I want to thank the Assembly for its open and thoughtful discussions, as well as its approach in seeking the input of stakeholders to inform today's budget. We now look at our medium-term framework. Madam Speaker, we have been budgeting within a medium-term economic framework. We have found a medium-term fiscal strategy and a medium-term expenditure framework to be vital in our efforts to maintain fiscal and balance of payment discipline through a well-defined pathway of adjustment. We have put in place a medium-term framework for the upcoming 3-year period, 2022 to 2024, for navigating the post-pandemic recovery. As was the case for many economies in the world, the impact on major economic indicators of COVID-19 has been difficult to forecast, especially at this time. Our economy is influenced by external and domestic developments in the oil and gas sectors, prices and production, both of which impact economic activity in the non-energy sector. In 2020 and early 2021, a major local gas producer encountered unexpected technical difficulties resulting in a substantial decline in gas production. Such matters are outside of our control. However, we envisage a rebound in oil and gas production driven by new discoveries, with oil production rising from 64,859 barrels per day in 2021 to 86,163 barrels per day by 2022, and gas production from 2,773 million standard cubic feet per day in 2021 to 368 million standard cubic feet per day in 2022. They're stabilizing thereafter at about 3,600 million standard cubic feet per day. Amid the strengthening global recovery, oil prices, gas prices, are expected to rise close to 60% above their low base in 2020. The average price of oil was US $41.29 per annum in 2020 and is projected by international institutions to rise to US $64.68 in 2021 and $66 in 2022 to 2024. However, Madam Speaker, both the energy and non-energy sectors were affected by the global slowdown in economic activity resulting from the pandemic, as well as the developments in the oil and gas sectors. In 2020, the energy sector contracted by 12.2% and the non-energy sector by 5.6%, leading to an overall decline of 7.4% in real economic growth. Real economic activity is forecasted now to contract slightly in 2021, as non-energy sector activity is expected to decline at the same rate as the energy sector, 1%. Our measures taken to mitigate the spread of the virus and our success in administering the national vaccination program are expected to initiate a return to normalcy in the non-energy sector, with an expected pickup of 2.3% in non-energy sector growth. Strong economic recovery due to the coming online of major energy sector projects is expected to bring about energy sector growth of 13% in 2022, and with real economic growth of up to 5%. In 2023, the economy is expected to continue growing at a rate of 3%, owing to high growth in the energy sector due to improved production forecasts. We plan to return to a primary surplus on the fiscal accounts in 2023 and continue on that path of growth. Similarly, the overall balance on the fiscal accounts is expected to move from a deficit of 11% of GDP to an overall balance in 2024. This fiscal adjustment will lead to a stabilization of the public sector debt relative to GDP ratio in 2022-2023, and subsequently a downward trend in our debt to GDP ratio. The COVID-19 pandemic has had a significant impact on oil prices. The various benchmark prices started strong in 2020, averaging approximately $64 a barrel in January 2020. But they plummeted in the second quarter, closing at nearly $9 per barrel in April 2020, when the price of West Texas Intermediate fell into unprecedented negative territory. These are average prices. Prices recovered, and by June 2020, Brent prices averaged above $40 per barrel. This price increased to $50 a barrel by the end of 2020. Since that time, prices have fluctuated in a rising trend, reaching US $71 per barrel by August 2021. I dare say oil prices today, as I speak, are over $71 a barrel. In the context of rising oil demand, consequent on increasing COVID-19 vaccination rates and economic activity. The Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries and partner countries have also contributed to the evolving trend in crude oil prices. In 2020, OPEC had cut oil production due to decreased demand during the pandemic. It has been gradually increasing oil input in 21, and it has indicated that it will do so until the production downward adjustment has been phased out. Oil prices have now become extremely volatile and difficult to forecast. Who would have thought that oil might hit $80, Madam Speaker, just after a pandemic? But we have been reviewing consistently the in-depth analysis undertaken by the international institutions and the U.S. Energy Information Administration on the outlook for oil and gas prices. These institutions are forecasting oil prices to stabilize at approximately US $66 per barrel during the period 2022 to 2024. Natural gas prices have been going through the roof recently, crossing $5 per MMBTU in the United States and $20 per MMBTU in the Far East. I believe that natural gas prices in the US reached $6 just a few weeks ago. But we have chosen to be conservative. To that end, we have decided that our assumptions for oil and gas prices are, for 2022, US $65 a barrel for oil and US $3.75 per MMBTU for gas for budget 2022. As a result of these assumptions, we anticipate that total revenue for 2022 will be $43.333 billion. And in order to maintain our economic momentum, we anticipate that expenditure for 2022 will be $52.429 billion. The fiscal deficit will be $9.096 billion, just about 5.8% GDP. Based on these assumptions, I repeat, total revenue $43.333 billion, oil revenue $12.614 billion, non-oil revenue $29.712 billion, capital revenue $1.006 billion. Total expenditure, net of capital repayments and sinking fund contributions, $52.429 billion. Fiscal deficit, $9.096 billion. The major allocations for 2022 will be education and training, $6.886 billion. Health, $6.395 billion. National security, $5.664 billion, and that includes the police. Works and transport, $3.577 billion. Public utilities, 2.671 billion. Rural development and local government, 1.656 billion. Agriculture, 1.249 billion. Housing, $610 million. In 2021, we will secure a range of financing options for the fiscal deficit. We'll tap into the domestic and international capital markets, as well as accessing facilities at the international institutions. Non-debt creating financing facilities are also being secured from our utilization of public-private partnerships and strategic asset sales. I turn now to the fiscal measures for 2022. Madam Speaker, in recognition of the fact that we have to stimulate and assist businesses, the first fiscal measure will be a reduction in the tax rate by 5% for significant exporters of local goods. As part of our comprehensive suite of COVID-19 relief measures, I propose to reduce the tax rate by 5% for significant exporters of local goods, the annual revenue of which is over $500,000. This measure is expected or estimated to benefit over 500 exporters in initial assessment and is estimated to cost $45 million annually in revenue foregone. This measure will take effect on January 1st, 2022 and will be reviewed after 3 years. Second, business stimulus. Another reduction by 5% in the tax rate for small and medium companies whose core business relates to technology solutions and digitization. And that technology solution and digitization is more than 50% of annual revenues. To support the broad digital strategy and provide much needed support to companies, we are reducing the tax rate by 5% for small and medium companies who core business relating to technology solutions, digitization and construction is more than 50% of annual revenues. It is estimated that if 1,000 small and medium companies utilize this measure, they can each save $41,000 in taxes at a cost of an estimated $45.6 million in revenue foregone per year. This measure will take effect on January 1st, 2022 and will be reviewed after 3 years. And this also includes construction, Madam Speaker. So it's technology solutions, digitization and construction. In the digital sector, to further accelerate and advance this country's drive for digitization, I am proposing that for new companies whose core business activities are digitization and technology solutions, a 50% tax exemption is given on the first $100,000 of chargeable income for the first year and the first $200,000 of chargeable income in the second year. This measure will take effect from January 1st, 2022 to motivate companies to get involved in digitization. And Madam Speaker, recognizing that innovation is the key to increasing efficiency and effectiveness within any organization, I propose to implement a research and development capital allowance up to 40% of expenditure incurred by companies engaged in research and development. Because we believe when a company elects to invest in research and development, it allows the organization to gain a better foundation, understanding future capabilities and potential. This measure will cost an estimated $28.5 million and is expected to benefit 1,000 companies. The measure will take effect on January 1st, 2022 and will be reviewed after 3 years. And moving towards the whole concept of carbon capture, Madam Speaker, for our country to develop its substantial hydrocarbon reserves, we have a lot of stranded oil and gas. We need agility and quick execution, which require sharp focus on competitiveness and sustainability. To achieve this objective, I propose to introduce a tax credit of 30% of the cost of investment of up to a maximum of $500,000 for companies that invest in carbon capture and storage and enhanced oil recovery. This measure will take effect on the 1st of January 2022. Small and medium enterprises. Small and medium enterprises have a vital role in the Trinidad and Tobago economy, contributing significantly to growth and job creation. SMEs face numerous challenges, such as access to finance, regulatory hurdles, workforce gaps. In light of this, I propose a full tax holiday for the first 5-year period to new SMEs listing on the Trinidad and Tobago Stock Exchange by granting tax exemption on business levy and green fund levy to new listings, in addition to tax incentives in the Finance Act 2020. For the second 5-year period, new SME listings will be taxed at only 50%. Assistance will also be provided to the Trinidad and Tobago Stock Exchange to operationalize and integrate an SME mentorship program consistent with our focus to help SMEs into the broader set of services currently provided to SMEs by various government agencies. This includes, but not limited to, supporting the redrafting of the listing rules to include a SME mentor company, and the subsequent approval process with the Trinidad and Tobago Stock Exchange, assisting in identifying and assessing a stable list of highly competent and experienced SME mentors, and integrating the SME mentorship program into the government's existing support infrastructure for SMEs. This measure will take effect on January the 1st, 2022. Penalties for overweight trucks. Madam Speaker, the infrastructure damage sustained on our nation's roadways by overweight trucks continues to be a major concern. One legal truck causes the same amount of damage to a road as approximately 9,600 cars. However, one truck overloaded by only 20% could cause the same amount of damage as 19,000 cars. A truck overloaded by 100% could cause the same damage as 18 legal trucks. To deal with this, the Ministry of Works and Transport has launched weight control stations at Caroni and Golconda. Weighing at these locations over the period October 2018 to March 2019 indicated that of the 126 trucks weighed, 94% of the vehicles weighed were overweight. 94%. 6% of which were overweight by more than 100% of their maximum gross weight. Currently, the fines under the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Enforcement and Administration Act are just $750 for this. I propose to increase the fine to $8,000. The measure will take effect on January 1st, 2022. Manufacturing sector. To encourage development across the manufacturing sector, I propose to offer an incentive to companies of a 5% reduction in the tax rate. This is limited to $500,000 on qualifying project expenditure. This incentive will be for 2 years. These qualifying projects and activities must entail investment in projects which create advancements and growth in the manufacturing sector. Further, the projects must be related to information technology, digitization, manufacturing, and technology development. This incentive excludes companies in the petrochemical industry and is geared towards new foreign direct investment. The measure will take effect from January 1st, 2022. Foreign investment sector, withholding tax rate. To encourage foreign investment, I propose to amend the third schedule of the Income Tax Act, Chapter 7501, so that the rates of withholding tax shall be reduced on any distribution made from 10% to 8%, and where such distribution is made to a parent company, the rate shall be reduced from 5% to 3%. This measure is to encourage foreign companies to invest in Trinidad and Tobago. It reduces the taxation burden for the company as it addresses specifically the dividend payments to them. In other CARICOM countries, in particular Barbados to the UK, the rate is 0%. This measure will take effect from January the 1st, 2022. Strengthening the Board of Inland Revenue. Recruitment of 100 audit and compliance officers. As we move to the full establishment of the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority, this government will, in the interim, enhance revenue collection of this country through the recruitment of 100 recently qualified accountants and university graduates in a relevant field to support the Inland Revenue Division to improve tax collection. These graduates will migrate to the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority when it is fully operational. This initiative is geared towards enhancing our revenue collection through strategic monitoring, impact visits, reviews, and audits of businesses. Those individuals who are recruited will be trained within the first 2 months of their employment. Tax allowance for first-time homeowner. Madam Speaker, we are committed to providing affordable and adequate housing to our low and middle-income citizens. In light of the continued challenges facing such individuals as they seek affordable housing in a period of already high domestic property values, I propose to increase the first-time homeowner limit from $25,000 to $30,000 per household on mortgage interest paid in the year of income for first-time homeowners for 5 years with effect from the date of acquisition. We expect that this measure will generate significant investment in the private sector housing industry. It will cost the government $30 million per year in revenue foregone and will benefit 18,000 first-time homeowners. This measure will take effect on January the 1st, 2022. Contributions to approved pension fund plan scheme, approved deferred annuity, tax saving plan, widows and orphans fund, national insurance payment. Madam President, at present, relief is granted for the annual contributions made by taxpayers up to $50,000 in respect of contributions to any approved retirement benefit scheme or approved pension fund plan. Premiums paid under an approved annuity plan, contributions by individuals under the Retiring Allowance Legislative Service Act from 1st January 1996, and contributions to National Insurance Scheme. I propose to increase the relief granted for these things from $50,000 a year to $60,000 a year. And this is to induce savings. This will impact over 100,000 persons and will take effect on January 1st, 2022. Electric vehicles. In keeping with the government's commitment to promote a green economy and reduce our carbon footprint, I propose to remove all customs duty, motor vehicle tax, and value-added tax on the importation of battery-powered electric vehicles with an age limit on imported used battery-powered electric vehicles of 2 years. This measure will take effect from January the 1st, 2022 and will be reviewed after 2 years. Heritage conservation. Madam Speaker, we must design mechanisms that promote development for restoration and preservation of heritage properties for the benefit of future generations. In this context, I propose to provide a 150% tax allowance of up to $1 million on corporate sponsorship to heritage properties under the oversight of the National Trust. It is anticipated that this will encourage the maintenance and restoration of heritage properties throughout the country, including the Holy Trinity Cathedral, Queen's Royal College, Reform Village Shiva Mandir, Iwer Village Masjid, Brigham Hill Lighthouse, and the Banwari Burial Site. All of these properties require specialized heritage management and have the potential of increasing the heritage tourism product. This measure will take effect from January 1st, 2022. Specified therapy equipment, hearing impaired, visually impaired, physical mobility disabilities, disability, safety, peripheral,
maybe, Minister, maybe you're creating some excitement on both sides of the aisle.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know they weren't expecting that. Specified therapy equipment, hearing impaired, visually impaired, physical mobility disabilities, disability safety peripheral, and communication devices. This government is committed to providing all necessary support and aid to persons with disabilities. I propose to remove all value-added tax and customs duty on specified therapy equipment, hearing impaired, visually impaired, physical mobility disabilities, disability safety peripherals, and communications. This measure will assist persons with disabilities to purchase the required peripherals and equipment at a reduced cost. This measure will take effect on the 1st of January 2022. Offer for sale by First Citizens Holding of 10,869,565 ordinary shares in First Citizens Bank. We will approach the capital market in fiscal 2022 to divest 10,869,565 ordinary shares in First Citizens Bank in a bid to raise approximately $550 million. The government's current holding is 64.43%, or 161,946,890 shares. First Citizens Bank's annual report indicated that for the financial year ended September 30th, 2020, profit before tax amounted to $831.6 million. Profit after tax, $606.9 million. The efficiency ratio improved from 54.8% and from 54.1% to 54.8%. The group's total assets amounted to $47.4 billion, a 9.4% increase compared to fiscal 2019. The gross loan portfolio increased by 3.3% from $18.9 billion to $19.5 billion. The investments portfolio also increased by 3.7% to $16.5 billion from $15.9 billion. The group's funding base increased by 9.1% to $35.2 billion, and its capital base grew by 3.8%, moving from $7.2 billion to $7.4 billion. Qualifying capital to risk-adjusted assets stood at 39.4%. Notwithstanding the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic, the First Citizens Group subsidiaries performed admirably. The First Citizens Depository Services realized a profit before tax of $60 million. The trustee company contributed a profit before tax of $30.6 million. The Investment Services Group contributed $189.4 million. To this end, the proposed sale will result in shareholding post-completion of 151 million shares, 151,077,325 shares, or 60.1% of issued shares. So the government will still have 60.1% of the shares of FCB after we divest these 10 million shares. Utility rebates. Madam Speaker, the TNTEC bill rebate program provides a 25% rebate to TNTEC's residential customers on bills which are $300 or lower. That is the total value of the bill, including VAT. I propose to increase the rebate from 25% to 35% on bills that are $300 or lower. This would affect 210,000 households at an additional annual cost to government of $25 million. This measure will take effect from the 1st January 2022. Madam Speaker, I also propose to appropriately offset the cost of water for the same group of households receiving the TNTEC bill rebate. Further details will be announced in the Finance Bill of 2021. Madam Speaker, we will introduce the market-based prices for electricity and water as recommended by the Regulated Industries Commission. We will provide low-income and vulnerable groups with appropriate rebates in the first instance. We will develop and put in place a utility cash card, which will be made available to low-income and vulnerable groups to access subsidies for electricity and water once the prices for these services are regularized. A similar system will be extended to the same group of citizens in respect of the fuel usage upon the liberalization of the fuel market. A fuel cash card will be made available to vulnerable groups to offset the cost of increases in the price of motor fuels. This cash card program will be administered by the Ministry of Public Utilities. Madam Speaker, to stimulate the growth of the digital economy and in our quest to become a fully digitized environment, I propose to remove all duties, all taxes on all remaining computer hardware, software, and peripherals that are not yet tax-free. This measure will take effect in January 2022. I now come to basic food items. Madam Speaker, several commentators have suggested that we remove import duties on basic food items to alleviate the problem of rising food prices. However, while it may sound good to those who are unfamiliar with the local and food industry, this would have an immediate and negative impact on the domestic producers of these items. For instance, the removal of import duty on chicken would have a disastrous effect on the local poultry industry. As a result, we are carefully examining the list of the most commonly used basic food items to determine which items can be made exempt from import duty without damaging local manufacturers. An example of a basic food item not made in Trinidad and Tobago, but used as a staple in many households, which falls into this category, is cheddar cheese. However, to provide immediate relief, I propose instead to expand the list of basic food items that are exempted from value-added tax. This will include the zero rating of basic food items such as biscuits, cooking oil, canned vegetables, cornflakes, canned fish, canned meat, curry, juice, sausages, ham, ketchup, bottled water, and pigtail. This measure will take effect from November the 1st, 2021, and an appropriate list of items will be published shortly. It should also be noted that as we move to remove VAT from more basic food items, let me repeat, Madam Speaker, I know they're excited on that side. It should also be noted that as we move to remove VAT from more basic food items, such as the list I just called out, to assist the most vulnerable, we have, consistent with our policy in last year's budget, also made several luxury food items, such as imported lobster, clams, and strawberries, subject to VAT. Madam Speaker, I have outlined a fully implementable and critical portfolio of projects and policies, which will impact significantly and make substantial differences in the lives of our citizens who are facing enormous challenges and difficulties arising out of the combined impact of the pandemic-induced economic and health crisis. We wish to emerge from these difficulties stronger and in better shape. Increasing the rate of vaccination among our school and adult population will allow us to press on with our recovery and transformation plan, the initial outline of which was carefully laid out during my last budget presentation. Madam Speaker, since we assumed office in 2015, we have been addressing several crises, including the requirement for stabilization arising from the precipitous decline in oil prices and revenues in 2014. Our record speaks for itself. We have demonstrated discipline, the resolve, and the determination to change the pathway of the economy. Indeed, up to the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic in early 2020, we were on course to restore and sustain macroeconomic stability over the medium term as a basis for revitalizing and reforming the economy. Madam Speaker, we have demonstrated our enlightened experience in the most difficult combination of a health and economic crisis that we have ever encountered. And we will lead this country out of the crisis by pressing on with the economic transformation plan and by continuing to strengthen social inclusion. Our objective is to build a future that will create equal opportunities for all our citizens and in the process ensure success and prosperity. Madam Speaker, we will consolidate our gains, complete our ongoing projects, and initiate implementation of the newly designed. We will revitalize and transform the economy by implementing our recovery programs to establish a modernized, competitive, and resilient economy aimed at promoting inclusive and sustainable growth. We will sustain macroeconomic stability with a focus on debt sustainability over the medium term. We will provide a supportive private sector environment for facilitating entrepreneurship, domestic businesses, and foreign investment. We will continue to implement people-centered policies. We will continue to invest in digital technology to support every aspect of our economy, including the delivery of public services. We will support commercial farming and attract youth into the farming sector. We'll build the manufacturing sector. We'll develop our housing and construction industry. We will continue our exploration and production activity in the oil and gas sector to ensure that capital is available for diversification and growth. We will continue to improve the health and well-being of our citizens. With this budget, we are revitalizing the economy and resuming the transformation drive, which was disturbed by the COVID-19 pandemic. We will achieve our goal if we stay focused on our blueprint for modernization and transformation and maximize our vaccination rate. Madam Speaker, I thank you and I beg to move. And Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 81-4, I wish to advise that the debate on the budget will resume on Friday, the 8th of October, 2021 at 10 o'clock.
Leader of the House.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn to Friday, October 8th at 10 a.m.
Honorable members, before putting the question on the adjournment, I'm to advise that your budget packages are available for collection at the ground floor meeting room located in the close proximity to the members' entrance. Honorable members, the question is that this House do now adjourn to Friday, October 8th, 2021 at 10 a.m. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned to Friday, October 8th, 2021 at 10 a.m.
patriotism. For we country facing its darkest hour. So our people need us today more than ever. But in our fight to recover, if ever you feel to surrender, it have one little thing that I want you always remember. We could make it if we try. Just a little harder. If we just give one more try, life would be much sweeter. Trini analyzed just what was the problem. Yes, we start making very positive move to solve them. We fired the old set of managers we had working, and it's a new group we went and we bring in. And if the goods we require, them new managers not supplying. When election time come back wrong, it's new ones we bring in. But if it's one thing about my people, I could guarantee that they would never ever put party before country. And the country facing its darkest hour, and our people need us today more than ever. But in our fight to recover, if ever you feel to surrender, it have one little thing that I want you always remember. We could make it if we try. Just a little harder. If we just give one more try, life would be much sweeter. Treasury was full and happy time some was enjoying. It's in over and laugh until poor people was living. Now the treasury flat and the country come back to square one. Poor people remain on the same old ghetto in John. But to get the economy return today on some footing, it's the same poor people 10 days and cola they're taking. Without social unrest, poor people paying the price, because they know for the country nothing too much to sacrifice. And if the country facing its darkest hour,
I'm in the building. We're going to open up the phone lines pretty early and allow you guys to call in. I know a lot of you want to have your say on what you've heard thus far via our fiscal budget 2021. Cheer up, why look so gloom? It is not the end of the world. We are going to make it if we try. Feel free to call me 342-0081 771-1791 4665391.
So the treasury broke and they say that recession jamming. So no foreign countries really start migrating. They lose faith in the country, they say we gone down the drain. They say no more could we see happy times again. But the will to recover in my people like have confidence. Although many may seem to feel that I talking nonsense, but the matter is,
and I want to start this one.
Run, because now is the time to show we patriotism. For we country facing its darkest hour. So our people need us today more than ever.
right, so Trinidad and Tobago, I want to start with this one, yeah? I'm starting with Matthew chapter 6, verse 25. And it says, therefore I tell you, do not worry about your life, what you will eat or drink, or about your body, or what you will wear. Is not life more important than food, and the body more than clothes? Look at the birds of the air. They do not sow, nor reap, nor store away in the barns, and yet your heavenly Father feeds them. Are you not more valuable than they? Can any one of you, by worrying, add a single hour to your life? And why do you worry about clothes? See how the flowers of the field grow? They do not labor or spin. Yet I tell you, not even Solomon in all his splendor was dressed like one of these. If that is how God clothes the grass of the field, which is here today and tomorrow thrown into the fire, will he not much more clothe you, O ye of little faith? So don't worry about what you shall eat, or what you shall drink, or what you shall wear. For the pagans run after these things, and your heavenly Father knows that you need them. But seek his kingdom and all his righteousness, and all these things will be given to you as well. Therefore do not worry about tomorrow, for tomorrow will worry about itself. Each day has enough trouble of its own. The lines are open. Let's go. Good afternoon, caller. You're live.
Aisha, good afternoon to you, my dear.
How you doing, mommy? Blessed day, blessed day.
I am blessed, no stress, and I love the budget. You heard me, sweetheart?
Loud and clear, mommy. You go ahead.
I love the budget, Aisha. Aisha, that is all I can say to you, Aisha. A lot of people may not understand it, but you know you have to understand it. And you know that, right, Aisha?
That's right, that's right.
Tobago. Aisha, I couldn't be bothered. Honestly, I love it. Aisha, I did not even expect a lot of things, what I heard here this afternoon, Aisha Welch. Because you know what we've been through, going into 3 years, to be honest with you. Here I'm telling you about Aisha Welch. Let's see now, Aisha. I wonder if the opposition will be ready for Friday, Aisha Welch.
Well said, mommy. I'm good. I hanging in there.
Yes, sweetheart, yes. And you notice they spoke about the daily rated pension plan and all these things?
Yes, I'm going to go through it individually once it hits the Gazette.
Yes,
I was in and out of the vehicle today listening.
Yes, darling. Yes, I am pleased about it, to be honest with you. You understand me? You have a good one, Aisha?
I will. I'm taking in all the comments that's coming up. A lot of people concerned, a lot of people not, I'm saying, oh ye of little faith. Do what you're supposed to do now. Put your trust in God. Everything will work itself out. Caller, you live.
Hi, sister. Good evening.
Big brother, how do you feel about it?
Well, I'm quite surprised. The government apparently gave the opposition a shock. One first thing I observed, well, a couple, so I hope you will allow me to point them out.
Go ahead, please.
I saw that overloaded trucks, ticket from $700 or $800 has now moved to $8,000. So brothers, don't overload your truck. Your ticket now will be $8,000, and you know you're getting points on your license, right? Another thing I observed, if you're a poor person living in a simple home, your light bill is under $300, you get a tax rebate. Their intention is to increase the cost of water rate and electricity. So if you live in a modest home and you're what they call poor person, you will be able to get a grant back on your electricity and your water rate. And if you own a motor car, you would also get back, because they intend to liberalize gas station. That means you would own a gas station. And if you choose to import a container, a shipload of fuel, you can do that. So I come to your service station and yours is 5 and the man along the road is 10, and I'm going to buy by the man by 5, I have the opportunity to go back to the government, depends on the taxes they put on it, and get some sort of rebate. So I wait to see what the citizens of this country. Yeah, you see the price of food, Aisha, the man talk about cheese, talk about salt, pigtails. They're going to be, because he was quite right. If you reduce the taxes on the, because you know something, today I was drawing a reference. We have a manufacturer that makes a thing called twig. That is about $2, must be about $3 now. I go and bought a foreign product, came from somewhere Latin America with some sort of Arab writing in the back. Can't understand half of it because it's so fine. The thing is larger, weighs more than what we pay $2 here for, locally manufactured. This is something that is imported, drive around Trinidad and Tobago to sell, and still sell cheaper than something that is manufactured here. So if the man was to remove taxes, you understand, on the cost of chicken, you know what happened to chicken manufacturers here, right? Or chicken suppliers here. The IZNI is decimated. So let's wait and see. Seems to be good so far, sister. Enjoy the evening.
Thank you so much, Big Brother. For those of you who did not quite know, let me just give you guys some pointers. Education got the biggest chunk of the fiscal budget for 2021-22 today. In delivering another deficit budget, the finance minister said it's $6.886 billion will be allocated to the Ministry of Education. Next on the agenda was the Ministry of Health, which received $6.395 billion. The lines are open. Let's see who's there. Caller, you live.
Well, good afternoon, my darling.
How you doing, Mr. PNM?
I lucky and alive and blessed. I'm lucky to hear a lovely voice this evening. I thought it wasn't coming again. But, I would like to say it was a very fair budget. It was a very detailed budget. A lot of things, a lot of people was expecting a lot of high things to go up and skyrocket and this to increase and gas to increase and all kind of thing. Well, I'm sorry for all you who all had to be disappointed this evening because the budget was very fair. It was very calculative. And I want more people to stay strong, buy all the needs out there, forget the wants, and do what all you have to do. Great is the PNM. When we say great is the PNM, this is what we mean. Thank you very much. I shall look to and listen. We'll call back in a little later.
Followed by the Ministry of National Security. They got $5.64 billion. Works and Transport received $3.577 billion. Public Utilities received $2.671 billion. Rural Development and Local Government got $1.656 billion. Agriculture got $1.249 billion. And Housing received $610 million. Notably absent was an allocation for sports and culture. However, Tobago was allocated $2.3 billion, representing 4.5% of the national budget. Also, in addition, $500 million was set aside to assist hoteliers in Tobago recover from the fallout of the COVID-19 pandemic. Total revenue was totaled at $43.333 billion, while total expenditures expected to be $52.4 billion, of a deficit of $9.9 billion. Finance Minister said the budget was based on projections of the oil price at US $65 a barrel, and natural gas at US 3.75 per MMBTU, with revenue from oil expected to come in around the US $12.614 billion. He noted that the government has embarked on a medium-term framework for the period 2022 to 2024 to navigate the country's post-pandemic recovery. Some other highlights are proposed restructuring of the HDC and merging it with the Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Finance Company, as well as the Home Mortgage Bank of Trinidad and Tobago. as well as an additional 300 million being made available to farmers via the Agriculture Stimulus Package Fund. Let's see who's there. Caller, you're live.
Mr. Good afternoon to you, Iwer.
Hey, how you doing, Kingsley? Kingsley?
Blessed by God, not by man or woman. I want to say that the budget, so far, the last 4 hours I've been sitting down on my chair. I chop to sleep. I would back up. I eat, knock out. But
like you was expecting a hard fall, boy.
No.
You drop asleep, you wake up, you walk out the road, you went back in.
But so far, so good, Iwer. I am here in the daily paper because what's the most important. Wow, due for back pay. I am hearing that the Minister of Finance instructed the CPO to start negotiations. I hope the union and everybody on board. So by next year the working class, because it's after 6 years we get a back pay, because the rules every 3 years working class supposed to get a back pay, because we do not get bonus, we do not get gift when Christmas time reach. We wait for every 3 years, and for the last 6 years under this government, no back pay, it didn't pay.
So Kingsley, things looking nice, all your public servants, boy. Let me knock on wood. Kingsley had to carry me out to eat. You vaccinated now, you know.
Hey, what? We're going shutters.
Have you had to hit trotters?
We're going shutters. One day, look at that money. That's money. So so far, and again, food prices is going to be removed. But VAT and these things will remove on certain food items what the country was going for. So it don't need to go and protest. It don't need to be back in the country. I think that so far, as I analyze it whole night, listen to different frequency, listen to different analysts on the TV, I wait to hear what the opposition is going to say. Actually going to respond just now, someone will respond also, and the Prime Minister is going to speak just now and all. So I waiting to hear a standby on the
and as soon as Parliament is back, we're going to carry you right over. I just open up the lines, tell you all you get in, and know all you love the talk.
Yeah, because we must have a talk. We must want to talk about the budget. So as I say again, so far, I'm looking forward to a good 2022. I am saying to we, the working class, because we in the front line. I showed them that since last year February, me get a day off. I was out there, but making sure that the public be safe. People don't know. I'm talking my business. Since last year February, I was out there. When the place was locked down. All stores closed, only grocery was open and drugstore was open. Everything that was stored was closed. From last year to now, it's only if I take a sick leave or a casual stay home. But otherwise than that, I was work every single day to make sure that the public could get up in the morning and go where they have to go and peacefully and to buy something and the place clean. I was out there making sure that the public, you know what I mean? So I didn't stay home like teachers and get pay. I didn't stay home like government places and get pay. I went out and worked for my government money. And I'm so proud. I'm proud about that. Thank you very much.
And they say that recession jamming. So no foreign countries really start migrating. They lose faith in the country. They say we gone down the drain. They say no more could we see happy times again. But the will to recover in my people, like have confidence. Although many may see.
Let's see who's there. Caller, you live.
Hi, good afternoon, Aisha.
Blessed afternoon.
Aisha, I'm calling from Mova in Park Street.
Yes, Mova.
I'm calling concerning I have an uncle, right? He has a 1 foot. And I'm having a problem for a driveway walking inside by me now.
So is it that you guys trying to get a driveway constructed or something?
All how. I speak to Mr. Adrian, but he told me right now that someone in his office have the COVID. right? So he gets time to come down to actually see what it is really going on.
And how
Right?
long ago
Ambulance,
was this?
About it's a month or something. I go out talk to him.
Okay, well, he's a man of his word. I could put my head on a block for Adrian. If Adrian say,
this, but
yeah, if he say he come in to see, he come in to see. However, who's your counselor?
Adrian,
That's your MP. Who's your counselor? Where in Mova you is?
my mother is Tolman's sister, right by Mova, Savannah.
Mova Savannah, Tolman, you need to call me and tell me who's the counselor for that area. Because the counselor can come take a look and see if they can access some assistance, probably through Pure or URP or one of them. Tolman, you need to link me.
Real problems. My uncle have a 1 foot and we have no actual driveway. So don't want us coming on the Savannah, bringing in any cars or anything there. Right? If we make grocery, we have to drop off on top the road and walk down inside by us. It is very uncomfortable. It's long time we calling, we asking out for help.
All right, I'll definitely follow up with that. But I can assure you, if Adrian says he come in, 1, and 2, I'll try to get the counselor to come and see what could be done.
Okay,
You have my word.
I appreciate it. Thanks.
All right, love. All the best.
Yeah.
But the majority of we decide we're not going to run.
So we are on standby to head back over to the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. It is on recess. We are vibes in. How do you feel about the fiscal budget 2021-2022? Caller, you live.
Hey, about the team as well.
Good day to you.
We seem to hear in one of them budgets one of these days, money allocated for the homeless. That is what I'll be waiting to hear. He right should be forgetting these people and them, my friend. And that's bad. The first thing is supposed to start with the homeless people. We could fight for ourselves. How about them? This is a very serious thing in any country under the eyes of the Almighty Father. And the next thing, 2 trucks where the overload I see on the road, buying iron, buying scrap iron, while they're attacking metal people and them. Hard and, I mean, I just watching things, my friend. You have a good day.
Thank you so much. All right, I'm being told that WhatsApp and Facebook may be back up. I'm not sure. So what you could probably do is send me your voice notes or your messages to Facebook or WhatsApp. So let's start with WhatsApp first. My WhatsApp number is 771-1791. Send my message or try to WhatsApp call me. Let me see if it's back up. Caller, you live.
Aisha Welch.
How you doing? How you doing? Leave it there.
Me and all you. I ain't able to tell you. Aisha, Dr. Rowley sanctioned a school in Siparia by the former Prime Minister. But the area that he represents, he wouldn't put a high school or a secondary school for them. Me and all you. I ain't able. I will leave it here.
Leave it there. You go under a rock and lie down or something, nah, man. Caller, you live.
Aisha, well, bless good afternoon, sis.
Hey, how you doing, big brother?
What's going on? Point 14 in the house, and I just calling to say it slowly. Great is the TNS. And we will continue. I don't people here will get a request for an election again. Point 14, Felix in the house. Aisha, big up yourself and continue.
Big up your whole self, big brother. Your whole self.
Great is the TNS, we say.
That's our very own Irvin Felix. Big up yourself, big brother out there in Point 14. You continue to do your thing. Fly your flag. The lines are open. They say WhatsApp working. You know, everybody telling me that, but nobody in WhatsApp calling me over here. So I know. Test it and see now, Robert. Caller, you live.
Aisha.
Mommy.
I want to tell Mr. Leave it right there. If he come down in the Martin West and stand up or lie down, I go build school on his back. Because I don't know where he wants school again. Where you want him to put a school again, Aisha? We have enough school down there. Mr. Aisha, but he realize he can't say nothing now. So he come with school. You hear what I tell you, Mr. Leave it right there? You need a purge. I gone.
Leave it right there. I'm waiting to hear when Parliament comes back what he going to say. As we are on standby to hear them continue this conversation. Whether they come back Friday, Monday, next week, I want to hear people like leave it there. We will wait. We waiting. We fully waiting. Caller, you live.
Great is the PNM, Aisha Wells. Great is the PNM. And that last caller who called about the vegan problem in Port of Spain. Now, we don't really have a vegan problem, you know. What we have is a drug addiction problem because a lot of these people leaving their parents' home, even when they pick them off the street and put them in certain places, they're leaving, coming back, where they could push up a city car, sweep out in front of a supermarket to get money to buy cocaine and go up on the Nelson and wherever and buy the drugs. So it's not a vegan problem. And some of you stop looking for excuse. The government did a good job and made a fair budget. Stop looking to punch holes in the government budget. I shall great is the PNM and we shall prevail.
Thank you so much. All the best. I ain't get a WhatsApp call yet. I don't know who tell all your WhatsApp working. All you leave me, please.
So the treasury broke and they say that recession.
Caller, you live.
Good evening. So, what I'm saying is, Strangler, it's 6 years. And then it's a pandemic and it's an agenda for the world. Certain things that have to take place in the world. So, a little bit of food, a little bit of water, and everybody going back to the PNM. Well, we go see what's going on. Watch it carefully, we go see what's going on.
Thank you so much, brother. Thank you. Somebody saying WhatsApp is still down. That is why I know. Caller, you live.
The budget was balanced. Nobody just said no. So, I just say, according to Mr. Louis Tracker, who is not a friend of the poor, is not a friend of mine. You understand? It's only a drug addicts out there. It's have people homeless. It's have people suffering out there. You understand? So I really didn't come to make no argument, you know. I just say it's time to start to allocate a little money for the people, for the poor and them out, for the people and them out there, the homeless. I didn't come to make no argument. So every time you say something about something, it's a, argument at this and that. All of them sit down and analyze things now. This is a serious thing. We just going against one another here. Somebody make a call, you go, come on, man. There's a serious thing going on. It's how people suffering out there. Everything is drug and this and that and nobody else saying but it was bad, it was balanced. Okay, fine. But I just make a remark. You understand? Mr. PNM, take your time, my friend, my brother. Have a good day, Mr.
And it's a new group. We went and we bring in.
The lines are open. I have literally 2 minutes before my next break.
When election time come back round.
What's your thoughts on the budget? Just to recap and let you guys know that the budget allocation it went as follows. Education got the biggest chunk of the pie.
And our people need us today more than ever.
They received 6.86 billion. Followed by health. Health received 6.3 billion. Education got, so national security 5.6 billion. Works and transport 3 billion. Public utilities 2 billion. Rural development and local government 1.6 billion. Agriculture 1.2 billion. Housing and allocation 6.10 million. Sports and culture didn't get anything right now. Tobago received 2.3 billion. An additional 50 million set aside to help hoteliers on Tobago recovered from the pandemic.
When the treasury was full and happy time, some was enjoying.
And of course, the budget was based on U.S. oil prices of $65 a barrel. A natural gas price of U.S. $3.75 per MMBTU.
But to get the economy return today on some footing is the same for people 10 days and cola they're taking. And without social unrest.
Let's see who's there. Caller, you're live.
And you know what I observe again, sister? Let's say we short about 10 billion. 9 point something, right? The budget is how much? 40 something. The total budget is how much? What we expect to get is 40 something.
Just now I'll tell you, the total expected budget is 43 billion.
That is what we expect to get.
We expected to get 43.3.
And we short of 10 billion. We say 10 billion.
We short of 9 billion.
9 point something. So let's say 10. So 43 and 10 is 53. UNC was spending, Mr. Manning was spending 43 or 40, let me say 45 billion. And they told us debt to GDP is too high. Mr. Manning is going to crash the economy. And when they left us with a budget of 65 billion.
Big brother, call me right back. I have an ad break on me. Let's go.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
What is Apex? It is the pinnacle of high-performance vision through a lens. It's clarity, no matter what angle you look at. It's comfort, no matter what you do all day, every day. And it's customized with every digital measurement your eyes require to see at their very best. Apex Digital Lenses by Value Optical, the ultimate lens design for your eyes. Value Optical, expert care for your eyes.
There's only one way to start your week right, and that's with Dr. Livette. Join him right here on your radio every Thursday morning beginning October 7th at 9:10 a.m. for your dose of the health and wellness in a program that is sure to change your life. Popular for promoting Livette rather than diet, Dr. Livette has transformed a number of lives nationwide and is now live on the Street 919 FM every Thursday from 9:10 a.m. Tune in on Thursday, 7th October and also learn about the U-Juice to build your immunities and promote overall great health. Dr. Livette on the Street 919 FM this and every Thursday from 9:10 a.m. It's time that you live.
Sign up and save with Green Dot. When you subscribe to any of our broadband packages, you get 30% off the installation fee, allowing you to stream your favorite shows on any of your devices. Update your social media accounts and connect with friends and family. Stay on top of the class with online learning sessions. Or keep your team in the loop with virtual meetings, all at an affordable price. This is a limited time offer, so don't wait. Call 224-GDOT today to sign up and save with Green Dot, improving and simplifying lives.
Hi, what's up, TNT? This is Wayne Johnson out of Brooklyn, New York. I always wanted to do something back home, and we're going to be doing our gospel segment on Mondays from 10 p.m. to 12 midnight. That's 10 p.m. to 12 midnight on 91.9 FM. Listen what I want you to do. Spread the word. Spread the word, TNT. Salvation, full and free. Salvation is for everybody. Mondays from 10 p.m. to 12 midnight. That's 10 p.m. to 12 midnight on 91.9 FM.
This is Bishop Aaron Williams from the Divine Problem Solving International Ministries, inviting you to be part of our broadcast on any given Thursday night from 12 midnight right on to 5 a.m. on Friday morning. And this broadcast is called Early Morning Gospel Market Program. Then we have on Tuesday from 12 noon to 1 p.m. the Holy Ghost Gospel Pharmacy. If you are sick and ailing, you can get from this particular pharmacy, from the pharmacist, the good things of life. Hallelujah. And any Saturday from 10 a.m. to 12 noon, break into the host of the Philistines. Hallelujah. If you are sick and tired of being sick and tired, hearing the babel of false doctrines that you encounter daily, it's about time you get close to God. God's word direct from his throne room in the name of Jesus.
God has good plans for his people. Why do you worry so much?
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
So no foreign countries really start migrating.
So Trinidad and Tobago, the opposition leader, take me over here, Google, is having a press conference
They're
right
taking
now.
us full speed ahead.
She is
towards an
responding to the
economic
budget
catastrophe.
right now on the UNC's
For the
platform.
past 6
Carry me
years, this
over,
government
Google.
has consistently lied about the true state of affairs in Trinidad and Tobago. Every year for the past 6 years, we have heard every slogan, turn around, seen clearly, game changers, and once again, the theme is resilience in challenging times, resilience. The only people who are resilient in this time under Rowley are those PNM ministers,
The cabinet?
who accuse
Are
themselves
those
of the cabinet,
PNM
people who are getting contracts from the government. They are the resilient ones, but with the rest of the population, people are suffering. People are hungry. Families are suffering in this country. And they talk about resilience at this time. In fact, they changed their theme. Initially, their theme was rebuilding with innovation and social inclusion. But someone told them that the UNC's logo when we do our platforms is rebuild and restore. So they came with resilience in challenging times. Who is resilient now? Thousands of businesses have shut down. Other thousands and thousands have lost jobs. Again, family suffering. And they speak of resilience at this time. They have lied, spinning in their attempts to create a fantasy world where everything is hunky-dory for them. But they've run out of lies, and people are beginning to see the truth. This budget highlights government's failure, the abysmal record in managing our economy, in managing our country. They have failed our energy sector. They have failed our manufacturing sector. They have failed the SMEs. And on top of that, and more important or equally, they have failed the people of Trinidad and Tobago. It is shameful that after some 6,000 businesses have shut down, this government has gone on to claim that they provided assistance to businesses. They refuse to offer timely and proper assistance to businesses struggling to pay workers, now talking about giving things to businesses when these businesses are no longer in existence. They've already shut down. They've already shut down. We saw a newspaper recently reports about 6,000 businesses shut down. And now they did not give that assistance in a timely manner. Again, they make their promises, and I've always said to you, PNM promises never materialize. And so too in this budget, we have some repeated promises which I'll come to in a moment. The minister, like the conman that he is, came to boast about COVID relief that should have been done last year. There was nothing sustainable to make the economy resilient in the last 12 months. And there is nothing in this budget to make the economy resilient for the upcoming fiscal year 12 months. They came again with more empty slogans and regurgitated promises. The minister presented, as I said, 3 hours and 41 minutes, long budget, 164 pages and so on, filled with some same recycled, regurgitated promises that they've been talking about since 2015. Their only plan from this entire budget to raise revenues, nothing about new revenue streams, nothing about businesses being created for jobs to be created to get new revenue streams to sustain our economy. Instead, back to tax. Back to tax. The dreaded property tax, and we begin a campaign, stop the tax. That is further going to impoverish the people of Trinidad and Tobago, this tax. In a time of pandemic, this is not the time to implement this dreaded property tax. And when we come to the enforcement measures, those enforcement measures are unconstitutional. And I will deal with that further in detail in my response on Friday. The enforcement matters for the property tax, that bill, Property Tax Bill, now an act, was passed without a special majority. But that's a new way of making law for this government and this incompetent dunce Attorney General. That they come to make law, remove the special majority clauses and say you've made good law. We have always said we'll support good law, we will not support bad law. And when under the Manning regime that property tax came, it was passed with a simple majority, removed. And therefore that is something our lawyers are working on. that we intend to challenge sections of the Property Tax Act. So, what is their revenue now? How are they going to get revenue? It's the usual style of this government. Tax, 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 borrow, 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 and spend, spend, spend. Nothing for sustainability. Nothing, as I say, to grow the economy. Nothing to create new revenue streams. What is missing from this budget, as it has been for the last 6 years, is hope, vision, and a plan for the future. Citizens were waiting to hear what measures would be taken to alleviate the burdens currently being faced. Rising cost of living. I think the price of bread went up, if I'm not mistaken. And more to come, you know. Transport costs are going to also increase. Everything, the cost of living is going to skyrocket, and I'll share with you in a moment why I say that. So what was lacking? Hope, vision, a plan for a future. Citizens were waiting to hear what measures will be taken to ease their burdens, right? Again, I talked about a rising cost of living, rising food prices, increasing joblessness, and a growing sense of insecurity. The minister came today to promise or propose that they were considering zero-rate VAT. So when I started to hear it, I got very happy and excited because people have been calling for this, and we know the impact of the VAT on the food prices. It was my government which removed VAT on 7,000 food items. Remember that? We removed the VAT. When they came, again, the conmanship in it, they said, well, listen, we're reducing the rate from 15% to 12.5%. But they never explained it fully that they were going to put the VAT back onto all those 7,000 food items. So we had removed that. You put it back. Today you say, you didn't say you're doing it. You're proposing to do it, and you're still considering which items. He named some items. What was it? Biscuit and cheese and etc., etc., etc. Saddam, I wouldn't share the joke that you shared with me about some of the items on that list. So they haven't settled that. They haven't settled. So it's a promise. And he acknowledged it. He acknowledged, yes, people were asking to remove the VAT. I want to tell you that promise to zero the VAT from the same basic food items was a measure we advised this government on from day one and still advise them to do. I remind you again that we had removed the VAT from 7,000 food items so people could put food on the table. This minister reversed that decision and put VAT back on all those items. Now, with more people lining up for food, being accused of being greedy, he's promising to remove it again. I want you to note, it must be noted that the VAT collections declined after 2016. Why? Even though they said they had lowered the VAT rate, they got less revenue than we had got when the VAT was removed from the old 7,000 items. Pay that in mind. The VAT collections declined in 2016 by $188 million. So that measure where you put the VAT onto all these food items, hoping that you'll scrape and scrape, shake down the population to get every cent out of them, get their money out of their pockets, it didn't bring you the increased revenue. And therefore, I call again, remove the VAT on all basic food items. All. Not one, not cheddar cheese and biscuits. I don't think our country lives on cheddar cheese and biscuits. Well, some people might say there's a biscuit budget. Biscuit and cheese budget. Might be in jail. Biscuit and cheese. That's what it is. So I call again. The VAT we collected, the VAT they collected after, never rose. Was never more than the 2015 figure of 8.9 billion. Was never. So that harsh measure is not giving you revenue in your pocket. You have to create, as I say, new revenue streams. Don't depend on taxing people into poverty when you think that it will give you prosperity. Taxes will never take you out of poverty, and taxes will never take you into prosperity. So they had the good sense to listen, and they want to reverse this. I will wait. PNM promises never materialize. I will wait until we see it in black and white. Again, repeated promises, repeated promises. Minister has the audacity to repeat government will be implemented special economic zones. How many times have we heard that? By Friday, I'll have all the times, but I know it, I have a good memory. How many times I've sat and heard this minister reading the budget of the PNM government, repeating special economic zones. This has been a promise by this government since 2018. To repeat it again, it doesn't happen. We have seen this minister repeat the agricultural stimulus package. Yet, for the last year, we have not seen that program under the Ministry of Agriculture. Remember, he told us last budget he put in 500 million into the agriculture from some special stimulus package. He comes back now and saying he wants to put $1 million from 500 to, was it? I'm sorry, 500,000. 500,000. 500 million. I knew it was $1 million somewhere. 500 million. So this man is adding last year's 500 million, which was never used for the stimulus package, and now saying he put in another 500 million to make 1 billion. Again, we will believe it when we see it happen. Promises never materialize with this government. So they talk about dealing with the agriculture sector with the stimulus package. Yet again, they repeat the privatization of the port. Privatization of the port. How many times have we heard that? What is the process? Where have you reached? Again, a promise that hasn't come forward. And you know, as I'm talking about the port, you remember the refinery? They came in a budget thing to say they're selling it to Petrotrade, selling it to OWTU. Lie. Lies again. What today, in a budget statement today, no update on what has happened with the sale of that refinery. Nothing whatsoever. Nothing about NGC, which is in such a state, seeking indemnities and so on. Nothing about the Police Service Commission, but yet in your statement, you are talking about institution building. When you have broken down the institutions of this country, you have brought the office of the President into disrepute. You have brought the office of the Attorney General into disrepute. You have brought the Police Service Commission has floundered and collapsed in disrepute. And at the rate you're going, not naming that high official who went to President's house to deal with this police service matter and the merit list, they have not named it. I call again, Prime Minister, was it you? Were you that person? You are bringing your office into odium and disrepute as well. So all these promises and the others which we've just finished inside there, we will double up on them. I'll have 3 hours or not, 41 minutes. So we'll go into some more details on Friday. So we see the minister again repeating about some access road program. Again, promises. And repeat. Promise from last year. Some of the promises are from before last year. And then he speaks about construction projects. And then he says, oh, but we have no money. So he talks about the roadway to Point 14, which they promised since 1962. It was my government that began that work. When they came, they stopped it. Now talking 6 years later about Point 14 Highway. Talking about the Toko Port. All these are repeat. I'm surprised they didn't put the dry dock facility down at Labre as a repeat. Some reason that we know nothing is happening there in any case. So many repeats, repeated promises, and promises that have not materialized. They have no real plans to revive our dead economy. After almost 2 years of lockdown, with over 100,000 citizens being unemployed, I think last time I calculated, and again they hide the numbers. They don't give us the numbers, they're outdated numbers. Last time we checked using the NIB and so on, it was about 120,000 people have lost their jobs under this government. And then, what do? After 2 years of lockdown, the minister is boasting about giving, grants, $1,500 grants, I think for 3 months or something. And what had me astonished, and I almost went into a fit of laughter, when he was boasting about giving a $150 grant. Are you for real? When you have your minister recusing himself from the cabinet, collecting $23 million a year, you'll have no shame. You disadvantage the poor people, and you are resilient because you're advantaging yourself. $150. And then when we look at all these grants, he spent about 8 or 9 pages, all of our 20 minutes or 25 minutes. We gave a grant for this, we gave for that, we gave so many, it cost so much money. Who got it? Where did the money go? Because there's thousands of people in this country are saying and reporting. They come to our offices, they text you, they email you. Today they couldn't WhatsApp you with the crash of the systems. I'm telling you, look, they need help. They need something to eat, the children. They need laptops for the children and so on. So you advantage yourself, but disadvantage the poor people. So the minister even used VAT refunds as a form of relief. Imagine he's saying as a relief in this COVID time. A VAT refund is yours. That was your money that they appropriated and kept. You now come to boast, we're going to give VAT refunds. He said that last year too, and he did give some. But that's not your money, Minister of Finance. That's not the government's money. The refunds are what is your legal due. And then when you refuse to give it, fail and or neglect to give it for so long, you probably making interest on the money. But my money that you have in your bank, I'm not getting any interest on the VAT money that you're supposed to give me back, the refund. What is very worrying, indeed it is frightening, is that there is not a single new revenue stream identified. Not a single new revenue stream identified. None. And the minister comes to talk again about digitization and innovation and one list of things. 99.9% of those things are repeat promises. You remember when they said they put Wi-Fi in all the buses and so on? What happened to that? Coming back again with this digitization and technology, it's just mere words. For years I have been speaking about the fourth industrial revolution and this new age that we are in. And that laptop program that we started, that they stopped, would have placed our children at a great advantage in these pandemic lockdown times when they can't go to school, when they don't have devices. Thousands of our children have no devices. So tell us, not a word. He said they will, something about computers, if my memory is right from when he was talking, about the computers or computer peripherals and so on. Boy, people don't have money to buy food, you don't have money to buy a laptop, a computer and so on. Will they have? You should have provided, if you really want to help the children, you should have provided in the budget, under the education ministry, to give the children the laptops, give it to them. Give it to them. Your child probably has. The ministers there, their children have. They're not thinking about the thousands of our children who have no access to an education. What future will these children have? Being locked out of education like this, what? And I make again, that laptop program, we were praised by the United Nations, by many international organizations for that program because we were out there, we were out front. You took it away to now come and talk about computer peripherals. You'll get it free, duty-free or customs or something like that, he said. So, as I say, what is frightening and worrying is no revenue streams, and there's no new ones in this budget. How can the country expect to emerge from this crisis if there is no plan to earn more money? Already when your revenue is down, what are your plans for the country to earn more revenue, to earn more forex? Nothing in this budget statement, nothing in it to tell us about that. I know they think that diversification is a bad word, a dirty word, but that is exactly what we need. We need new industries to not only employ persons, but also, as I said, to earn foreign exchange, much needed. We have seen no significant innovation from the Minister of Finance to earn revenue to match the economic challenges created by the pandemic. It is startling that the Minister is boasting about a brighter macroeconomy based on higher energy prices when our energy production under their watch has fallen. So even if you're getting more for a barrel, you are producing less and less and less. Where are your plans to increase the production coming out of our oil and gas fields? Where is it? And as I talk about the revenue and the expenditure, I just want to share with you, because I just grabbed it, I was coming across here in the car. We just got these. But on this book, which is the Review of the Economy, which is put out every year, on page 173 of the Review of the Economy, it gives us the issues about deficits. It tells us we get so much revenue, that is like you collect a pay packet, and then we spend so much. And then with every budget of this government, every single one has recorded a deficit. So the deficit in 2015-16, which is when they came in, was minus, well, 7.9 billion. The deficit in the following fiscal year, 16-17, was 13.5 billion. The deficit in 17-18 was 5.6 billion. The deficit in October 18 to 19 was 4 billion. Deficit in 19 to 20, 16 million. 16 million. And the deficit, the minister, it was curious, I kept waiting to hear it. So they recorded a deficit in every year, a large deficit at every year of their term in office. And I listened to hear, what is the deficit for this year, fiscal 20 to 21, the year that has just ended? What is it? He never said. And when you know he's hiding something, he has a reason to hide it. Because the deficit for this last fiscal year, which just ended, 20 to 21, as shown in the book, is $13.7 billion in deficits. So where is the money going? You're taxing, and you're borrowing, and you're spending, and you still have a deficit of $13.7 billion. And you know what he's projecting? For this fiscal, 21 to 22, I think it's about 9-point-something billion, which is what he said today. So we are into deficit financing as long as they are in power. And how does he deal with the gap? Huh? You do fire sales. We are living beyond our means when your pay packet is less than what you spend. You are bankrupt. That's what that means. And we are 13 billion just in this aspect in deficit. So, as I finish on this point of the budget, I think this budget is a declaration of war on the people of Trinidad and Tobago.
You've heard her. I have heard enough. Bring me back. The opposition leader could not wait. She responded almost immediately at the office of the opposition leader happening now. You have heard her points. As she responded to the budget, she says it's a war on the people. How do you feel? Call me 342-0081 771-1791 466-5391. Caller, you're live.
Hi, sister. You know, I wonder if they feel that we are duds. Let me show you a point, and I'll start from there and show you how she had to see that or think that we are that foolish. She said to us, you know that South Highway, right? They promised us the South Highway since 1962 or 63, and they can't give us yet. You remember when they was building that highway, who created an obstruction from Mr. Manning building that highway? Wasn't the same people who say they build the highway tell Mr. Manning with a man called Kublal Singh, no highway, no byway? Not so, Miss Welch?
Go right ahead, big brother.
And today, she's in a budget speech telling us that we was promised a highway since 1962 or 63 by the PLM, and they can't give it to us yet. But I remember when Kublal Singh started to protest for that same highway, Jack Warner and Munilal went down and mashed up Imuruti and John Distan. And none of them ain't saying nothing. But let's move on. So they're telling me about our budget. That you know what she's talking about? When she said that we have a deficit because we estimate to get 43 billion, right? And we budget is actually 53 billion or 54 billion. So we short, as I said, about 9 or let me say 10 billion. That is what is considered our deficit. That's what the Minister of Finance telling us. She is telling us our deficit is 13 billion. How did she come up with that figure?
I think she wasn't paying close enough attention, you know.
No, well, apparently she wasn't paying no attention at all. I know I had a couple of other points, and that's just to show you the level. How do they see us? How do they see us?
When I heard the part about the laptops and we gave children laptops, we knew the laptops didn't last as long as the Red House fire. Why bring that back up?
Because they have, if you notice, she can't tell you nothing in the budget. The government not
And the World Health Organization was so proud of my government for giving free laptop. What about making sure that the people's money was intact? Where all the money gone?
Well, I called your partner this morning. But anyhow, let me move on. Let me show you our next point. Hear what she's telling me. The government is not creating, not telling you what is the plans for the future. I say, well, the government doesn't create no jobs, The government does not create any jobs. The government can't, because the government tried that. We built a steel mill and it crashed. We're looking for people. You know what they tell me just now? You know what the Minister of Finance tell me just now? A man is going to increase production of ducks. By how much and how much? He is going to invest how much $1 million or $500,000 into our farm. Who are you going to give the money to? Because the man who invests the money in the duck, we could export the duck, he would employ more people. Would you give that man US money to increase duck production where he could export and make it cheaper, or you would give a man who importing cars to sell? Who you would give it to, Aisha?
Talk to me.
Which one is more viable? You wouldn't give it to the man who produces the duck instead of the man, because the car could write off in the morning.
You seeing that?
My US money going down the drain, but the man on the duck farm, he could employ 5 people, and the same man on the duck farm could turn around and buy the same car. So I hear a man having a duck farm, I hear this thing that they put down there, next man going and get another $500,000 to invest. So I don't know what kind of investment she's talking about that the government should invest. The government is creating a way, and everybody telling you, IT investment. If you invest in IT, I give you a tax relief for $200,000, how much for the next so much years. That means there's a group of, right now in Dom 6 Avenue, there's a company, I think in the Lamasio, somebody have a group of people that go to work in the night. What they call it? I don't know what the data for, me know what it'll do. A whole group of people. That is the thing when you're talking about diversify the economy to move away from oil and gas.
It's call centers.
Right. That is not the government supposed to move out. The government already into oil and gas. It's up to the people who have the money. It's up to the private sector to. She talk about how much businesses close down. But me see all them Spanish go home yet. If all them businesses close down, Aisha, where are these businessmen? They should be in tongue protesting. So I'm having a pala end up in a problem because of the pandemic. They considering that business. Yeah. And the next thing you talk about, VAT refunds. Me have no VAT refund to collect. Who should making noise to collect VAT refund? Who has to collect VAT refund, Aisha Wells? You have to collect VAT refunds?
Me not none to get.
Who do you think she making noise for?
Big business.
Enjoy your evening.
Thank you so much. The lines are open. I have about a break to take in a minute. But I'll take your calls until then. The opposition leader could not wait. She responded almost immediately. Press conference at the opposition leader's office. What's your thoughts? Caller, you live?
Yeah, you said good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Caller, I'm not hearing you. Not sure what happened. Feel free to call back. Caller, you live?
Aisha?
Yes?
Let Baratari and Rowdy Jr. run your program. I will leave it here.
But you having a problem with sensible contributions, or what? You leave it right there now. Caller, you live?
Aisha, where's here now? Good afternoon again.
Yes, I'm hearing you now.
I can't believe what I hear. These people talking about that woman have the gall to talk about NGC after they raid NGC and take out every cent in NGC when oil price and we was getting the highest amount of budget. Our budget was the highest in this country, $65 billion. Well, let's take out every cent in NGC, bankrupt NGC, and this woman had the gall to talk about NGC when all they was getting the highest revenues from oil and gas in this country. Kamala, you show me what all they do to diversify this country, the highest revenues, and this woman have the gall to come on TV and talk. Oh my God, Kamala, I can't believe it. You're a hypocrite, and she looking like she takes 7 shots at you're great as the PNM rock, so we don't want to hear all that now, girl. We don't want to hear all that now. Tell SIS bring back we money.
I'm going to go for a break. We'll be right back. The thing just heating up, and I just have a half an hour to go. Make sure and get in the next half hour, okay?
Oh, no, committed and...
So the treasury broke and they say that recession jamming. So no foreign countries really start migrating. They lose faith in the country. When the barracks start to jam, just go inside and bring
relax professional massage therapists and nutritionists? Look no further. Nature's Touch with Empress Judy and Associates offers a natural approach to better health. Treat yourself to a professional massage therapy and nutrition advice in a safe and relaxed atmosphere. Rejuvenate your body, mind, and soul at Nature's Touch Therapy. For an appointment, please call or WhatsApp 1-868-398-8282 or visit our Facebook page. Remember, your health is our responsibility at Nature's Touch.
Pastor Hannah A. Parbu of Holy Spirit Ministries will be live on the street 919 FM every first and third Wednesday from 11:15 a.m. to 11:45 a.m. In the scripture, Matthew 19 verse 26, the Bible says, "But Jesus looked at them and said to them, with men this is impossible, but with God all things are possible." Pastor Hannah is here to motivate you, challenge you, encourage you to walk in your purpose and destiny God has for you. For prayer and counseling, call Pastor Hannah at 728-5197.
He heals me when I'm broken. Strength where I've been weak. Forever he'll reign.
This is the voice of Tuesday Seventh-day Adventist. We are preaching Emergency Alert broadcast, which is from the Tuesday Seventh-day Adventist Church. We will be featuring voices of brethren from different parts of the world, preaching the gospel, preaching prophecy as it relates to current events and the ending of the world. Listen to us on 91.9 FM every Sunday from 9:15 to 9:45 a.m. on Sundays. May God bless you as you learn the truth. In Jesus' name, amen.
Len Capital Certificates is a passive income service company located at Princess Margaret Street in San Fernando and 5th Street South Woodbrook. At Len Capital, investing is made simple. You invest with us. We make the investments and then you collect returns either monthly or yearly. We have 5 different options you can choose from, and each investment option comes with different benefits starting from TT $5,000. For more information, contact 399-0307. Len Capital Certificates. It's all about you.
Turn your lights down low and listen to the Master's radio.
The Church of the Firstborn Assembly of numbers 399 Eastern Main Road, Waiko Sangre Grande, is pleased to present Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson and guest. Sundays, Tuesdays, and Friday night, Sunday Ministry of Worship, Children Hour, and the Word from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. Tuesdays, see Jesus in every book of the Bible from Genesis to Revelation from 9 p.m. and Friday night, 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. All night prayer for our nation. Tell your neighbors, tell your friends, tell everyone. For further information, visit with us at www.churchofthefirstbornassembly.org or on Facebook. Email us at church668hope@gmail.com or call us at 753-1113 or 236-7271. Your free gifts and offerings will be greatly appreciated at Church of the Firstborn Assembly, account number 795222 at the First Citizens Bank.
Get in touch with God. Turn your radio on.
Hi, Trinidad and Tobago. This is yours truly, Pastor Charles, streaming live from Port of Spain
Trinidad, Maraval Road, 91.9. Every Wednesday from 12 midnight to 5 a.m. in the morning. I tell you, we are going to have a T-I-M-E time in the presence of God. We will be praying, praise God, for our nation. We'll be praying for families. We'll be praying for those that are sick and those that are in need. Truly to the best station, 91.5 FM Street Live, Port of Spain, Maraval.
The blood of Jesus over your family. Plead the blood over your family.
This is Bishop Aaron Williams from the Divine Problem Solving International Ministries, inviting you to be part of our broadcast on any given Thursday night from 12 midnight right on to 5 a.m. on Friday morning. And this broadcast is called Early Morning Gospel Market Program. Then we have on Tuesday from 12 noon to 1 p.m. the Holy Ghost Gospel Pharmacy. If you are sick and ailing, you could get from this particular pharmacy, from the pharmacist, the good things of life. Hallelujah. And any Saturday from 10 a.m. to 12 noon, break into the host of the Philistines. Hallelujah. If you are sick and tired of being sick and tired, hearing the babel of false doctrines that you encounter daily, it's about time you get close to God, God's word, direct from his throne room, in the name of Jesus.
God has good plans for his people. Why do you worry so much?
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Let's see who's on the inside. Caller, you live.
Hello, good afternoon, Aisha.
Good afternoon, big brother.
What's up? How are you doing?
I'm good. We just have a minute before our ad set comes on.
I ain't review the budget, but I'll give my comments on the budget. But all who calling for diversification, right? It have a local Trinidad Jesus who fast for some kind of 9,900 days or some kind of thing like that. Go by he for all your diversification, right? You get some crap to sell. You might it has some people that have some money in the hole. You might send all by the mafia and them. Remember when we wanted to build the steel mill? Remember when we wanted to build the smelter? And we local Jesus stop everything. All you go by he for all your diversification money, right? I sure you have a good evening. A wonderful program last week Friday anyway. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We're going to pause for a short pause. I'm not sure what this countdown is about, but we'll be back.
From the time Trini analyzed just what was the problem, yes, we start making very positive move to solve them. We fired the old set of managers we had working, and it's a new group we went and we bring in. Managers not supplying.
Okay, nothing came on. What kind of madness is that, boy? Caller, you live.
Hello.
Hello.
I think Miss Prasad Bistester, she became very confused. She made no sense, and she really had nothing much to say. She just spoke because she knows she can speak. But she was very confused, as far as I see. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's not a good sign to be this confused. I'm just saying. Let me say good afternoon to Gemma Julian. She says, good night, Aisha. Could you wish my great-grandson happy birthday? His name is Kyle Julian, and he is 2 years old. It's coming from his mother, father, and cousins. Happy birthday, baby Kyle. Hope you had an awesome day today. Caller, you live.
A blessed evening, Miss Iwer.
How you doing, brother? Blessed love.
Yes. You know, when you're confused, you will say a thing because she was just reading off her last year, which she going and repeat Friday here now if you was watching you. But here is the point.
Because I was wondering who the hell shows up to a budget with a prepared speech. The woman didn't even wait.
Well, all right. Well, this is what I'm talking about. She wasn't. It's not no prepared speech. It's just a piece of paper she having and just flicking the pages. But it's from the she head that she was bringing all these things. I want before I make my contribution. Here we're going on. Miss Aisha Wells, you remember you had a book drive in either 11 or 12 when the computer was going out. I come and collect books by you.
Yes, you came and you got books.
Two sets. You understand what I'm saying here? My family got computers and was only games and music. It had no connectivity. So when Ms. Kamala started coming and talking about this computer, it had no connectivity. Up to now, this government trying to bring connectivity throughout the whole of Trinidad and Tobago for computers.
I tell you, she talking about this laptop thing, and we've been helping people. It is here we talking about it.
Well, if you was showing you now, right? So I'll leave it that day. But here we're going on. You see, the government talk about the CPO and the government and the unions and them. But here, why I want the unions and them to go?
Caller, you there?
Hello?
Hey, but you cut off the man call just so?
I don't know what go on there.
So listen now, I find Tanty and looking good since he ain't holding that bag, you know.
I do not know. Listening to my political leader here, come ready to discuss the budget.
I don't understand. The lady had a prepared speech.
A prepared?
Who shows up to a budget with a prepared speech, Kingsley? I tell you, since you stop holding her handbag, she ain't looking right, you know.
I said the woman. I was shocked and all. Listen, because they were just give her a little briefing what.
Kingsley, the woman press conference going on an hour later.
I thought you had just give her a little briefing what take place. I said because. Oh my God! But I do not know. If the opposition leaders going mad like supporters on them, I do not know. But this was a mad thing which is even here. This was something that everything and the government bring today. It's bad. I call on my leader to be more conscious, as you said. Don't hate everything. Don't hate everything. Because it has some good. You're finding fault now with the all them crying for. And the government take on for some certain prices. Now just it off now. You see now they take off on certain items.
It is a biscuit budget.
Well, I don't know about that.
Kingsley, go back for that handbag I beg in here.
Nah, I'll leave that handbag for those who are the handbag. I don't with the handbag.
That lady not looking like herself, Kingsley.
No. Something wrong. And his speech too. His speech wasn't rebelling out now.
Yeah, it was a little slurred. Let's be real.
Yeah, I don't know what took place with her throat, but the speech was worse than my speech. I do not know. All right, I see what's going on tomorrow.
Go see. I just have 15 more minutes. Only guy in the bacchanal now. Let's see who's there. Caller, your life.
Good evening, Aisha.
Hey, how good are you doing? Good evening.
All right, good evening and good evening, everyone. Aisha, she said it was the Point 14 highway was her idea. Is that true? I am sure that the Point 14 was under the Patrick Manning and they just took it from there.
We'll definitely do some follow-up on that.
Yeah, because she said it is her idea, and then even if it was over budgeted, and the PNM started with a low and almost completing it with something 50% lower. Okay, then take care.
Thank you, love. Let's see who's there. Caller, you're live.
I say really best time back here, Frank King.
He had to go back and hold that bag, mommy.
Because listen to me now. Hear me now. I wonder if I already hearing right. She talk about biscuit. I want biscuit and cheese.
A biscuit and cheese. We in jail.
Something wrong with this woman.
Mommy, who shows up to a budget with a prepared speech? I almost thought we was on the Monday night forum.
And she almost going to talk about the commissioner of police who ain't here that too.
But where all of that come out?
This is what I said. Aisha, all I can say to this lady, give it up, no man. Give it up. Tell your friend Kingsley go and hold the hand bag. Because
oh, God, I have to send him back. I have to send him back. She missing him.
And Mr. Leave it right there. Aisha, that man really love you, girl. Honest to God.
Mommy, it's you he love her. I just want you to know that.
Aisha, he had nothing to say. You only calling, Jesus God. Aisha, anyhow, sweetheart. You have a good afternoon and reach home safe.
I will, Mommy. All the best to you and yours. Let's see who's there. Caller, you live.
Good afternoon, my dear.
How you doing, Queen?
I should just kind of see I'm laughing all evening.
I don't know how you take so long to get in the couture.
I really thought it was Monday night speech, and then my husband told me, go and take off, you know who. I said, but she off, Aisha. Okay. Oh, Lord, boy. I don't understand this. I mean, there's nothing good in the budget at all for her. Wait now, wait your turn.
No, she was missing out on that action. She had to get in.
It has some people, they had to be last, their voice.
They had to have the last say, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Somebody could remember.
Imagine that.
Have a good evening, my dear.
You too, my love. You just had to laugh, Let's see who's there. Caller, you live.
Yes, good afternoon, Aisha. Once again, point 14 in the house.
Point 14. Who shows up to a budget with a prepared speech?
Well, I understand what's going on, Aisha. And just want to say point 14, let me clarify. Let them know that was a PNM plan. When you're talking highway, like PNM planning sister. So tell them don't sing and don't get no vibe.
Brother, apparently they confused, so set them straight.
Hey, Aisha, why it is we say great is the PNM is because we understand the performance was taking place in Trinidad and Tobago. We understand that we in the middle of pandemic running on about 2 years now and we have budget. We're still in hit $60 billion. Come on, my Minister of Finance is our boss. Is our boss, no Prime Minister is our star boy. They leave it there, leave it there. Game over.
Leave it there, need to go somewhere and pour a rock on you,
Later, so stay blessed.
All right, big brother, all the best.
Anyhow that I look around, I see the whole world heading for destruction. People committing crimes and for their escape. They're doing all that for the children's sake.
The lines are open. Caller, your life.
Yes, Aisha, good day, good night, evening to you.
How you doing, love?
The budget in Ghana is the quickest budget debate I hear.
I ain't hear you. Break up a bit. Lord, call me back. Caller, your life.
Aisha.
Oi.
Ready, see, I ready for all you. I know you're going to start cutting me off,
Leave it there. I would never cut you off.
All right.
You is comic relief full 100.
I hear you talk about dropping bomb. When you see I start dropping bomb.
Leave it there. You have no damn bomb to drop. Stop your foolishness.
All right. You're going to see. I'll leave it here.
Stop your foolishness. But you have bomb to drop. Leave it there. Go somewhere and lie down now.
Because two big man can sit down like man and try to resolve a situation.
Let's see who's there. Caller, your life.
Yeah, just call back. What I say, the budget incomplete. What is the quickest budget debate I hear?
I understand the debate in the self, Who the hell does debate the self?
Well, there you are saying, just call it.
This woman still on the, let's call her, I need you to listen to this. This lady still at a budget debate. You could swear she in parliament, you know. Listen to this, caller, you just listen to this.
Imprudent to rely on their data, and that is why I say, however, anecdotally, that is we know for a fact, I think everybody here knows, that you will sell a vehicle or transfer a vehicle in 2016 and you can't get a certified copy in which year? Okay? But everyone knows how long it takes to get things done. So the ease of doing business is not easy. And last year, when I raised those matters, the Minister of Trade, the Honorable Minister Gopi Schoon, came to the Parliament to rebut and said they have a plan to improve the ease of doing business, and they will do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Promises never materialize.
Now, I tell you, we responding to our budget, but she going off in La La Land about how long it is take to do business with a vehicle transfer. Father, help me. Caller, you live?
I shall wait.
Mother, what going on?
I want to know all the police, all the pray for Kamala. All the pray for that woman, she got bad. She got loco. Yeah, she knows she ain't coming back to the right. So what? Yeah, all the put it on the pipe and pipe it. Kamala, I ain't saying nothing. You and say this and I go to a chance. But you see that woman, she ain't coming back into power. No way. No way. I hear that woman she can't wait for Friday, boy. And tonight is rum. Oh, God. Tonight is not Monday night for us.
Like she starts early? She starts early, mother?
Oh, God. I'm sure that woman getting so much pressure from them man and them around now. We had to pray for her, you know.
Mother, we really had to pray.
Yeah, we had to pray for her. We had to pray for kids, too.
All the talk, any missing she, you know?
I sure he called me today. He said, I hear you blazing me. I said, I have to blaze you. You know, they want to cuss out a man for you. Didn't hear me? You call me and tell me, Charles. But you hear me blazing you today.
He didn't hear that part.
You didn't see it. He went to take the job and got in a yellow shirt.
Yeah, I can't no damn sense.
He begging back in a technical way. The man ain't no sense at all, boy. Mother
Countdown is on. I got to go. Ollie, I am out of time. I want to thank you guys for being part of today's show. And tomorrow the conversation continues. Kamala still on full flight. Going on 2 hours now. She debating the budget by her whole self.
If you sing the same song, I might go insane.
We'll pick up tomorrow, people. As I usually say, TNT, do a good deed today. Until tomorrow, when we come with something else, something new, something hot in the official station that defends the nation, the Street 919 FM. Have a good one.
Anyhow that I look around, I see the whole world heading for destruction. People committing crimes and for their escape. They're doing all that for the children's sake. The lion and the lion and the lion and the lion. Because we dying and we dying and we dying and we dying. Better days are coming. Hey, you laugh and wait, man. Bus workers on strike, all workers down tools. So your children can get bus to go to school. The electric people cannot agree. So no like for your child to cram for GC. Because two big man can sit down like man and write.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Bounce it! Yeah! Walk it up! Kaiso! Christmas is a celebrating birth of Christ! And for the children to hear, right? While you listen to the tune! Canta! Listen to the tune, man! Then just sing! You say you're singing parang. You say you're a parang star. But why these songs you singing? Why these songs are so vulgar? These that's like song you sing. The little children hearing when you sing them kind of spits. The children repeating it with waponani, give me ponani. Now what they have on no hair on the piggy. Saltfish is what impulse like, and the 4 cupcakes give you belly dry. Is that paranoid? Is that paranoid? Is that paranoid? Sing it! Soca paranoid. God give you a talent. Try and use it right. This that song you're singing, they have no disguise. Is that paranoid? Sing it! Is that paranoid? Louder! Is that paranoid? Soca paranoid. Vamos! Listen, Ninja, who's the white?
Enagic change your water, change your life. Enagic water purifier, one machine, 5 types of water. Enagic makes strong Kangen water with an 11.5 pH. Kangen water with 8.5 to 9.5 pH, healthy drinking and cooking water. Clean water with 7.0 pH. Beauty water for skin, hair and plants with a 6.0 pH. Strong acid water with a 2.5 pH. This water is known to disinfect, kill viruses and bacteria. Listen to the Street 919 FM with Pastor Alkaline John every Tuesday from 9:05 a.m. to 10 a.m. and every Wednesday from 8:05 p.m. to 9 p.m. as he talks to you weekly about how to improve your quality of life through purifying and drinking water. For more information, call or WhatsApp Pastor John at 516-286-7079.
Greetings and blessing in the name of our wonderful Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I'm Valentine Garcia.
And I'm Nikki Garcia. And we would like to invite you to listen to the Final Hour broadcast every Monday from 12 midnight to 5 in the morning on the Street 919 FM radio.
Hear my mom, Pastor Helen Garcia, and myself, Pastor Valentine Garcia Jr., preach the word of God to the elderly, youth, and children. We can be contacted at 629-0113 or 623-8444.
Please be sure to tune in and prepare to be blessed.
My life, I lay it on the altar. As my life.
Police, good day. Officer Best Price here. Johnny Q Auto Parts Division? Yes, sir. I'm here to investigate an assault on batteries. Excuse me, sir? Is it true? You have batteries selling for $488? Yes. Power Master, Optima, Vata, and Megastar batteries. So I could buy a battery for $488? Yes, sir. For cars, trucks, and boats. Backed and distributed by Massey Automotive. Which part? Right here at Johnny Q Hardware and Auto Parts Division, 15 Arabita Avenue, Woodbrook. And our new Johnny Q Superstore, located at Lowlands Mall off Claude Noel Highway in Tobago. You could call 63 Tools. Alright, thanks boss. Nah man. Granny, do you have $488 to lend, man?
Tune in to the Street 919 FM every Friday from 9:15 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. with Kingdom Health Services, situated at number 91 Eastern Main Road in St. Augustine. For the program, Health and Healing, merging the old with the new with Brent Diet. For more information, call 318-7471 or 484-0141 or 360-4100. It's all about Kingdom Health Services on the Street 919 FM.
Hey guys, it's Aisha Wells here. Listen up. If you're considering selling or renting your house in Trinidad and Tobago, then call Keelan George with O'Neill's Real Estate Group. He's a good friend of mine and he's been in the business for over 6 years. First, selling real estate in Atlanta, Georgia, and now right here in Trinidad and Tobago. He has a strategic online marketing presence that actually attracts thousands of home buyers and renters. Plus, with his home selling advice and techniques, he's getting homes sold really fast. Keelan will actually guarantee you sell your home or, get this, You can cancel the listing agreement and pay nothing at any time. That's right, you heard me, nothing at any time. Selling your home doesn't have to be stressful, people. Check out www.o'neillrealestatetT.com. O'Neill is spelled O-N-E-I-L, or just call Keylon Direct at 363-4030. That's 363-4030.
Ikaro, I am Alatumishe Ifabamishe Aganki, better known as MCDU, and every Monday between the hours of 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. I host a show called Orisha, The Way of Life, right here on the Sheet 919 FM, where I have guests passing through from the Orisha Ifa Baptist Diaspora to educate, edify, and inform you, the listening public, about Orisha Ifa practices. So remember to tune in every Monday between the hours of 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. for Orisha, The Way of Life.
Yo, this is a Big Mike, not the mass man, the health man. Are you one of the 40 million people suffering with joint issues like rheumatoid arthritis or osteoarthritis? Well, you are listening to the right ad. You have the ailment, we have the remedy. Call us now on 288-8301 or 346-2612.
Don't forget to tune in right here on the Street 919 FM every Wednesday from 10:05 a.m.
Performance, beat all talk.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Majuba, Awe, Shuarabo, Laroye, Adamande, Kodie, Shuarabo, Mojuba, Elekba, Yeshunanga, Yeshuarabo,
constipation, headaches, poor blood circulation, high or low blood pressure, diabetes, cancer, swollen or darkened feet, come visit us at Health and Wealth Lifestyle, located at 73 Eastern Main Road, Barataria, opposite Eastern Credit Union. We at Health and Wealth Lifestyle offer a wide range of services. Come and experience our new 3D analyzer, which allows you to have a look inside your body. We also provide live blood analysis, iridology, ionic foot detox with foot soak and foot massage, aquatherapy, full body massage, and organic supplements on sale such as Nano Silver, Nano Zinc, Body Light, cold pressed sesame oil, and more. Health and Wealth Lifestyle, located at number 73 Eastern Main Road, Barataria, opposite Eastern Credit Union. For more information, call 275-8359 or 288-1108.
Ikaro, I am Alatumishe Ifaba Mishe Aganki, better known as MCDU, and every Monday between the hours of 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. I host a show called Orisha, The Way of Life, right here on the Street 919 FM, where I have guests passing through from the Orisha Ifa Baptist Diaspora to educate, edify, and inform you, the listening public, about Orisha Ifa practices. So remember to tune in every Monday between the hours of 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. for Orisha, The Way of Life.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
mojuba ile Shango oniwalo eri jaja orisha oko erumole Shango mojuba ile iwalo ba kuso Amabu Shango ye Amabu Shango ye Amabu Shango ye Amabu Shango ye Abajagba emi oba kuso 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 Ariwo ariwo ye ye Ariwo ariwo ye ye Ariwo ariwo ye ye Abajagba emi oba kuso Abajagba emi oba kuso Abajagba emi oba Iba oya ajalaye ajalorun winnie winnie mi be mayansa afifi jeje efufu leje yawa oya Ashe Iba oya Achalaya Achalorun Winnie winnie Mi be mayansa Afifi sheshe Efufu leshe Yawa Iba oya ajalaya ajalorun winnie winnie mi be mayansa afifi jeje efufu leje yawa oya Ashe Iba oya Achalaya Achalorun Winnie winnie Mi be mayansa Afifi sheshe Efufu leshe Yawa Iba oya ajalaye ajalorun winnie winnie mi be mayansa afifi Yawa, oh Yao, Ashe.
Wale wa egungun ibao wale o. Hear me. mother. I see she.
Yo, Alex.
So I must say, I love fear to each and every one. You know, it is a privilege and an honor that Olodumare has blessed our lives, that we are still in the marketplace here, that the Ifa Orisha, we have live show on the Street 919 FM, can be aired each and every Monday between the hours of 7 to 10 p.m. You know, we are streaming live on Facebook, the Street 919 FM Facebook page. We're also streaming live on YouTube on Iwer TV. That's where you can see what's happening in studio. And tonight I have Baba Francis Mitchell and Baba Simeon Cyrus here. So the show has somehow returned back due to how we got a little extra time with the curfew that I can have, you know, still under COVID, 2 people in the studio. I'd like to say special good night to my co-host, Shaka. He has some personal matters dealing with at this time. So I'll just like to say I will leave the IBA. I will like Baba Francis Mitchell to lead us with the IBA going forward tonight here on the show, on the program, the Ifa Orisha Way of Life.
Must say a pleasant good night to one and all, you know. And borrow boy, share to the elders, you know, to the ones that tune in tonight as we are on the spot of ground with Brother Dylan, you know. We ask Olodumare to give us the strength and make the show prosperous, make the show more intelligent for us, bring us in, you know. One accord, bring all the elders and all the mothers and them that inside. We ask for it to come out and let us get this thing in order as we ask Olodumare to grant us long life in this marketplace, because we know it's not easy. You know, many cut off and go on some good ones, and Olodumare say it in time for, you know, students. So as students, you know, we have to obey the golden rule now. Not everybody will obey, but Olodumare say is the law to enter his gates in the court. So
Benny.
Ashe, pleasant good night to everyone and all on Talk City 99.1 FM. Ashe, Ashe.
You know, so we are here on the Street 919 FM. So we are, you know, you may small thing with a little thing mix up there, just, you know, but all that happens. So I'll just like to say special good night to those who are on Facebook. I'll touch on the top. Liz Peter King, Shamil Taylor is also locked on. Alison Bain says greetings to one and all. Iomi Solomon says greetings. Ronaldo Alexis, greetings. Ifa Orisha Way of Life, MC Duke and King Shaka. You know, Angie St. Paul, #1 supporter of the Street 919 FM, Ifa Orisha Way of Life. Greetings to you, Alatu Mishe, Ifa Bamishe Aganki, and guests. You know, Angel Makano says good night. Akila Allen says good night. You know, Karen Kit, you know, this individual, somehow I had to get some tie shop and time and game to come on this program. This Mr. Karen Kit, I have been searching for him. He gave me a bad drive on Duke Street Saturday, but it's all good. You know, the Sola says Abora Boyabo Shishe. You know, Chantel says Alafia. You know, Shakil Tafari is the Amanda Rots. Akim Baker, my brother. You know, Leon Campbell, Judy James, yeah, and G. St. Paul. She does correct here once. Don't violate she station at all. See, she put up 91.9. Judy James says Alafia, blessings, good night. Nalini Reds, the freighter, says good night. So, you know, I say that ask Olodumare to bless us and guide us. May Baba Yeshu continue opening the doorway for us. May Baba Ogun continue clearing the pathway. May Kabiyesi Shango continue giving us that justice needed to live on this marketplace. May Mama Oshun bless us abundantly with her love. May our lives flow smoothly as the water runs from the river into the ocean. May Mama Yomuja comfort us. May Baba Obatala, pa Orisha, pa Obatala, pa Orisha, pa Obatala. The king who sleeps in white, the king who drives around the tongue in white, the king who awakes in white. May you, Baba Obatala, guide us and protect us and give us the strength needed. To all the rest of Orishas, may you continue to guide us to our ancestors. May we always pay homage to our ancestors. Those who backs we stand on, those who came before us, those who paved the way. May we have a good program tonight. And may the Orishas guide and protect us. Ashe, Ashe, Ashe. Nothing cannot happen here without the sponsors day in, day out who have been helping us, sponsoring us. It's not cheap or free to run this program here on the Sheet 919 FM, because they see if you're looking in from on Facebook, you see the equipment here. It's not cheap to run this equipment. So we say jib by jib does fully bucket. Let us help us our own selves in our community. We are our own problem. We are our own demise. We are our own people who try to set us back. But let us come together. Let us build together. Let us build this community. Let us stand together. No man is an island. So I'm just going to pay respect and dues to the sponsors who make this program day in, day out, month out, prosperous each and every month. Ashe?
Ashe.
Sponsors for the Orisha way of life. Kamara's Quality Store, the #1 importer and supplier of genuine products from Africa, located at Adams Bazaar Main Road, Shogunas. Contact number 672-8438, 320-8866. Gossip Gel Polish, gel with a difference. Contact number 3827587. Come, let us take care of your feet, Petty by Risi. They also sell butters. Contact number 3984474. Nubian Experience, clothing that tells part of our rich African history. Number 6 Woodford Street, Arima. Contact number 6881979. Oriomi, Nico Loggins, Health and Wealth Lifestyle. Number 73 Eastern Main Road, Barataria. EMG out of Texas. Richie's Tire and Automotive Car Care Center. Number 409 Otello Drive, Hampton, Georgia. Sponsors for the Ifa Orisha way of life.
Also sponsored by the Throne of Gold for all your African supplies and clothing. Their contact number is 754-5128. That is the Throne of Gold. You can find them on Facebook and also on Instagram. Omo Inu, All Things Woman. For all your Yoni products, they are the sole women's haven distributor for Trinidad and Tobago. Their contact number is 365-4332. You can find them on Facebook and also on Instagram. Black Tie-Dye Catering Service, 683-8755. You can find them on Facebook and Instagram. Awo Wabande Tonic, 388-4606. You can find them on Facebook and also on Instagram. Ile Josio Turameji, Awo Oshun. Thank you.
Yes, so I must say, I know you guys are missing my coach, my brother, the walking Udu encyclopedia, I just call him, King Shaka,
Yeah, man.
He brings that energy, this combination, just like myself and Kochi on a Friday and a Sunday, the combination with myself and King Shaka, he brings that extra added content. The Udus, he have that. The man is an encyclopedia with that. I miss him. I know what is going on with him is very good. I will allow him to come here on the radio and tell you guys. I must say, Olodumare has blessed him, and read between the lines, But he will be here next week, Monday. He was supposed to be here tonight, but we start back bringing guests on the show. But it's limited. We can't let any amount of people in the building. So he said, brother, he go rock back. And because he was coming tonight, so I say, pleasant good night to Princess Anna Maria Baker. The Baker family is strong and Alexis. So we're going to go right in it. Don't forget the Ifa Orisha School of Enlightenment by Nzinga Reid. Check it out, people. They are also a sponsor of the Ifa Orisha way of life here. So, my brothers, I say, welcome and welcome again, It's a pleasure to have you guys here. The last time I see you all, it was, everybody know you and you feel like shutter, But last time I saw you was on a feast, Simeon and Cyrus, I seen you in feast, and only just this week I get to realize which family, which blood related. So I seen where my lineage for this Orisha community is coming from. You know? So, Baba, it's all yours. But people only know he walk with the drum. So, and Simeon is a Mungwa. So I'll go get some vibes later. And I know I love the vibes on this program. It spends a good night to only boss lady Warrior Kitty, she's also on.
Yes. Pleasant good night to the peeps again, you know. We come to make the thing nice and show our love and bring out what we know as Orisha, you know. That points to pick point, you know, it are things you have to leave until because everything can just build up in one.
True.
So, you know, we're here tonight now, we just touching on some points, making sure the thing goes because, as we say, we need, everybody can be a teacher at once, you know. And if you really check the thing right now, Dylan, everybody wants to be a teacher.
Yes, many.
Everybody wants to be on top. Nobody don't want to say, I'm going on creep now, boy.
Everybody will be a divine.
Everybody wants to be. You know? So, I myself, now my lineage date back from my grandmother, which she is still alive in the land of the living. You know? But I have those that transcend and left. And he's trying to leave with me as something to carry on now, boy. So, my lineage come from way back like the great mother, Eula Idora Bishop Thomas. You know? To my grandmother. And to my grandmother, my father's side, which is alive also, which is Mother Philip. You know? Cynthia Philip. You know, so I feel now, well, I've been going feast like since I've been young, 13 and thing with granny, and seeing things happening and always awakening myself about what going on and always this and not knowing about it now. And my grandfather is the man that really bring me out in it.
True.
And when you saw rest in peace, his name was DC, so but Makoni. And any feast, anyway you go and you carry me by father, pata, this is right wrong by me, this is Mother Frida, and this is, if you know if you ever hear the name, Mother Gerald, this is also.
Well, I get, you see some of the names you're calling, I get to understand and see who they are from the production, from Egbe Ome Isheshe with my brother Olombe and them. They did the ancestor video and you get to see
majority,
you know, majority. And there's what we need in the community. We need to know the people who actually paved the way, those who stood before us, those who came before us to make us comfortable that we can be able to regurgitate what we know and what we have to the younger ones coming, because and I tell people will say we are the ones coming up, we are the elders of today. And when I say the elders of today, I don't mean we's not the elders. Don't look for no we is the ones to come up for the younger ones to understand and still sit down with the likes of the elders of today and understand what the tradition is about.
Under the law now, you might be doing things, elders does be watching you. Your way about and these kind of things. So once you could show that light to the younger ones, you know, and keep them, you know. But they say doing feast and thing is not a natural thing. That is not, you just don't go and do people thing, you know. I wasn't, as my grandfather say, he say, boy, well, times is changing, you know. And not everything they stay one way. So I always put it in the back of my mind and say, but ways are you really trying to tell me, boy? You understand? And it was like, your time go come. You can't rush nothing. All we are seeing here is what works you had to do now, boy. And I see my work that cut out before me like when I was 17 years, but you're outside. But nothing could not stop me from feast. Nothing from Ebo. Nothing could not stop me from going on Ebo way. The man that my great grandfather, I'm gonna tell you this, a man that I really respect in this realm, and he descended and go on was Mr. Selwyn Harvey.
I hear that name already. Yes. Right in the same video.
Yeah, son. Better known as. That is the man I come out on that with that. And I tell myself coming about get to know Southland, Northland, Eastland. You know, move about now. People start to get to know me. I start to grow. It's not just so. It's going to do it from my knowings.
So would you say that just like in, because I came from the Baptist caucus, I came from just like how you learn and you get somebody at a launch out is the same way, because when I say sitting down here, I'm not sitting as Alatumishe, I'm sitting here as MC Duke to make people who are on the outside listening for the first time to get understanding of what the tradition is. How the tradition is.
Tradition is powerful. The tradition is mightyful. The tradition is blessful in these sorts of way. Because everybody, when time comes, they go to God, they take everything to God in prayer. So the Orishas and them is love at always. They transcend from here to take whatever you ask for to send it to the marriage straight and direct now, boy. It's not just so. We does influence people. You might hear people saying this and people saying, boy, they mean good, they mean that. Spirituality is our gift, is our love, but is our passion or something. Inside talent is to bring it out now,
So we're trying to break that Western philosophy, that European styling that Orisha people are good. They love to drink blood. I have been attending air balls. I have been going all over, and I never see nobody drink no blood. Blood never going. I never drink no blood. But then yesterday I gone to church, Baptist church, and I stand up. It has gained wisdom, and I mean, you're doing it all the days of your life, and you're really paying it no mind. But you gain knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Urmilia, the greatest, and he gave that wisdom. And I stand up in the church, and I listen. The leader on top the altar, and he say, I give you the wine. This represents the blood of Jesus Christ. So I jump up. So something tell me now, ping. Once you can manifest and give it that, it is blood. So we are telling me you want to fight my little Orisha thing, but then at the end of the day, on that Ifa, we don't discriminate. No other person's religion. We learn to respect it. So I need you now to give me that same respect. Look, Princess Anna Baker said she never drink blood. Only boss lady Nikki said shepherd shut her. Golly God feast was good vibes the year she went. I mean, that was one of the... that was curfew time. It was curfew time, man?
No, it wasn't.
The last one wasn't curfew yet.
No, it wasn't curfew.
When I see
last one wasn't curfew.
When I see the vibes up there, I say, what? I don't leave Carlin and them there. I say, I don't work the next day, I go on, So, we need to know. I come into you just now, Simeon, so God, I come in, So, we need to know the understanding and the because I just always take this summer sister, only boss lady. You had to be in standard 1 and then go to standard 2.
You had to be promoted.
You can't move from standard 1 and going
to reach a 10.
And reaching form 5.
No,
you can't do that.
You ain't pass there, you fly.
And this is one of the reasons why I said I went to church with my family yesterday to build back that foundation and that understanding, because you can't be moving and you ain't understanding and having a good foundation and a setting stone to really understand. Because 1 and 1 is always 2, and when you add 3 to it, how much you go get?
Add 3 to it now, and you go know.
So Akim Baker says here, good night again. What do we do to try to fix the behavior of our people that stands outside the Ebo and drink and smoke while the Ebo is taking place? No, don't get me wrong. I love my tradition, but there are things that we can do to improve it and be passive now. That's a good question that Akim said there to us. And even young Gok came here, Agbabad, Master Drummer Everett Watson, they came here, the one who we was talking about from my Baba Mitch, Fingers, they came here and they talk about that. So I would like to hear your Your take on that?
No. That is a good take, because and to be truthful, you can't hold back anything. You have to talk and see the thing plain. What you could really do about that, boy?
You just can't use obscene.
Nah, that is not that. What you could do about that, boy? Mr. Akram, boy? Yeah, I feel I'm tell you this what you could do. Now this could be a hard thing. People go say, but why you do this and this kind of thing, Dylan? You come to the ceremony, when you go to, well, we watch it on the outside now. When we go to the Christian church or you go to a Sunday service at the Baptist church, you don't see nobody gathering to the outside.
No.
You see everybody inside the ceremonial place where the settings is. Now, the Ebo, people they say, well, they're waiting at 5 until they start up, they're taking a sip, they're thinging. You can't stop that. I believe that. But that is not from now. That was
from inception.
That was from
way back.
Way back. You know? With the older people and them and thing going on and everything. Thing going on. You find a section here. You find a section on the inside. And these how it is. The people on the outside partaking of a little thing which is they come to give us support right now. The alcohol, beverages. Or you could stop that. Because now people going on and say, well, as a drummer, I used to be outside Uncle Crew and them. I used to see people come and get them that to warm me up. So you're not going to people here to disrespect nothing. You find a outside and you sit down. You're not going to drink alcohol to fence yourself and mislead yourself in people place because it's hard right for the elder to come and do you something.
True.
For you to sit down, they will talk to you once, twice. Don't make it a habit. The alcohol, if you know, is spirits. You start your elbow, is spirit. Now people just go off on it. I'm being real with you, Because I ain't perfect myself, but if I go to attend see me on prayers, I'm not studying to come outside and that's not my first duty. My first duty is to go and pay homage to the inside. Pay a rogan, greet the Baba and stand up inside. And do for my little while and tell you know I could walk outside. Take a breeze. You can't get away from that part, at that aspect, at that forum, at this. When you could do that, people will get wrong. You close your gate.
True.
You have to be real too, because now it's curfew. You thought our feast gone whole day last week, Night feast, Night airboy, So you don't know what it is going on. So you have to respect the space.
No, even in my prayers last in August,
I was there.
I stopped my prayers and I let them know. I say if all they come to Mako and all they come to sing and enjoy all themselves, come out my place. I'd rather stay here and with 1 and 2 than I stand up here and giving thanks and praise with 90 something people and all they gain me that energy.
That's what they tell you. They tell you that the book tell you that and all, you know. So I don't think we could really stop that, because people will say all kind of thing about you. You understand? But that is your rule. The type of places you go, you do him say, well, I drink. I know places that are like that. They do partake of alcohol. Have places like that.
I believe we should start to keep the alcohol for after the Ebo or designate a place, because you can't come only and solely dress up nice to my Ebo to give me that, because from the time we say, alright, I'm going and throw a prayers, I'm going and throw a feast, we go and do something. That done gone already, the married and it's just the physical aspect and doings and the traditional and what we have to do to make it actually happen. So if you come and to give me that support, why come to give me that? Stay in your place.
Yeah, that what is go on.
Stay in your place and then there's a next thing and Gok, Akbabod, Master Drummer, Watson talk about it. You seen these young drummers. They have no respect. They lean up on a female outside. You know,
right.
Oh God, I believe I believe, and I saying this on national radio, I believe it's only we that do that, man.
Now you wait is no.
Simeon, you could come in, you could come in and say your part because you're Zamungwa, you just be there, you just be singing, you just be there.
But first, I share to everyone, the Orisha community, you know, we touching on the alcohol. The alcohol, right? You know, Ogun Zaman is the word rum.
Yes.
Right? But that don't give Orisha people to overdo it. You understand? To overdo it in concept like, as I just said, that you could have a place separate that we could take drink. Not in front. I mean, because when Hindus go to do a ritual, or go
I
to
didn't
a prayer,
even want to talk about them.
the Hindus, this is 6 o'clock, everybody done there before the pundit. And the inside till prayers start till finish.
Simeon, I went to a temple in the east the other day because I want to understand each and everything in this marketplace and not leaving nothing untouched, but the right way. And you know what I saw when I walk in the temple? They fast from Thursday straight to Sunday, you know.
Yeah.
All sexual activities, all alcohol, so when they come in pure, you know.
Pure.
So why we can't do that for we own, man?
Especially on a Thursday night for Shango. My mother-in-law always used to tell me, no alcohol in the yard, no alcohol, no. For the week, no alcohol. More than punching for the blood warrior. No alcohol. The minute you start to drink alcohol on a Thursday night, spirit manifested. And it changed. The Orisha thing, the Orisha feast, it changed.
It's a lime.
It's a lime and a drink.
It's a lime.
No. I'm not bashing nobody, right? Because sometimes I just catch myself caught up in the lime too. But sometimes we lime and it's because we're talking about edification. At Baba Shatta, if you feel like you're right here.
Majority. No, we have a group out there, you know, amongst ourselves, you know. Yeah, so that's like if we bounce up you and the outskirts, we go in and talk, we're not going and instigate, and we talking about Orisha, about back then how we could bring the thing and swing the thing.
But I talking about, boy, I know see Simeon do something they were. Tell me about that, boy. That is me, no?
That is the conversation.
That is the conversation about.
You know, Udosola says yes because they have respect for what is theirs. My people don't. Akim Baker says, I just want to touch on some of the comments here. Akim Baker says there are times that the singers inside singing and the drummers drumming and killing out themselves and their limers outside who can come in and show their voices but they don't. Busy liming. You know, Yaje says here, Warrior Empress, she says the running of the ebo is mainly dependent on who keeping the ebo. I have gone ebo where everything was in a order because the feast giver don't play, discipline or go home. Only Boss Lady says here, that's Warrior Kitty. She says long ago we go feast, drummers would go feast to play drums because of respect. Chantel says here, feast givers, thanksgivers, etc. need to let people know, stay home and smoke and drink and lime. Don't come my thing to do that. If you come in to support me, come inside and stand with me. The ebo isn't only for me. It's everyone getting blessed, and that's so true. Ashe, Benny, so true. You know, we need to stamp out, and I mean, I am a babe in this thing compared to you guys, and I will always say that I am a baby because I learning. I a baby, gaga go. You understand? And these are things that we need to come together, form certain groups, network, east, west, north, south, central, Tobago, to stamp out practices. I mean, you could still go outside. I say you could still go outside if you was. You ain't go smoke a cigarette properly.
Nah, ain't doing that.
But
not doing that.
And then something I was watching the other day, I always watching at things concerning the community. I heard that when drummers playing, you can't give up just so when certain Orishas. And you know there's something.
Especially if Orisha put you there.
If Orisha, now you start off, you go play whole night and thing, but once Orisha come, You don't play and already. And you bring Orisha, it has no way you could get up there to sit down.
Especially when Orisha working.
You can't just even.
Especially
now,
when working. No.
Brother Dylan, what going on now is a totally transparent from back then. the drumming and all these kind of things, but we just staying on the bass now, boy. 3 drummers start, 3 drummers sit down. See, when it comes to offering, that is the next serious part of your drumming. So when you put 3 men to sit down, them know it's not take you up and tanta mujo nothing like that, because you're looking for your ashe. Now your ashe part there, you know, the blood going up now.
Yeah.
You know, when you hit that and not go up, it's seriousness, that way you always focus. You understand? So I came touching on serious points, no, but I could touch on them points, but there's plenty when you really figure it out. Nobody will. It had those will come in ebo and come and tell line. It had those will come in ebo and come to line, man. Come to
watch and to talk
and to think and
see who get manifestation.
Right.
And why he do the so and
that is the part you can't stop.
And one thing to say, you know, Orisha, when Orisha come in your party and the dancing, we're not just dancing for sure, you know, the teaching and why is the dancing, you know. And I don't know if the youths know that, but I learned it from elders and I see it with my own two eyes. Why is the dancing, the teaching and the working, why is the dancing? So it's not about the pretty step.
No, because even by you, Shutter, when I was by you, I see a certain thing going, I go talk it over the radio, yeah, you know, and Orisha was working. And certain things was happening, and certain elders, you know, the Orisha call all the mothers and tell them get an apron.
Right.
It have a reason
yes.
why you have an apron.
So you don't see that?
Apron is not style.
Gone back to old school.
So use your apron. So I stand no it's fun, yeah. It's fun. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So I stand up and I say, Father God, thank you for the wisdom. Because I didn't know it on that level, because the Orisha say, get the mothers, get all the apron. Apron is not for style.
No.
Apron have a
meaning
behind the apron.
That is one of the reasons why the elders now, as I say, Shango June, who know her, everybody know her, she just say that that's why she don't come out. Long time you cannot dress in no tight dress, no tight pants, it's apron, your head fully attired. You know, the man was just probably always a totally.
Look, Baba Francis Johnson from Maruga, he come on, he said discipline and dedication is what missing.
Yeah,
you know, we need, I mean it's a long time I see these numbers on the Orisha we have life. You know, the COVID really suppressing we, but Olodomari is good, you know, and let the rat run, you know, and all will be well. And I must say that we need to bring, because you're seeing people come in feast and the jet. Miss Lady, if you're looking for a man going tongue.
and
that. No, half of them. I in a feast the other day. I'm telling you. Yeah, female. Oh God, I love the man. Yeah, I tell him my partner. I sure is Karen kids singing. Yeah, I telling you.
That's how it is going.
That's how it is.
We lost the essence of
them coming for style. Them so now them coming for the passion. That's the, you know, to irritate your spirit now.
They set up all night and then they say they
ain't get nothing.
They ain't get no blessing. They ain't get no blessing. But it's the individual itself, because you didn't come for no blessing. You didn't come for no blessing.
You come to look.
You're coming wrong. You're coming to see who Orisha said on, who had, and how much punching it had. And if that beers and they give me goat and it was salty and they give me the chicken and we studying, I come and get Shutter, my blood, sweat and tears, and I go, no man, I'm happy. You know why? I know my brother elevating, and once my brother elevating, that means I will elevate because I was there.
At that time, so you feast, you come, let me say you come Wednesday night. And you never leave the feast till Saturday morning because there's a joy. And you come together.
Watch out, this Akim Baker. Akim. This, watch out.
What does he go say there?
Akim Baker.
Leave that alone.
Akim, we go leave that alone. This Akim Baker boy. You know, he says here, remember, we are all here
will be ancestor to our descendants one day. Let's leave a proper legacy for them. Akembeka, there are things that we can discuss on national radio, and there are things that we have to leave alone. And my relationship with the management of the Street 919 FM has never been tarnished. I mean, we can meet in one-on-one and talk. Just like I say, East, West, North, South, Central, come together and deal with it. But on national radio, I mean, Akim and Jamie Simmons does have me weak on this show.
Plenty.
Francis Johnson says COVID has done one positive to the community. They come early to the ebo. Also true. And she says it's a spiritual party. People says discrimination laws are real. Yes, thank you very much for that.
Yes.
Warrior Empress, So we need to bring back some dress code. We need to bring back some attitudes. We need to bring back some discipline, not only in the ebo, but in the community on a whole. Because I even watch in prayers, have a drummer playing. You have a drummer like Master Drummer Everett Watson playing, and a youth jumping him, jump, and he vex. He vex.
No respect.
It have men long time. When you do that, you get a drumstick in your head. It have men hitting your cockaro. You want to play? Play. Cut up. Sit down and play. Quiet. Now, these are the elders and them that set the trend. The drumming, half of them ever done Mr. Redman, Well, them born them from Southland. One of them is my family twin. Gok is my blood family. You understand? When I listen and hear drumming, there are two types of drumming. There's not one type of drumming. It's two types of drumming. And they always had this thing with the South, the North, and this and that. But
I've been hearing about that.
Because it come like it's different tribes.
It's different tour.
Different tribe, different tour. Different song.
The Bellamy and the Bella, you these kind of thing now, but So, well, or any fish you go, all youth men right now, tell them sit down and play a good boat drum for you.
Or
sit down and play a good melody drum for you. They run into the middle. I wasn't no big crack shot and no melody drum. I tell you, my calling the was different. And I see my call and I think, and I say, boy, by your road, by shots, boy. My name shot, I ain't come just so. I love drum. Talk to me about drum. I drum hit. Just like how youth men is now, I was in that time, but I get my break with Uncle Crow. Like how I get my break coming all the time I start to eat East, West, North and South. And being real with you, that elder, when he reached at the yard, he reached inside, That is hear, that is smell him, that is hear him or whatever, and that is hinting to him. This is yours. All that. Coffee. You wear anything? But he not really moving.
They don't know he'll have a punch and they send it for
send that. That's how I get my rank from. The dial, coming up. My age back here, coming up with see me, I like me with men like this is house. And Cream Father. The great ones on them, Avalon Redman. This is Junior, these ones on them that go on and even now, boy. So when I hear these men them talking about long time to know, I myself as you just say, boy, the thing really different, boy. You understand? If we could go back to bring something from long time to now, what the people going to say about the Ebo? You understand? Long time Ebo start 6 o'clock. Back then, it used to have nothing but Ebo start 6 o'clock. Family gather and do the business and they fix the thing and thing and thing. And the man is always there. Now with that things, times and things has changed.
And the next thing we touch on the mangoes, like myself, like Shatta. When you call us again on your elbow, so let me say you have a woman in October, so your elbow is November. October, you have to be in your yard.
I remember Gok said that. I know Gok said that.
Because you come like you responsibility of the yard. So you have to be there from a month before. Now, a man was leaving the yard and going and coming back. It was never so.
So we're saying when our Mongwa reach a yard,
he can't move.
He can't move till the boy is complete.
Yeah.
now it kind of ticklish because I myself catch myself doing it too sometimes. Because now you have family, you gotta run to your family. But when you run to your family, you gotta make sure and be back in the yard before 6 o'clock.
It is a real point, because the work is only song easy and thing, people just like and think, you might sing a song and thing, and you can carry you and play a drum, but
catch up power.
The work is that you are not to say it easy, but it's when it's time to go start the work. And one me for one thing, it is just how you see him do that, we just do that. I just prep myself 2 months before. I have a wife and thing here. And I did prep myself, I did do my thing, take my fast, just like everybody. Because when you're not aiming,
true,
or you shy that aiming, they don't know well, as we still young, they don't hear it when you talk it in the diaspora.
Yeah, it don't
so
need.
when it manifests now, that is where it is joke. So we did, among what is keep this help you, not all. I can't say for some, I can't call for all, but I know for myself. Is it?
You touch on some of the comments here again, it's a long time this show ain't really hit this top. Jamie Simmons says all that is missing. The thing starting a certain time, people coming when it almost halfway in the thing, but the early when a holiday fall on a Sunday to go to church or free gifts. Jamie, it's the point. Straight. This lady, she's always here. Akim Baker says that's another negative trait passed down. He also says here one of our instability problems is due to the lack of the Council of Elders. Chantel says here, as we on the topic of drumming, how are the youth supposed to beat a proper drum if the elders don't teach them? The elders like they want to keep the skills for themselves. And I believe there are things set up all over. People came on the show,
The youths don't want to learn,
Drumming is a serious thing,
Because they tell themselves they don't learn.
The word she now say there? We don't use that word. We don't beat drum. Play drum. We make music. When you beat something, it's song out of time, it's noise. You beat. You take your time and listen notes. Improvise on yourself.
What about these manifestations it having now?
Shonelli, what you saying? The manifestation, everything in the diaspora, as we know. And we hear elders say times has changed. And from what I hear and what I see now as a youth, as a man, what carrying on, sometimes I say for myself, it will be really good to really have a good elder with you that will really show you this thing. This great person, because the men that launched me are good, but I just see they want to bring all that kind of thing. Because sometimes I see they seeing things going on. Their eyes and they just want to stop it, boy. They say, boy, if I stop this thing, what the people will say, boy? Because the reaction they come in with. You understand?
Adisa Ford says you having drumming lessons. Adisa Ford, could you put up some of your information and contact number so people can get on to you concerning your drumming lessons? Only Boss Lady says, Warrior Kitty says the head rotten, so everything going wrong. Chantel, long time the young drummers, long time never played during the ceremony. It's when the ceremony was over, the young upcoming drummers used to play amongst themselves.
Well said.
The older drummers used to watch them and give them a break during the ceremony when they think they're ready. Again, we going back to launch you out, watch you, observe you.
From fresh, young,
And this is Uncle Pro. You always used to sit around outside and listen to drummers, and when they come out, they say, son, you have it to know. If you take your time and call, you'll be a great drummer. You always used to give all drummers advice. All is up for you to take the advice.
Akim says nothing wrong with the manifestations. I mean, you will hear that when the time manifestations, you will take EOB and you will diet, but
it's a thing alone.
It might look bad in somebody's yard and manifestation on the ground and you go into that,
that looking,
somebody might look like you're disrespected, man.
Spirit, not this, you're disrespecting
the spirit,
So these is the kind of thing now we You see everybody bringing and pick pointing something. So now, if you get a committee to stand with these good elders and them, the few that we have, majority is in the Southland.
They say touch forward a little bit. They in here. Too clear now. Juliana Caesar says just Friday night I was in a feast and the young drummers arguing with the feast givers son that they want to be paid by the hour for playing the drums for the whole. That's all. Are the right people to do that here, boy? That's now to be paid by the hour for playing the drums for the whole night. What kind of madness? Imagine these youths, men, them don't know that long time it was a privilege and an opportunity to knock a hand of drum in a feast. It's sad.
Yeah, it's sad. No, it's sad. It's sad because I have a friend, right? As Richard said, she from the yard of deceased Sachet, right? And she now opening back the yard, having a session, and she called me and she said, Simeon, I'm looking for drummers to come and play because I just want to open back the yard of vibration. And I told her plain, I say my only job I might get is me and Baba Shatta because he don't really study money. Once I call Baba Shatta and say, Shatta, he not studying money. I say, and these just are drummers. First thing they ask me, how much? First, and it was never like that.
Long time
it was never like that.
Long time when you done drum and thing, you won't get nothing. Most again, Brother Dylan, for the week, because Uncle Redman could tell you, he said, you might get something with the most you get when you get a thing to eat and thing, you get half a thing to drink. You see Saturday morning, you know them brown hand the bag they used to say, you get a, once you get a brown bag with a piece of pong of rice, a pong of peas, a black eye, a lentil, a tin, wherever it is now, boy. If it's an onion from in the prayers and this a piece of meat. And they say sometimes under the bag, underneath the goods on them when you reach home and you chow on them. You just get an incentive if it's a 1 cent or a 2 cent, that quite underneath. I just go, people just call me and hire me to, I just can't charge. You understand? People when you praise, drumming is a free thing, Drumming is a free thing, but everything is reached to a point.
And not just drumming alone, there are mangoes too that they need to teach us the right thing too, because not everything when they go to Carolina feast is money, because long time you say get when feast done a hamper, you get dry food, punching, olive oil,
fix your nice.
The works from the
just like
look like Baker and family, one who's very hot sideways
Keon?
Short, stocky guy from by Karen Kit and them. He does sing. He play drums too.
High priest.
He like to how he had turned sideways. He miserable boy. I allow one. After my rat. Let make a point. Rat come to me after my prayers. You understand? I get rat a bottle of rum. Rat say, but I good.
Yeah,
I good.
That is your goodness from your heart, because you feel from inside. They say, yeah, boy, I feel my energy. I get my energy.
I want to pay respect to. I don't know his full name, but Rat he always there and always on his side telling you so.
And Lord Alexis says call Shaka. It's only boss lady says it's because of money making business and we paying for fakeness. It's time people treat drummers with more respect after playing for hours in a feast after all this sweat and blood. We the drummers put out that Shakil Tafari.
That's my brother.
Puts out, what I mean?
Brother, man.
Alicia Costa says patiently awaiting to hear the positive traits that was passed on from our ancestors that we enjoy today in our lovely tradition. What do you enjoy? It's not about loving your culture and your faith anymore. It's about money now.
Well, how we reach to that? The certain ones that take it up on their own and bring it different.
Shaka, Edith Doyle Shaka has something personal that he's dealing with. He'll be back on and next Monday. He would have been here tonight, but due to the COVID, we could only have for the most 2 people in the studio with myself. So he'll be back here next week Monday. Don't you worry, he'll be right here. So, you know.
Somebody asked if there's a difference between drumming to call spirit and drumming for entertainment.
No, it's one hand drumming.
One hand drumming.
It's one hand drumming, Orisha. Just the chance this bring different notes to you.
No, because I hear that said there are people who can sing and there are people who can call. You know?
The singing is not different. The singing is you just carry the song. Calling is you could call the song and you phrase it out. You know?
Look, ERJ saying here that's Warrior Empress. She would like to know why some drummers feel they must play in 3/4 pants and vest. I will answer that off the bat because the owner of the yard allowing that.
Correct, is right. That is all.
That is
part of the discipline.
Right.
Where it start from. Yeah, the owner.
You understand? So
because that is no nice thing. I didn't see it happening and thing I want to know well. When they say the clothes and more free up and because I ask questions around, I say, let's get to play 3/4 and vest boy. So boy, get free up now, boy, and then you get wet, you have to take off your jersey. And you have a long pants here, long pants getting, and they have one long pants with you. And you play music, you just get soaking. You could come outside and ring your jersey, ring your vest, ring your pants, ring everything and wetting. A drummer is the most important thing in the prayer because without a drummer, a man that talking a drum for you, you know, the chanting there, yes, it was song nice, but it is what a piece of rhythm. The move now, the drummers, you see where the person now say the drummers, them is the most important part of the person also.
Francis Johnson says here, the love, passion and drive is still there. The youth just need proper guidance. Denise Yearwood says, I'll feel locked down and listening. Just before we go to take our break, we're going to pay some bills and let you know who the sponsors who make us out there. We need support on the Ifa Orisha way of life, you know. We need some support in the sense of it's not cheap and free to run the show. Yeah. Also, coming back, there's a young lad from St. Mary's College who's on the under 11 table tennis national team. I'm putting it out to the community. He needs help to head to Mexico to represent the country. But when I come back, I'll come back on that. So we're gonna take a break and we're gonna come right back. It's all about Ifa Orisha way of life on the street 919 FM. Don't you touch a dial. We're coming right back. Sponsors for the Orisha way of life. Kamara's Culture Store, the #1 importer and supplier of genuine products from Africa, located at Adams Bazaar Main Road, Shogunas. Contact number 672-8438, 320-8866. Gossip Gel Polish, gel with a difference. Contact number 3827587. Come, let us take care of your feet, Petty by Risi. They also sell butters. Contact number 3984474. Nubian Experience, clothing that tells part of our rich African history. Number 6 Woodford Street, Arima. Contact number 6881979. Oriyumi, Nico Loggins, Health and Wealth Lifestyle. Number 73 Eastern Main Road, Barataria. EMG out of Texas. Richie's Tire and Automotive Car Care Center. Number 409 Otello Drive, Hampton, Georgia. Sponsors for the Ifa Orisha way of life.
Also sponsored by the Throne of Gold for all your African supplies and clothing. Their contact number is 754-5128. That is the Throne of Gold. You can find them on Facebook and also on Instagram. Omo Inu, All Things Woman. For all your Yoni products, they are the sole women's haven distributor for Trinidad and Tobago. Their contact number is 365-4332. You can find them on Facebook and also on Instagram. Black Tie-Dye Catering Service, 683-8755. You can find them on Facebook and Instagram. Awo Wabande Tonic, 388-4606. You can find them on Facebook and also on Instagram. Ile Josio Turameji, Awo Oshun. Thank you.
Every love, 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 Baba Timonde Rumaya,
Baba Timonde, Erila, 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 oh, Erila, 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 oh, Baba Timonde, Rumaya, Baba Timonde, Erila, 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 oh, Erila, 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 oh, Baba Timonde, Rumaya, Baba Timonde, Erila, 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 oh, Erila, 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 oh, Baba Timonde, Rumaya, Baba Timonde, Erila, 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 oh, Erila, 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 oh, Baba Timonde, Rumaya, Baba Timonde, Erila, 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 oh, Erila, 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 oh, Baba Timonde, Rumaya, Baba Timonde, Erila, 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 oh, Erila, 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 oh, Baba Timonde, Rumaya, Baba Timonde, Erila, 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 Jaja, Erila, Erila, Jaja, Erila, Erila, oh, Baba Timonde, Rumaya, Baba Timonde, Erila, 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 oh, Erila, 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 oh, Baba Timonde, Rumaya, Baba Timonde, Erila, 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 oh, Erila, 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 oh, Baba Timonde, Rumaya, Baba Timonde, Erila, 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 oh, Erila, Erila, Tamonde, Erila, Erila, oh, Baba Timonde, Rumaya, Baba Timonde, Erila, 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 oh, Erila, 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 oh, Baba Timonde, Rumaya, Baba Timonde, Erila, 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 oh, Erila, 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 oh, Baba Timonde, Rumaya, Baba Timonde, Erila, 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 oh, Erila, 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 oh, Baba Timonde, Rumaya, Baba Timonde, Erila, 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 oh, Erila, Erila, Tamonde, Erila, Erila, oh, Baba Timonde, Rumaya, Baba Timonde, Erila, 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 oh, Erila, 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 oh, Baba Timonde, Mala malade, oh Chasi, Ailoda, 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 mala malade,
they saying, you know. So we back at it, you know. Onika Scott, we back at it, right, Onika? Don't you dare worry. We back at it. We ain't taking long. Jaima Ra says, good night, brothers. Very good program. I think that since we can identify some of the negative traits now, this is a very good platform to try and edify. Yeah, as soon as I get Karen Kid to come now in the studio, yeah, everything will be everything. You know, so, and I was going to play one of these songs here. So we're gonna go right into it. We're going into it. We're gonna play this song and then we're gonna come right back at you. Yes, so we're back at it on the Farisha. We have live on the street 919 FM. You're truly ala to Michelle Ifaba, Michelle Aganki, MC Duke with my host here tonight, Baba Francis Mitchell and Baba Amungwa Simeon Cyrus here, you know. One thing I must say about tonight's show, I like how all the Joe Karen Kita. I like how all the joy him out, you know, he talking about Uncle Popo. Uncle Polo, you know, and he says here, Uncle Rupert, Uncle Crow, surely hitting your drumstick, Fat Junior, you know, and phone, of course, some people knows that, and phone still on it. Yeah, that is some man, I realize that, but
they can't get away from them little thing now, you know, because in ancient times, everything was hidden, you know, we could not come out and play a drum just so you can't come out and show what you're doing just so, you know.
Yeah, but Jamie Simmons saying, what about those who just passing through your press of food and riding out? and riding out when they box back. Oh,
no, it had them kind of people too.
No, it had the people, you know. Colleen Martin, boy. Colleen, like she here. We get clout if you're not playing to call spirit, you know.
Fat Junior, you always tell you, you're playing shit.
Get up from there.
Get up from there.
Man tell you that.
I'm telling you, playing.
You could play that?
Yeah.
Me taking no looks for you, you know. Woman, like, deal with he. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Don't deal with me, deal with he. Yeah.
But how can we get back this sort of discipline, this sort of dedication, this sort of understanding?
Well, I believe charity begins at home.
Ends abroad.
Ends abroad. So it had to start from home.
No. Are you saying this on live air, you know? Because it has had to change thing too. That's all they say in the comments. At my home, when you come, you have to present yourself properly because you really want to stick no nonsense from nobody. So you stand up and you have to give a long speech. You say what you don't like, from what you don't like. And there's no when people don't like something because they could turn the back and walk straight out their premises.
Benny, so true. Rhonda Nicholas is also, she has Blessings Kings. Jamie Simmons says some can function if they get a smoke or a drink, you know, to go feast, disrespect and people. No.
Well, the smoking and the weed, these are herbs, you know.
These are herbs. They don't abuse nothing.
They don't abuse it. And Orisha manifest and tell us nothing wrong with the herbs, you know.
Yes, we don't abuse nothing. I don't know how we deal with things.
Duncan Lamassi says by respecting the culture. Debbie Skid says by being firm with the youths and demanding respect. Iage says tell them there's a difference in calling and entertaining. You know?
No, well, they calling as I see. No, when you call, it's manifestations where they start from your top of your rotation, come down. Right? We're going to make offerings for Mama Letta. So we have to, these offerings, you have to call for Mama Letta.
And why is they calling too? You calling them and you telling them what you want them to come to do.
So when you call and you bring Mama Letta, Mama Letta have work to do. So what you're going to do now when Mama Letta is working? You're going to pleasure Mama Letta.
Yeah, must make she feel good for being here, you know?
Because alright, when she comes, she already basket, she go work with it. You say, well, she come to work, you go sing the song to work.
I know she.
You know, you go sing the song to pleasure. And then after you come and tell them, well, time to leave. And you sing for them to leave. You know? So, it's not one phase, it's many phases.
And then you had to sing for the Orisha when they're ready
to leave. You know?
Yes, you sing the call.
You call Ogun come and war in. You don't know. It's blade left, right.
Stand center.
Watch yourself, arm up yourself, stand in the right corner. You know? And Ogun come to work, you don't know where you calling for already. Where's the tools where you need to get. So you sing song for him to work. When he done work.
Yes, calling is not just about, yes, you have to sing in rotation. It's the proper way, you have to sing in rotation.
In your rotation, in your calling, is a serious thing.
It's a serious thing, and Uncle Rat is always say that.
Them federal time will still tap you for that big man like me. Them will still tap you.
Yeah, you
chop it off.
Yeah.
Yeah, understand? Yeah, we do still respect them.
Respect because there was
them day before, yeah.
People
is always find you on a mama writing. Now when you sit down outside with these elders and them and you listen to what them saying, you're not seeing what going on with them used to be doing. Everything totally different. As we talked earlier when we say apron, long time when you're going to watch back on YouTube good and thing and see all them old them mothers and them when they have won the big judges still had the apron in front of them.
Yeah.
You understand?
The next thing I would like to touch on too, you know, as it started, in the show you said you can't leave from 1 and go to 5.
You can't be in standard 1 and go straight to standard 5.
It's a true thing because long time I grew up under Baptist, right? My grandmother was hiding Orisha. She didn't want no part of Orisha. And it's in her later when she died and she take up, she will get seen certain things and say, but granny, that time they done pull me already, Orisha done pull me already and I learned it. I say, granny, but you didn't never like it, Orisha. She says, son, what is good for today?
Good for tomorrow.
For tomorrow. And I keep that in the back of my head.
Just yesterday I in church and I hear Mother Indira said that sometimes you get something today and you're asking yourself, why go and use this? What to use this? When I go and use this? And then 10 years, 15 years.
You pick up on it.
Next 2 weeks, you get to realize, this here, boy, they used to use here, boy.
That is how Orishas is work. No, they give that gift now. And you might use it in your domain. You might go somewhere and you say, boy, I have to open up there, boy, and do this thing. And die with a queen and say, boy, how you get that? Where you get that? How you know? It's manifestation. I didn't get that just so. So yes.
Baptized when I was about 9 years old. I used to get dreams, and I always used to tell my grandmother the dreams, and she said, hey, you not of that level, you not of that level. And I used to say, well, I know what she talking about. Because I always seen this man in red coming to me talking in my sleep. And it just frightened, and I was so I didn't go pay it no mind. And as I grow older, I remember one night, my uncle, which is Abraham Cyrus, over church early as night into New Year's. Because them time in deceased Roger Sindley was alive. And everybody used to over the church early to go down by Roger Sindley. And go on to the church. Say we going in church, Johnny over church early, my grandmother say wrap up to go down by the devil people and them. Alright, I will take that. Anything happen to all of them, don't call me. I didn't pay no mind. I'm inquisitive, I want to see. And why is there any ceremony? Why is it things swinging? I see manifestation people. You know, see that again climbing Google Beth tree. And I like, where is this here? And I take off and start to run. I started running and they're trying to run me down. I run straight home. And my grandmother, I see what I tell all this, it's devil thing. And it's in the late half when my grandmother got sick and she was on a dying bed in a wheelchair. She started to lift her up. She started singing certain songs because she was strongly Hindi. And she manifested strongly Hindi. And I always used to say, Granny, why wait till you in this time to teach us certain things? And she said, son, what ain't good for today? Good for tomorrow. And why I want to say too, that have people, Orisha people, spiritual people, they're not taking the time. Because if you come out a captain, you have to do your work
as a captain
before you can elevate. If you don't do your work as a captain and you go back on the morning ground in a chamber, you're going back right there.
No forward.
No people doing things for title and fame.
Benny, shit on that.
Title and fame.
Yeah.
You can say that again, yes?
No. There were plenty of people watching us. I been with you too. Them young boys, them know what kind of feast and thing and them thing and you know? Remember now we didn't fight for this, you know. This was a tradition passed down from me and you know? One of my great ancestor passed, so my tradition passed, so why must I, you know, fight as well? Eyes are big and man, and like, no, it's not so. You understand? We just take with time and learn. It's a process. Everything we do with Orisha is a process. Cause when Orisha ready to process our lives.
Yeah. Look Ingrid saying son here, and there's facts, you know, as they sing two songs is a baba.
So truth.
Diverters.
It don't have no chant well again, you know.
Yeah, you don't get that.
You don't have no groundsman again, you know. Who always maintaining with no everybody's baba and mothers.
I want to touch on some here that I always see on the show here every now and then. And when I talk about it, I just get some backlash. But Olodumare are my back, my ancestors, and the Orishas are my back. All they get pelt war, all they feel the pelt. Just look at it coming back at all, because I do this program here. I don't looking for no title. I don't want to be no babalawo. I just want to do what I am destined. This is what I'm destined to do. Just like Iyaje, who has a feminine show going on. You know, we dealing with the cultural aspect. We are dealing with this. We're not looking for it. Had to have divers, provers, stargazers. It had to have everybody had their own place.
Yeah.
This is my portfolio. Yeah. But oh gosh, you know, and Juliana Caesar is saying here, the defunct Ifa Orisha Devotees Council of Elders needs to call a conference and put together a written policy on the way forward of rites and rituals of our tradition. But are they even functioning? I keep hearing this more and more.
That was one of the talk.
Mr. Poster had that now, alright, she's saying that the elders from before my century then, because it's that 87 baby, the elders from my century, or before my century, they were the ones that paved, because we out here in the so. They say it had schools, some papers and things to start school and things.
Well, I have not heard that, yes.
You know, but you never see nothing transpire. Because Orisha, yes, we have a big committee.
We have a
very
big,
large.
big Orisha grounds.
You know?
You know?
You
And that's a topic somebody wants to talk about.
See nobody really
You know,
come
for the
and
people
say, well, let me think on the elders together and say, let me try a school. But now when you do a school now, you know, it's different forms in the school the same because this teacher going and teach something different. Everybody going and teach.
But this Ifa Orisha School of Enlightenment with Nzinga, Reed and them, I believe they have a different aspect and they on that level strictly Orisha business and, you know, going forward. That school they have.
Who is worthy? Let spirit appoint, not man. And it's so true. Man don't make you a man go. Man don't make you a mother. It's the spirit. Spirit of God. And it's so true.
You know, Colin Martin says here, you will never see Orisha energies in their full glory because of the people. We the people is not truthful. We have no order. We disrespect. We love to hold on each other with only negative thoughts and words.
So true. So true.
No, because I just said, if I moon tomorrow and come out a high priest, we get that. Now, our next high priest would find you're not supposed to be a high priest or a king. We get that. And I want to challenge you. If you really get it, you will show that you really get it.
Benny, so true. So true, so true. You know, we need to get together as a people, you know, as a community. We need to start to intertwine and relate and communicate. Let East communicate with West, West communicate with South, South communicate with North, you know, and Tobago and vice versa. Leslie Warner says, let it's become commercialized. Yeah, feasts are the ebo now is it, you know, simple thing like simple prayers, you know, umi tutu na tutu. That people you're going on with prayers and they in the thing since Moses was a little boy
and they don't
know nothing.
A man went what?
But a man went on the ground and become an ear.
And nobody. Well, they stop doing that. Stop doing that.
That is something to be off the air.
Could sit down in a forum and breeze and reason, you know. But the position.
Jamie Simmons, I'm going to give you a 10 minutes block from the Orisha way of life. But it's all good, you know. Akim Baker says morning. Is an Orisha tradition?
Yes. Well, that one out when we go to do ebo. I going home to do my ebo. I going and my grandma coming with me. She going to set up she business and everything for me. So I going in my grandmother room. I not going by Harry. I going in my grandma place. So she praying from 19 no long. I going and sleep right there for my 7 days. You understand? That is my energy now, boy. That is my work.
Something Baba Francis was saying.
Some Baba Francis here is saying, Simeon Cyrus, it's okay to be tested and tried because that's how it was from old days.
Yes, Baba Francis, we know that, but I talking about how to put it over. They don't explain how I really trying to put it over.
I believe where Simeon is saying is that alright, we in St. Catherine Spiritual Baptist Church. Simeon come to church for 2 weeks. He said, the great I am that I am, the great Lord, Olodumare, guide me and bring me to this space here. And I decided to change my life and give it up to God.
Yeah.
Right? And while he prancing, boom, 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 a month pass, 2 months pass, he got a dream. When he related to the mother at the church or the leader, say, boy, you gotta go down on the ground. But let me wait, he get it next time. and then he get it the next time, confirmation. Right? He gone down on the ground. Now Simeon in the same Baptist church 10 years now. And he take out of them 10 years, 5 years pass, he moan and he end up a king shepherd. But this man who walk out from the side of the road in 6 months, tested and proven,
shepherd,
he gone down on the ground and get captain. And Simeon sit down in the church, so
watch
now, who is he?
From where?
But they are tracks.
Not everybody will go on the same track.
And not everybody will go down the same track. And then they are provers. So if you know your foundation,
you will know,
you will understand
and know how
to operate.
Yes, Baba Francis.
You know, because
it was proven. Because my mother told me she had an experience disease being Alfonso, which is Moses, used to carry on her Thanksgiving flag planting. And a day she said she was inside in the back. And he was in front. And something that said she walk out. And when she walk out, he threw something. And she just walked straight and pick it up. And no he tell her, you learn. You pass the test.
It's a plenty.
Yes.
You don't get them things. You don't get these things like.
No, that is why I say
you don't get these things like
stargazers, provers, divers, all people they are different portfolios and not seen that. Simple when we talk about the apron, you're not seeing it. And boy,
and the concept saying spirit get them that.
Nurses, doctors, you're not seeing it. This one calling themselves a doctor. Or a nurse. I never, not because you went Costa is a nurse. We talking about nurse in the spirit.
No, yeah, the spirit is put out there. You don't manifest the spirit, and the spirit is manifest within.
But who is mankind to test what Olodumare bless another human being with? If you have all seen eyes, you will see what Olodumare bless. Ashe with that calling.
So true.
Ashe is that, you know?
So true.
So true. Akim Baker, let's put an end to some notions.
Jehovah.
Akim. What should I? Hey.
Come on, let me go meet on a forum, brother.
Akim, me, myself, Shutta, and Cyrus, and you go meet and we go sit down and we go talk, you know? We go sit down and we go talk. Our thought form will yield positive and negative. Yes, I share to that. You're afraid to say it. Akim. You know, because, you know, what I will do, I will just say what Akim is saying here, and we will keep this discussion the next time. Akim is saying here, let's also put an end to some notions. Jehovah is not Olodumare. St. John is not Shango. Yeshua is not Satan. Obatala or Ulmilia is not Jesus. Also, all those Christian names and traditions have no space in our places of worship. Akim, we go discuss that on a different level, right? We discuss that. I don't want nobody to feel because there are different programs on the station here, and Ifa, as we know, Akim, 16 tenants are Ifa. We must learn respect, humility, and patience. And I don't want nobody, because coming up next is our next religious program, and I don't want nobody to feel no way towards it. I just want the respect. I just want people to give the Ifa Orisha people their respect and their space, you know, and that's about it. So what we're going to do now, we're going to give you the exciting part of tonight's episode on the Ifa Orisha Way of Life, because you know Shatta jump and we are the Amunga here, and it's long time. It's long time. Yes, this is our Orisha program. You know, Angel Makano says, Ashe Dylan Duke, thank you for coming out and doing that. Every one of us appreciate it. Thank you very much, Angel. This is what I was supposed to do, and we will continue, and we will make the community stronger and better. And we need to forget differences.
And differences, that is something to leave aside.
I hear something yesterday while I went to church. It is good to know good and do good. What is also good to understand some of the bad.
Yes, correct.
To create a balance.
Remember the magnet.
Yeah, because if we need balance, and balance is what set everything right. You know, so Colin Martin says we need to stop testing people and start blessing our brothers and sisters with good words. Everything that comes out of our mouths must be blessed and kind. That's so true. Then you see that child and calling, boy, you're stupid, boy. You so stupid, boy.
They're breaking morals.
Forget that. You creating it. So I'm gonna leave Shatta and Cyrus to do. You know, Cyrus going and do Mungwa part and Shatta play drum and
Cyrus only come out with one drum and all. But you know,
well, I know when the drums home, the young ones are going. And I leave them to play with it, they know what's up.
Yes. Respect to Baba Mitchell, you know. Respect to Baba Mitchell. So we going to it here now, people.
Sing everything, I don't open up with this show.
I just wanna tell you folks, the program is not finishing till 10 p.m. Right? The program is not finishing till 10 p.m. So don't leave, don't you touch our dial. We're still here. This program has been extended till 10 p.m. Right? But Shatta and Cyrus will be here at least on the latest for 9:30 so they can make their way to their residence. Yeah.
Yeshu Marakbo Mojuba. Are, Yeshu Marakbo Mojuba. Adamonde Kori Yeshu Marakbo Mojuba. Ilewa Yeshu Lona.
Yeshu Marakbo Mojuba. Are, Yeshu Marakbo Lare. Adamonde Kori Yeshu Marakbo Mojuba. Elekba Yeshu Lona.
Yeshu Marakbo.
Can bring the mic closer.
That is the first Orisha that we honor. We're doing a feast or Ebo. He's a trickster. He's not the devil. He's a trickster.
Stands on both sides.
Yeah. I know. I want to confuse our enemies that stand in front of us.
May they not trick me, but may you trick them.
So, you know, and after we sing for Yeshu, you know, we go with the man, the warrior, the fearless man, the man of iron and steel, Baba Ogun. Ogun Bebele, amiyo, Ogun Bebele. Ogun Bebele, amiyo, Ogun Bebele. Attack one day, our Pangwele, Ogun Bebele, amiyo.
Ogun
Say Raja Raja, Ogun Rojo, Ogun Rojo. Ogun Rojo Baba Kaba. Ogun Rojo, Ogun Rojo. Ogun Rojo Baba Kaba. Ogun Rojo, Ogun Rojo. Ogun Rojo Baba Kaba. Bani oguro, ye bani oguro, ye bani shinepo, ye oguro, ye bani 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 oguro, ewe yewe ogula ogukayaka, yewe ogula ogukayaka, yewe baba. I see one of Ogun warriors manifest body. What do you call it? I'm gonna forget the word, boy. You rather just call it the passion. Amoy Noel. Iya. Sorry about that. Iya Amoy Noel. I asked Ogun. When you see that manifestation,
to continue blessing you,
blessing her,
and continue blessing us,
blessing us too. Hello, give you full respect. So you gonna touch, Mama Letta, the mother of the earth.
Colleen, don't worry yourself. The next time that we be doing a session and singing, I'll call back Shatta, Cyrus, and Karen Keith. So we'll have 3 chairs right there. So we'll get the bow, we get everything, we get the real thing, So don't worry yourself, Colleen.
Yeah, Kajure, Mama Letta, Orisha. Kajure, Mama Letta. Yeah, Kajure, Mama Letta, Orisha. Kajure, Mama Letta, Orisha. Yeah, Kajure, Mama Letta, Orisha. Kajure, Mama Letta, Orisha. Yeah, Kajure, Mama Letta, Orisha. Kajure, Mama Letta, Orisha. Yeah, Mama Letta. Mama Letta, Mama Waloje. Mama Letta, Mama Letta, Mama Letta, Mama Letta, Mama Letta, Mama Waloje. Hey, Mama Letta, Orisha, Mama Letta, Mama Letta, Orisha, Mama Letta, Mama Letta, Mama Waloje. Waloje, ama bedukaye, ama waloje, ama bedukaye, waloje, ama belukaye, waloje, ama bedukaye, ama waloje, ama belukaye, ama waloje, ama bedukaye, ama vuku walo, arimole ikoko, walo, arimole iko, mama letu walo, arimole ikoko. Male tu 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 walo, arimole ikoko. Yegbo rukoto, bayeku baba se la roye. Se la roye, yekbo rokoto, yekuba se la roye, yekbo rokoto, yekuba se la roye, baba 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 se la roye. come along the line, we touching on some bases, you know, some nice little music, keep the people energetic. They'll get good elbows next year, man. You know? No, they were touch off for the head tie and thing. You know? So you come down and give Shaq Pana. You know, we touch the line now. Ye money ya baba. Shakoti wololo ye. Money ya Shaq Pana. Shakoti ya lo. Ye money ya Shakoti ya lo ye. Money ya Shaq Pana. Shakoti ya lo ye baba.
Money ya Shakoti ya lo ye. Money ya Shaq Pana. Shakoti ya lo.
Yeah, money ya Shakoti ya lo ye. Money ya Shaq Pana. Shakoti ya lo.
Money ya Shakoti ya lo ye. Money ya Shaq Pana. Shakoti ya lo ye baba.
Money ya Shakoti ya lo ye. Money ya Shaq Pana. Shakoti ya lo. Money ya Shakoti ya lo ye. Money ya Shaq Pana. Shakoti ya lo.
Iroro Shakotumolo
Iroro Shakotumolo
Iroro Baba Raba Osama
Iroro Shakotumolo
Iroro Shakotumolo Ode Mama ya Roko Baba Tulaye
Ode Mama ya Roko
Baba Tulaye Baba
Ode Mama ya Roko
Baba Tulaye
Ode Mama ya Roko
Shakatunaye ta Shakatunaye sa satio
Shakatunaye ta Shakpanaye ta satio
Shakpana Tulaye ta Shakpana Tulaye sa satio
Shakpanaye ta Shakpanaye sa satio
Karangada wo ya Karangada wo Shakpana Karangada wo
Karangara wo ya. Karangara wo Shaq Pana. Karangara wo.
Karangada wo Riangada wo ya Karangada wo Shakpana Karangada wo
Karangara wo ya. Karangara wo Shaq Pana. Karangara wo.
Ye Shakpana la sandewa Ye Shakpana la sandewa La sandewa Ye Shakpana kori wo
Shaq Pana kori wo.
Ye Shakpana kori wo
Shaq Pana kori wo.
Ye Shakpana la sandewa Ye Shakpana la sandewa
La sandewa.
La sandewa
La sandewa.
Ye Shakpana kori wo
Shaq Pana kori wo.
Ye Shakpana kori wo
Shaq Pana kori wo.
Ye kori wo
Kori wo.
Ye kori wo
Kori wo.
Ye kori wo Kurumonde
Shakuruma.
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 Ye Shemiya Mota Shemiya Kubo
Shemiya Mota Shemiya Kuro.
Shemiya Mota
Ye baby
Shemiya Mota
Shemiya Kubo
Shemiya Mota
Shemiya Kubo
Shemiya Mota
Ibachi Ibakerele Baba Kerele Ibachi Ibakerele Baba Kerele Baba Ibachi Ibakerele Baba Kerele Shemi Yakuba, Shemi Amota, Shemi Awayo, Shemi Amota, Shemi.
Shit.
We going down there, so man.
Yahweh, 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 Kolojo, Sambeko, Eile.
No water.
Yeah. Coolness, you see.
That's feeling for cake, boy.
Like Chantel saying, look, you see me on. So long you ain't sing.
Baba Timonde, Maya, Baba Timonde, Erile,
Baba Timonde, Maya, Baba Timonde,
Baba Timonde, Dumaya, Baba Timonde, Erile,
Baba Timonde, Maya, Baba Timonde,
Yahweh, 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 yes, Ambeko, Erile, Olorile, Baba Rebo, Olorile, Baba Sheke, Olorile, Baba Erile,
Olorile, Baba Ile,
Yahweh, Yahweh, Zambeko, Erile, Olorile, Baba Rebo,
Olorile,
Baba Sheke,
Baba Sheke,
Olorile, Baba Erile,
Olorile, Baba Ile,
Olorile, Baba Erile,
Olorile, Baba Ile,
Yahweh, Yahweh, Zambeko, Erile, Olorile, Baba Rebo, Olorile, Baba Sheke, Olorile, Baba Erile,
Olorile, Baba Ile,
Olorile, Baba Erile,
Olorile, Baba Ile,
Ajaja, Ajaja, Alado mo for Erile Baba.
Alado mo for Erile.
Yeah, alado mo for Erile. Jaja mo for Erile.
Alado mo for Erile.
Feri alado Erile Baba. Jaja alado Erile Baba. Alado Erile. Alado Erile Baba. Alado yerile. Alado yerile baba. Alado yerile. Alado yerile. Power come, power come,
See
Baba wa.
Vere kuvere Shango la vite Baba wa.
Vere kuvere Shango la vite Baba wa.
Shango Baba wa.
Shango Baba wa.
Shango Baba wa.
Shango Baba wa. So we have come to the end of another electrifying night.
I just have one thing to say again, right? I see the pop weed sing for time, right? You know, time is against your hands, you know? So the next time we come back, I would like Baba Keron, High Priest Isan, the rest of Mangos who willing to come on the show and make it a success. They could touch on these Orishas are doing. The vibes would be so nice that because they don't started singing the AC a little cold instead of truth, you know. And that is one of the things a man was just go through when they're singing in our palette. You want to sing, you want to hear sing until your voice gone. We hear your voice going, you know, but we want to hear more from you. We're not coming in until that voice naturally gone. And that is one of the things I pass through. You understand? And Uncle Rat, full respect, all the elders alive, all our ancestors that passed and gone made it. I know they're glad that we still uplifting the tradition, carrying on the tradition. I want to pay most respect to my spiritual mother, Anja Baker, my mother-in-law, June Macano, my elder too. Who else I could talk? You know,
money. Could go on and on.
So I have a call here. Pleasant good night call at Sheet 919 FM, Orisha Way of Life.
Good night, Orisha Way of Life. Brothers, thank you guys for tonight again. And I did enjoy it. I love your background too. I love the background. And good night to you guys.
Yes. Thank you very much. So I know we must, one thing we know, obey the law of the land. I know the guys have to make their way home. You know, so anything, Baba? Anything to say, Shatta, before you leave?
To the people, you know, Trinidad and Tobago, all Orisha Yards Committee, you know, we ask you all that pray Stay blessed, still love. You know, it was nice being here for the first time. I know we will get requested back sometime soon. But you will have greatness, reward, you know. Special thanks to my elders, the ones that show me the way, you know. To my two grandmother that's sitting in the land of the living. You know, my brothers, those that online, Auntie Amoil.
Nah, I show inside or something.
Know? Everybody, just love Karen Kit. You getting requested, eh? Alright now.
But they say nothing to Karen Kit nice tie shop for you, you know. So I must say people, you know, I know Cyrus reach out to me, you know. I only realize that me and Cyrus related family wise by blood over the weekend, you know, seeing him in Feast. I must say we make the link. Is Orisha talking, you know?
Yeah.
Orisha talking again, you know?
Yeah.
You know, Orisha talking, you must look at it.
Remember the prayers was going on in Shafford called what the words that I tell you?
Yeah. You know, because I tell him, you know, I like to sing when I go prayers, right? And I go on my sister, prayers Lisa, you know. And I so caught up in his singing, Daddy Mungwa, and I go on singing with him.
Yeah,
but when I go on home, I say, boy, this man, Django me, boy. I say, but I was singing for really people who in the kitchen to really hear that. Yeah, he said, and I cool and I humble myself. Let me take this call. I call her live, Street 919 FM.
Just saying thank you.
Sure.
No problem, caller, no problem.
You?
Oh, that's someone like Miss Angie, so.
Bye.
And it was a respect, it was no vexation or nothing for me to get with him. But I must say, I thank you guys for coming. May Olodumare continue to guide you and protect you. May Olumile continue to give you guys the wisdom needed to deal with in this space here. May all your wishes, may your ancestors continue to bless and guide you.
Benny.
You know, I still here for 25 minutes. I still had to please the people. And then I'm just going to run through some small music videos. Anybody who have videos within the community and the diaspora, don't what it is, if you're singing, you're dancing, if you're playing cricket or some kind of thing, send it to me. We had the platform. We had the arena to get our content out there. So I must say,
to move forward.
Thanks to you guys for coming. I know I will see you all here Friday. I know the next time I'll see you every Friday. You know what I mean? You know we're going to meet on Friday. Right? So may you guys reach home safe. May Baba Gogun continue to bless you. May none of his elements, no knife, no gun, no machete, no bullet, nothing. May it come and stop you all on your way home. Ashe. So people, I'm going to come off the screen a little bit for my brothers and them to pass. And then we back at it again. Right? So let know that. So the video I'm going to play now is some Baba Orela Fakayode. It's a release that he put out. Taking the video. Baba Orela Fakayode. It's a release that he put out. Taking the video. Baba Orela Fakayode.
see mother. I see she.
Yo, Alex.
Sponsors for the Orisha way of life. Kamara's Culture Store, the #1 importer and supplier of genuine products from Africa, located at Adams Bazaar Main Road, Shogunas. Contact number 672-8438, 320-8866. Gossip Gel Polish, gel with a difference. Contact number 382-7587. Come, let us take care of your feet, Petty by Risi. They also sell butters. Contact number 398-4474. Nubian Experience, clothing that tells part of our rich African history. Number 6 Woodford Street, Arima. Contact number 688-1979. Oriyumi, Nico Loggins, Health and Wealth Lifestyle. Number 73 Eastern Main Road, Barataria. EMG out of Texas. Richie's Tire and Automotive Car Care Center. Number 409 Otello Drive, Hampton, Georgia. Sponsors for the Ifa Orisha way of life.
Also sponsored by the Throne of Gold for all your African supplies and clothing. Their contact number is 754-5128. That is the Throne of Gold. You can find them on Facebook and also on Instagram. Omo Inu, all things woman. For all your Yoni products, they are the sole women's haven distributor for Trinidad and Tobago. Their contact number is 365-4332. You can find them on Facebook and also on Instagram. Black Tie-Dye Catering Service, 683-8755. You can find them on Facebook and Instagram. Awo Wabande Tonic, 388-4606. You can find them on Facebook and also on Instagram. Ile Josio Turameji, Awo Oshun. Thank you.
Wale wa egungun ibao wale o. Persecution, horrors, Wolewa. When they try to oppress me, humiliate and stop me, Wolewa. I pour libation and send my supplication into the spirit realm, Wolewa. Wolewa. Never will they let me down, Wolewa. They see my tears, they feel my pain. With patience I'll rise again, Wolewa. I must stay focused to fulfill my purpose, and I will conquer all.
sell out and buy. Celio, 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 sell out and buy. Wake up in the morning, sell your sin for grace. Sell out and buy. Sell you, 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 sell you, sell out and buy. Sell you, sell you, sell out and buy. Sell your sin for grace. Sell out and buy. Sell you, sell out and buy. Sell you, sell you, sell out and buy. Sell you, sell you, sell out and buy. 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 Sell you, sell you, sell out and buy. Sell you, sell out and buy. 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 Sell your sin for grace. Sell out and buy. Sell out and buy. Sell out and buy. Sell your sin for grace. Sell out and buy. 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 Sell for grace. Sell out and buy. 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 Sell out and buy.
So this brings us to the end of Ifa Orisha Way of Life right here on the Street 919 FM. Yours truly MC Duke Alatumishe Ifabamishe Aganki. You can catch us next week Monday right here on the Street 919 FM. Remember, be your brother's keeper. Remember, we are great people, a great nation. Together we aspire, together we achieve. We still up against this coronavirus. May all of the Mari and the Orishas and your ancestors continue guiding and protecting you during this week. As we take this final song and we go over to our live broadcast.
Are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Hi, what's up, TNT? This is Wayne Johnson out of Brooklyn, New York. I always wanted to do something back home, and we're going to be doing our gospel segment on Mondays from 10 p.m. to 12 midnight. That's 10 p.m. to 12 midnight on 91.9 FM. Listen what I want you to do. Spread the word. Spread the word, TNT.
Salvation, full and free. Salvation is for everybody.
Mondays from 10 p.m. to 12 midnight. That's 10 p.m. to 12 midnight on 91.9 FM.